Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Mastered the Dojutsu? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It all began with a glowing child. The birth of that child was the start of a new era in human evolution, the era of quirks. After this birth, people around the globe began to develop superpowers. No one knew exactly what was causing these quirks to manifest, but before long what was once thought supernatural became the new normal. The world became a superhuman society, with about 80% of the population possessing some uncanny ability. Things weren't all great initially. The streets filled with chaos and confusion, and soon a dominant profession emerged. It was the age of heroes. With the rise of superpowers came an enormous increase in criminal activity. While governments were stuck trying to figure out how to reform laws with quirks in mind, courageous people started committing heroic acts to keep their cities safe, protecting innocents from villains who used their powers for evil. With overwhelming public support, heroes found an official place as peacekeepers overseen by the government. Those who performed the best were paid the most and received all the fame and glory. Their careers depended on their ability to stay in the spotlight. That was why, for a young Izuku Midoriya, it was obvious what his dreams and aspirations were. He wanted to be a hero, one who could save people and stop villains with a big smile, just like his favorite hero All Might. There was just one slight problem. His quirk hadn't developed just yet. Izuku and his mother had been worried when he hadn't developed his quirk along with the other children in kindergarten. He had initially been worried, but a trip to the doctors had confirmed that Izuku wasn't quirkless but just a late bloomer. Granted, that didn't inspire much hope in Izuku. Late bloomers often develop very weak quirks, and some quirks could stay dormant deep into a person's 20s or even in some rare cases, 30s. Unlike other young children his age, young Izuku was relatively more mature. His father's unfortunate death while working overseas changed Izuku's perspective early on in life. He was more silent and cynical, and had begun to pick up on things that no kindergartner had thought about, like how his mother bit her lip and stared at her purse before putting things back on the shelves at the grocery store. The bags that were under her eyes when she woke up in the morning were telling her that she had been crying herself to sleep. Izuku couldn't blame her. He also seemed to fall into tears on some nights since the passing of Hisashi Midoriya. It had led Izuku to some startling conclusions about his home life since his father's passing. With Hisashi gone, there was no longer a stable income being provided to the Midoriya home. A man from the life insurance company had come by recently to speak with Izuku's mother, and they had received a sizable fund, but Izuku was under no pretenses that those funds would last forever. Based on how much his mother had been worrying about funds, Izuku Midoriya had likely only kept what was necessary and put the rest into a savings account for either Izuku's schooling or her retirement. They wouldn't be able to continue living with their previous spending levels. His mother would likely get a job, but she wasn't as well educated as Hisashi, therefore it was likely her job wouldn't pay nearly as much. His mother would be busy and wouldn't be able to spend nearly as much time at home. Izuku was the man of the house now and needed to pick up skills to maintain the home while his mother was at work. Finally, there was the biggest issue. Katsuki Bakugo, a young boy Izuku's age, had developed a strong explosion quirk. He looked down on anyone he perceived as weaker than him, especially those who didn't have quirks yet like Izuku. Izuku had kept close to him because they had been good friends growing up, a friendship encouraged by their mothers, who had grown up together as well. However, lately, Katsuki had begun to use his quirk on those he deemed worthless, nothing, or more precisely in Izuku Midoriya's case, Dekus. It had already resulted in several burns, and if things continued, Izuku wasn't sure they'd be able to pay for the constant need for first aid supplies and doctor visits. These thoughts occupied a 6-year-old Izuku Midoriya as he sat on a playground swing. At 6 years old and without a quirk, Izuku couldn't help but bite his lip at the thought of not being able to follow his dreams or what those struggles might mean for the future of his now smaller family. Mom has been looking for work, and my quirk still hasn't come in. What's going to happen to us? Izuku thought to himself. It was fair to say that the young child was dealing with a tumult of emotions. It was this distracted state that led Izuku to not realize that someone was approaching him. It was only when he felt the explosive shove from behind that he realized he should have been paying better attention to his surroundings. Heh, stupid Deku. What did I say last time about playing on this playground? Came an abrasive taunt from a familiar voice, a smirking Katsuki Bakugo. Keikachin. Izuku called out, teary-eyed from the burns on his back. He struggled to stand back up, but Bakugo just walked over and delivered an effortless punch to Izuku's face, knocking him back down to the ground. Shut up, you quirkless loser. This playground is mine. Just cause your daddy died doesn't mean you can come and play on it, Bakugo said as he gave Izuku a hard kick. His eyes were filled with anger. How dare this worthless Deku come play on my playground? I'm gonna destroy him, Bakugo thought as he went to deliver another kick. Izuku flinched as he was kicked hard in the stomach, tears continuing to flow down his face. But why am I so weak? I wish I had my— Izuku's thoughts were caught off as the world suddenly got very big. Or rather, he felt a rush to his head, and the veins around his right eye suddenly expanded. At that moment he just saw everything. He could see all around him, up to the borders of the park. When he meant everything, he meant everything. Bakugo was entirely flesh and bones, and he could even see the organs pumping on his inside. Even his nerves were easily visible. His vision had gone from being only front-facing to being in a full 360-degree radius and stretching for vast distances. It was rather dizzying, but could this be his quirk? No, it wasn't just the 360-degree vision. His left eye didn't have that same ability. While Izuku had felt the veins on his right eye bulge as they seemed to carry more blood to the eye. Maybe I need to drink a lot more water to increase its effectiveness. The nerve endings on his left eye were flaring and threatening to give Izuku a headache. Everything Izuku saw with his left eye was slowed down was the best estimation Izuku could give. Oh no, it was more. As he stared at Bakugo, who looked like he was moving in slow motion, his leg coming closer and closer, somehow Izuku just knew that he could copy that exact motion and stance should he attempt it. As he stared at Bakugo, Izuku could even predict the angle of the kick based on how his leg muscles were flexing. Where did that knowledge come from? So the right eye lets me see everything in about a 60-meter radius and my left eye gives me hypervisual awareness while letting me copy? Yes, copy or pick up the information I've looked at with that eye, Izuku thought. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like the eyes worked together. He couldn't combine the left eye's hypervisual awareness with the right eye's all-seeing prowess, a drawback, but that was fine. Time to show Bakugo I'm not as weak as he thinks, Izuku thought as he grinned, before immediately discovering another drawback to his new quirk. While his eye could see what was going on, it didn't matter when his body wasn't quick enough to react. Yes, everything was slowed down to a fraction of a second. Yes, he could tell that Bakugo was aiming a strong kick towards his gut. However, Izuku was, at his core, a 6-year-old who had never done anything to increase his body's reaction speed. To sum it up, his body was untrained and just couldn't keep up with the information flow of his eyes. It was therefore no surprise when Izuku arrived home, bruised and bloody but with a big grin on his face. He had a quirk. Of course, he could handle a beating from Bakugo if it meant he would finally develop his quirk. Izuku Midoriya, upon seeing the disheveled state of her son, rushed over to him quickly, looking him over with a worried look on her face. Oh, Izuku, what happened? Did Katsuki do this again? Izuku asked, fetching some ointment to put over her son's burns and bruises. She was stunned upon seeing the red burns on her son's back, and the bloody lip from what seemed to be a blow to the face. Even his stomach was sporting some large black bruises. She couldn't believe just how much Bakugo had changed since developing his quirk. While his mother, Mitsuki Bakugo, could be quite abrasive and explosive, she had never been violent toward any of her friends. And wait, what was wrong with Izuku's eye? As a matter of fact, why wasn't he in tears? Izuku looked happy. Oh, Izuku, your right eye? Did you injure it? She asked, surprised by the milky color of the eye. She wiped the hair from the right side of Izuku's eye to get a better look at it. The eye lacked any semblance of a pupil, or maybe the pupil had changed color and now had taken up a larger portion. On closer inspection, the pupil was a very light, almost white, lavender. What do you mean, Mom? Izuku asked, confused. Since awakening his quirk, Izuku hadn't had the chance to look in the mirror, so while he knew his quirk was ocular based on the strain of his eyes, he hadn't realized that one of his eyes had changed colors. All Izuku had felt was the strain in his left eye and the bulging veins of his right eye. Aizawa, your right eye, it's all pale and white, Inko managed to force out, still surprised by the shocking condition of her son. Oh, maybe it's a part of my quirk. Izuku wondered to himself. The pale right eye? His mom was very specific about it being only his right eye. Why had his left eye also not changed with his Quirk Awakening? Perhaps it was because they both did two different things. While his right eye supplied the 360-degree vision, his left eye seemed to allow Izuku to perceive things more slowly and even predict what was going to happen based on what he'd noticed from how he'd been able to easily guess the trajectory and action Kacchan was going to pull off. That was very strange for Izuku. Ocular quirks were very rare, and the only hero who jumped to the top of his mind that was big nowadays with an ocular quirk was Sir Night Eye. Not to mention that it was rather strange that his mother and father didn't have ocular quirks that even slightly would have suggested the development of an ocular quirk for Izuku. Then again, there were plenty of documented examples of late bloomers like Izuku who had developed new or radically different quirks based on the quirks of their parents. Izuku might have been one such. Honey, you are mumbling again, Inko said softly, her torrent of tears and worry having dispersed to be replaced with a swell of happiness. Izuku was glowing in a way he hadn't before. Where once her boy had arrived home despondent and depressed, more often since the passing of his father, Izuku looked so happy again. Inko was reminded of when they had first received the diagnosis that her son had been a late bloomer. It may as well have a confirmation to the rest of the kids his age and even to Inko that he was basically quirkless. Especially when his 5th birthday passed. Izuku had been inconsolable after being called quirkless by his classmates, and when he'd asked her for reassurance about whether he could still be a hero without a quirk, Inko hadn't been able to give her son those assurances. It was a shame she'd had to live with. Of course, a part of her understood how foolhardy it was to be a hero without a quirk. There hadn't been any quirkless hero in almost 30 years now. Most hero schools didn't accept the quirkless, so many who wanted to stop crime and be heroes took up self-destructive lifestyles as vigilantes, eventually leading to their deaths. Inko should know, she'd done the research after discovering that Izuku was quirkless. Sure, there were plenty of heroes with quirks that weren't ideal for catching villains or saving people. A new mountain rescue hero group had taken to the scene, the Wild Pussycats, and 2 of their members often fought villains and rescued those in danger with just their pure fighting skill. Their quirks weren't very flashy at all. Even heroes with erasure-type quirks were often only evening out the playing field to a fight with no quirk involvement. Pro-hero Silent Touch in Korea was well known for his touch-based erasure quirk, which only had practical uses in calming down civilians who were inexperienced with using their quirks or fighting villains. Despite the handicap, he still managed to. Mom, you're mumbling, Izuku said with a smile on his face, watching as his mother blushed bright red at her son's comment. Well, he had to get that nervous and analytical mind from somewhere. After getting over her embarrassment, Izuku Midoriya began to tear up again. This time the fountain of tears came not from the fact her son was injured, but because of her own shame. She immediately took her son into a hug, the tears cascading down even harder. Oh, Izuku, my baby. I'm sorry. When you wanted to be a hero even without a quirk, I should have supported you. I know that there are heroes out there who get by on martial arts and skill more than their quirks, but a part of me was scared. It was going to be a hard road. People would discriminate against you for your status of being quirkless. Without a quirk, the odds of you getting hurt were going to be even worse, Inko snuffled out through sobs, but even with a quirk, people are hurting you. I've seen the burns. This is Katsuki's doing, isn't it? He's hurting you, and even now that you have a quirk, you're still hurt. I know things are tough right now, Izuku, but I promise with all my heart that I will support you in every endeavor you ask like I should have from the start. Honey, I believe you can be an amazing hero. Izuku stood stunned in his mother's grip. Tears flowed freely from his face as he hugged his mother back. The words he'd waited for all his life to hear. Someone believed that they could be a hero. His mom thought that he could be a hero. It had been a long day for Izuku. His arms and gut were bruised and burnt. His clothes were ruined. He had a black eye. Izuku Midoriya was not doing so well physically, but it, he had a quirk. A cool quirk that had to do with his eyes. Someone believed that Izuku could be a great hero. That someone was his mom, the same one that had crushed his dreams only 2 years prior. Shakily, his hands curled around his mother as Izuku hugged her back. The torrent of tears the two expelled cascaded onto the carpet of the Midoriya household. Only this time, for the first time in weeks, those tears were born of joy and happiness and held a powerful promise within them. Izuku Midoriya was going to be a hero. The following weeks had afforded Izuku very little time to explore the possibilities of his quirk besides playing around with the activation conditions. Inko had been serious about providing as much support as possible for her son and had quickly pulled him from school after Katsuki's latest attack on Izuku. She'd filed an incident report with the police since she had to take Izuku to the doctor to get some of his burns treated as well. However, it was put only as a minor infraction on Bakugo's file with the excuse that it was all just a little bit of roughhousing between boys that went a little too hard. This had further put a strain on Inko's relationship with her now former friend Mitsuki, who, while sympathetic with Inko's cause, wished she'd been made aware of Katsuki's attack on Izuku before having to get the police involved. For some reason, Mitsuki Bakugo was confident she could have straightened her boy out herself instead of needing things to get so official. Inko hoped that by involving the police, Katsuki would realize just how seriously he had hurt her son as well as cut down the arrogance he was starting to develop at school, where his teachers seemingly had suspiciously not kept track of Katsuki Bakugo's use of a quirk on students or his violent temperament. Regardless of the whole situation, Inko had decided that there was obvious favoritism going on in the surrounding community towards Katsuki Bakugo and her son would suffer for it if he remained in school. Thankfully, she had already been in the process of moving. Their apartment in busy Mustafu was way out of her price. While it would be easy to maintain on the funds from her husband's life insurance for a year or two, it would soon be too expensive to maintain the upkeep. Instead, she immediately began to look for a new home in a cheaper area to live and had been fortunate to find a nice little home in Chiba Prefecture, in the small fishing town of Ichinomiya, which had access to a commuter line to a few nearby resorts, where she hoped she'd be able to get a job to help maintain them instead of rushing through their savings needlessly. She'd given a public school a call that she and her son were still finalizing the moving process, but that she wanted to enroll her son for the new semester. Until then, Izuku would finish his studies at home. Thankfully, Izuku had a brilliant mind, and his good grades and clean record meant that the transition would be easy once the new school year started. She'd even found that there were a few dojos in the small town that, if she was tracking expenses correctly, she'd be able to afford Izuku for Izuku to attend. She'd given him the choice of his pick of dojos and had been quite surprised by some of his selections. He'd insisted on a very traditional ninjutsu dojo. "Mom, my quirk, so far as I can tell so far, it isn't very flashy. I need to pick a style that complements it. With my white eye, I can see everything so I have a better advantage in a fight with limited visibility. Being sneaky will help with limiting my visibility and learning to use weapons will be super helpful as well. It's better to keep villains at a distance, and it'll mean less of a chance of villains seeing how my quirk operates and blinding me with sand or attacking my eyes." With that statement, Inko had been convinced by Izuku's first choice. The second choice that Izuku made was just as surprising for her. "This dojo is in Chiba City. I'll have to take the train line to get there, but I've read a few articles about them online. They train their students in karate, but as if they were in actual fights instead of using traditional point-scoring techniques. I've seen some videos, and it's not dissimilar to some Muay Thai or mixed martial arts fights I've seen online. I know All Might is an awesome hero, but his fighting style in particular just wouldn't work for me. He has the strength and durability to go for the full frontal boxing assault he likes to use. I don't have a strength-enhancing quirk like he does, so my fighting style needs to be more adaptable. This karate dojo has got to be the one." With Izuku's choice solidified, they spent the next weeks finishing Izuku's schoolwork and packing up their apartment. Their new home in Ichinomiya was small and quaint. The weather in the small town was very nice. It was situated on the sea, and while the summers felt like it could be very humid, the town had resisted the industrialization of some of the larger cities. It was quaint, homely, and surprisingly rustic. Melon farms were the big agricultural export, so there was always a sweet fragrance in the air. Local fishermen cast off from the docks by the bay, heading out to the ocean for their daily fishing. Their new home was on the small side, and quite traditional. Their little minka was situated within a small grove of trees situated on a hill just outside of town. It was a private abode, closer to the melon farms than the conveniences of town. A small wooden veranda stretched the perimeter of the home, and the scent of clean air from the tatami mats cemented the traditional atmosphere. Unlike the steel and concrete of Mustafu, their driveway was fine gravel, and a natural overhand of trees acted as the closest estimation for a parking garage. Where Mustafu was stifling and busy, their new abode was peaceful and quiet, with the only unusual sounds to grace them in the evenings being the hum of cicadas and the chirping of the occasional tree frog. Izuku's room was a little smaller than the one that he'd had at their old apartment, but it had the necessities. A small desk so he could do his homework, a futon was rolled up in the closet, and a cabinet for his books and All Might collection. It was perhaps the biggest change since they'd had to sell Izuku's old bed anyway. He was a growing boy after all, and it gave them more space for some of the All Might figurines he wanted to keep. After some discussion, he'd concluded that some of the All Might memorabilia he likely didn't need anymore, although his mother had kept some for herself, like Izuku's favorite shirt that he had thrown up over when he was 2. They'd tried to get rid of the stain but in the process had turned it pink. While it had been a frustrating experience for Inko, Izuku had been inconsolable about it following the incident. She couldn't help but smile when she thought of the memory. Finally, after all the moving in, Izuku could start properly experimenting with his quirk. The first thing he did was stand in front of a mirror and take a look at his eyes. Without his quirk activated, his left eye was the usual green. Of note, the pupil and iris of his eye took up a slightly larger portion of the sclera, although it wasn't a very obvious change. The right eye, however, had gone through a much more drastic change. While his left eye at least maintained its green coloration, his right eye at first glance looked like it had gone blind. The pupil and iris had expanded to take up a larger portion of the sclera, with the iris having a thin black border that was hard to make out. The differences between the iris and the pupil were even harder to spot. Both were in shades of a light lavender that was just barely distinguishable from the white sclera, with the pupil being only slightly darker than the iris. When he activated his quirk, things got a bit more interesting. With his left eye, the activation was rather unsettling. All of the inside of the iris, except the black edge between the sclera, seemed to almost swirl was the best descriptor that Izuku could come up with into the pupil, and a deep red color would come swirling out of the pupil to replace the green, with a single black tomo seemingly hovering just below the pupil. When his left eye was activated, Izuku's perception of the world seemed to slow down or maybe heighten. Things were seen in exceptional clarity and ingrained definition, and when he strained to perceive, he could even enhance the clarity. Izuku was surprised by how easily he could make out the hair follicles on his skin. By observing a fly on the windowsill, Izuku knew the moment before it lifted off to fly, seeing the spring of tension in its limbs the microsecond before it flew into the air. When Izuku looked at himself, he could just faintly make out blue lines of energy running beneath the surface of his skin. Perhaps, it lets me see the electrical signals running through a human body. Easy way to test that would be. Izuku looked up at the bathroom light, disheartened when it looked like a typical light, without the blue glow present within his body. So, if it's not the electrical pathways from the nervous system, what is it? Gonna need to do some research to figure that out. Despite how interesting his left eye was, there seemed to be one major downside for now. It seemed he couldn't combine its benefits with the ones his right eye provided. Perhaps after he trained his quirk some more, he'd be able to? On activation of Izuku's quirk, his right eye hadn't had much of a dramatic change. However, The veins along the right side of his face leading up to his eye had suddenly swollen large to the extent they protruded from the skin slightly. So larger veins likely mean increased blood flow and more nutrients to that area of the body. Even standing here, it kind of feels a little bit as if I just had my head upside down. There's a lot of blood rushing to my head now, but the perks are amazing. Izuku's field of vision with his right eye had expanded tremendously. It expanded through the walls, into people, out into the forest surrounding their home. Everything had a black and white coloration to it, but he could see all around himself. My range seems to have increased by a little bit, maybe more use will help train it dash. His thoughts were caught off as he noticed that his right eye had caught a glimpse of his mom in the kitchen. It was a strange experience. When he had mentally processed that he was staring at his mom, the eye almost pulsed a bit and enhanced it on her more. For a split second, Izuku got a glimpse of what his mother looked like naked, which made the young boy blush in embarrassment before the view enhanced again and he was staring at muscles and bones. It was rather strange. It was like he could change the focus on how well he could see through something. Another thing to note was that he could see the blue lines that he'd spotted earlier within himself. It was like a network of energy that flowed through the body, and while at some points it matched up with the nervous system, it seemed to flow differently to the nervous system. The blue lines wound around important organs and through muscles. As Izuku was observing, he watched the entire pathway along his mother's right arm flare out a bit as she floated a few plates over for the dinner she was making. So, these pathways are a representation of quirks inside the body. If they glow brighter when a quirk is used, well, quirks are just muscles we have to train to develop even further. Mom isn't a hero, but her quirk pathway system is much more defined in comparison to mine. Heroes must have large quirk pathway systems from using and training their quirk in comparison to children just developing a quirk or even the quirkless. Do quirkless people even have quirk pathway systems? This is all under the assumption that what I'm seeing is the representation of how a quirk expresses itself within the body. Maybe there's more information about this online. As Izuku turned off the quirk, he yelled out through the house so his mom would know that he was getting on the computer before he hopped on and started trying to find what he'd seen. Quirk pathways, Izuku said aloud as he typed, pressing one key at a time. It was slow work, but as he hit enter, the articles that came up were rather disappointing in scope. Pathway to Heroism, Your Quirk, Finding the Right Path for Your Special Ability, and Scandal Between Italy's Pathway Hero and France's Painting Hero Lead to 3 Arrests by GC, Suspected Quirk Trafficking, were only some of the articles that came up. Let's try. Quirk Nervous System, Izuku thought aloud, erasing his previous search result and typing another. The articles that came up this time were much more informative but were complicated reads. They almost gave Izuku a headache, which reminded him that the previous headache he'd gotten by activating his quirk had faded away. Seeing as he was mostly okay again, Izuku activated his quirk. He'd only done it to train his quirk a bit more. The more he'd have it activated, the longer he'd be able to go without developing a strong migraine. It was in this instance of activation that Izuku noticed something new with his left eye. The perception rate was still enhanced, and while Izuku's body couldn't match it, his mind could. The articles he thought he'd have to spend the next couple of hours reading? All it took was a small glimpse and they were ingrained into his memory. He could read them faster than reading at normal perception. Shocked, Izuku deactivated his quirk, surprised at the sudden wealth of information within his head. The information he remembered. Wait, information that he remembered? Holy crap! Leaping up in excitement from the new development, he wondered just how far these applications could go while also thinking about the new information about the quirk nervous system he'd read about. He activated his quirk to find his mom and rushed off to let her know about the new development, keeping it activated all the while. The quirk nervous system was entirely theoretical. It didn't exist in the traditional sense within the body as nerves and organs did. Human dissection wouldn't reveal the nervous system, although there were plenty of theories that going deeper into the decoding of the quirk factor gene might reveal more secrets about how the quirk nervous system acted. There were several sketches with theories about how the network worked, and they weren't that far off from what he'd seen when he'd looked at his mom. These pathways had been theorized to exist within specific points in the body that when struck by the correct type of quirk, temporarily blocked access to the next point. In short, if those points got clogged up like a big large highway pileup, then it could theoretically slow down or even disable the quirk in the area of the body immediately surrounding that point. There were theories that this was how pro-hero Twilight Blaze had been killed by the villain Izuku in America. Videos of their fights saw Twilight get hit in an area of the body that matched up with one of these supposed quirk points, causing his quirk to suddenly sputter to a stop. The Dark Flame quirk he had masterful control of had simply gone out at a crucial point in the fight. While Twilight Blaze had been stunned and continued to try and activate his quirk, Izuku had merely gotten up and sliced off his arm, followed by a flurry of vicious stabs into his chest with their electric sword quirk, before fleeing the scene. Due to the nature of the video, it was quite hard to find the video on the web, and it was by sheer luck and horror that Izuku stumbled upon it. As Izuku turned into the kitchen, he spotted his mother dicing away with a knife at some herbs. He was fascinated as he watched her work with his left eye. The movements were slowed down and he could see every little minute detail, even the twitch of her muscles as she went to adjust her grip on the herbs. Wait, he had seen that movement before she'd done the action, just like with Ka Dash. No, it was Bakugo now, had kicked him in the park. As he deactivated his quirk, those muscle movements suddenly felt very ingrained within him. Somehow, Izuku just knew that if he picked up that knife he'd be able to cut away at the herbs just as easily. He had to see if his hunch was correct. "Mom, I think I just discovered something new about my quirk. Can I try using the knife to cut the herbs?" he asked. Izuku Midoriya was surprised by her son's question, but she assumed it had only been a matter of time. Izuku had been kept very busy the last few weeks. Now that things had calmed down and they were all moved in, it made sense that he'd want to figure out what his quirk did. She'd never let Izuku help out in the kitchen. He was a bit too small to reach into the sink easily, much less the countertop where she was dicing the herbs. She bit her lip but ultimately succumbed to the pleading look her son was giving her. "All right, Izuku. But I'll have to hold you so you can reach the cutting board." "Come on," Izuku relented as she picked up her boy. He was getting a bit too heavy to always be carrying around now. When she was younger she'd used to float him from the ground into her hands, but that just wasn't possible anymore. With a firm grip on her son's waist, she watched in fascination as Izuku picked up the knife she'd been using to cut some parsley and started dicing away at the herbs. At first, it was tentative, but she was surprised by the cutting technique. His hands were a little too small to do the fancy twirls she could do with the knife in her hand, but the dicing motion he used matched her easily and the grip technique on the parsley was good as well. If she didn't know any better, Izuku would have thought her son had been practicing with blades in the kitchen. For a while now. So distracted was Izuku by her son's technique that she failed to realize when he'd cut all the parsley up. A shame, she hadn't wanted to dice the whole plant up for one meal. She'd have to find other uses for it now. Still, as soon as Izuku put down the knife on the countertop, she set her son back on the floor. "So?" she asked, excited to hear more about Izuku's cool quirk. "Alright, so I was watching you dice up the parsley and it was in slow motion. I could make out all the movements in your hands and muscles easily. Then, when I saw the muscles in your hand twitch, I just knew that you were going to change your grip. Then you changed it. Next thing I just instinctively knew how to chop it like you were." Izuku mumbled, "I think, whatever I observed directly with that eye, it kind of gives me a copy of that information. Like, I was reading an article about quirk theory earlier, and I was able to read it super fast. I remember every word from it. I could probably give you a lecture about it. Perfect memory. I wonder how long it'll last. Is there a time frame? If there isn't, then I think school might be a challenge for much longer. Not that it was to begin with, but maybe I can take university classes earlier than anticipated because of this." Izuku's mumblestorm continued as he walked away and headed to his room, sitting at his desk and opening Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume Me. There were a few lines already written in it, but Izuku spent the next few hours until dinner was ready filling in all the new information he'd learned. It was only after dinner that he realized there was one thing missing. His quirk needed a name. He immediately began to brainstorm. It was strange, the way his quirk worked, It was almost like he had two very different ocular quirks, so maybe he should start by naming each one and then determine the overall Quirk name based on what he came up with. Izuku thought about his right eye first. Giving it some thought, he decided to go with Byakugan, all-seeing white eye seemed like the perfect descriptor for that half of his quirk. Izuku thought about the left eye next. It was a lot more complex than his Byakugan. Copy eye didn't seem like enough. Red eye sounded very plain. Devil eye was too villainous. In the Izuku decided on Sharingan copy wheel eye. That left his quirk name. Although very unimaginative, he decided to go with Dojutsu, Sharingan and Byakugan. It was simple and explained to everyone what his quirk was about. Satisfied, Izuku gave the journal to his mom so she could update his findings and then headed to bed, satisfied with a good day's work. Izuku made very good use of his Sharingan in the weeks before the summer break ended and fall began. He wanted to learn as much as possible about quirk pathway theory, using his Byakugan to help him in his studies as well. With his mom's permission, he'd managed to draw an accurate quirk pathway system, or at least, how the quirk pathway system traveled around in her body. Through experimentation, the quirk pathway system would glow when a quirk was being activated, glowing brighter and brighter until a strain eventually developed. Overuse of a quirk was quite common in children first learning to use their quirks, but Inko, being a grown woman, had to use a different method of straining herself. She'd rapidly pulled books to herself out of a box and onto a shelf, starting with the smallest and building up to the largest. Not only did it help with unpacking, but it was also a test of stamina as she hadn't needed to pull something so frequently to herself in such a long time. In fact, after their testing, Izuku had discovered something else. The quirk pathway would flicker when it showed evidence of being strained and then go dark for a few minutes, during which a sweating Izuku Midoriya was unable to use her quirk out of sheer exhaustion. After multiple experiments, going through multiple days, both Midoriyas had been surprised to find that Inko could float larger things to her. A couple of bricks had been her limit before, now she could pull 10 to her at once. Her quirk pathway system had also expanded slightly, the lines were a deeper blue, easier to distinguish with better definition than they had been before the training exercise. Straining the quirk pathway system had led to the system having to adapt to more vigorous usage, and it now took twice the time as before Inko grew tired of using her quirk. As fascinating as these discoveries about the quirk pathway were, they had to come to a halt once school resumed. Izuku had turned 7 over the summer and thankfully was the same age as the other second graders he was with. The school was a welcome change of pace for both mother and son. For Inko, it meant she had more time to relax. While Inko wanted to help her son as much as she could, she hadn't expected it would mean being the lab rat in his quirk pathways experiments. Hopefully, the onset of school will give her some much-needed time to herself. For Izuku, it was both exciting and nerve-wracking. Nabu Elementary School had Bakugo, but Daisher Elementary School didn't. Izuku was hoping for the best, he wanted to make new friends. It was this nervous excitement that led him to walk into his second-grade class. He'd been introduced to his second-grade homeroom teacher, Hirano Kori. She was a squat woman with obvious laugh lines on her face. Her hair was starting to grow gray, and the only distinguishable features that made her stand out were her ears, which were long, thin, and pointed. They reminded Izuku of elf ears that he'd seen in an old pre-Quirk fantasy movie involving a quest to destroy a ring. The movie had been captivating, but the plot had been a little slow for the young child and he'd passed out before he could finish watching the movie. He regretted not finishing it as he stared at Hirano-sensei's ears. "Hello class, I hope you've enjoyed your summer break. Please settle down into your seats while we do the morning announcements. I know it's already halfway through the year, but we've got ourselves a well-recommended transfer from Shizuoka Prefecture," Hirano-sensei began, quieting down the whole class as she spoke, before turning to Izuku. "Why don't you go ahead and tell the class a little bit about yourself?" Izuku nodded, before stepping forward and giving a bow in greeting. "Hello everyone. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I am 7 years old and one day I want to become a hero just like All Might. Please take care of me," he said. There was a spattering of light clapping from a few students and Hirano-sensei. "My, that's a great goal to have, Midoriya-kun. Why don't you take a seat next to Kirishima-kun while I prepare our activities for today?" Hirano-sensei said, pointing to an empty seat next to a boy with a set of black hair that was rather spiky on his head, who had jumped out of his chair and waved excitedly at Izuku at the mention of his name. Kirishima-kun, could you be a dear and show Midoriya around the school for the day? Yeah, of course, sensei. Kirishima replied, sitting back down in his seat and turning to look at Izuku, who had by now taken his seat next to the energetic kid. Oh, I'm Eijiro Kirishima, but Eijiro is fine by me. Dude, you were so manly up there, saying you want to be a hero. What's your quirk? Mine is hardening. Kirishima said excitedly, showing off his quirk by hardening his hand. Izuku was quite surprised by this sudden introduction by Eijiro. Oh, please call me Izuku then, he quickly replied, before looking starstruck as he looked at Kirishima's activation of his quirk. Whoa, that's such a cool quirk. You can be a hero with that. I call my quirk Dojutsu. As you can probably guess, I'm not blind, but when I activate my quirk my eyes get enhanced. My right eye can see through walls and gives me 360 degrees of vision, and my left eye does well. So far it lets me copy stuff, enhance my perception, and lets me memorize whatever I read. I'm still figuring it all out. I only awakened my quirk a couple of weeks ago. A couple of weeks ago? Wow, that's pretty late, but it seems pretty worth it. It's an awesome quirk. You'll be a great hero with it. Kirishima replied, bouncing in his seat. Yeah. Everyone thought I was quirkless before. It's kinda why we moved. The bullying there was pretty bad, Izuku admitted shyly, wondering how Kirishima would react. He saw the boy frown and thought the worst for a moment before Eijiro spoke. Dude, that is not manly. Quirks are cool and all, but that doesn't mean you can go around being mean to those that don't have one, he muttered, almost causing Izuku to break into tears at the words. The rest of his school day was quite uneventful. Kirishima led Izuku around the school to all the places of importance. Where to go to the bathroom, the lunchroom, the playground, the library, the school office. They eventually settled on having lunch on the roof, which had a few picnic tables and was surrounded by safety fencing. It gave them a great view of Ichinomiya, and they talked about all their favorite heroes while up there. Namit, All Might is cool, but for me, Crimson Riot is the manliest hero for sure. Kirishima said, a grin on his face as he talked about his favorite hero. Crimson Riot? Oh yeah, is it 'cause he's got a hardening quirk like you do? Izuku asked, agreeing with Kirishima that Crimson Riot was indeed a good hero, just nowhere on All Might's level. Nah, it's 'cause he's a fearless hero. He always jumps into danger, even when his quirk isn't suited for the job. It's what makes him a real man, Kirishima praised, pumping his fist. Izuku couldn't help but give Kirishima a grin. Despite his eccentricities, somehow he could tell that they were going to be great friends. The two children spent the rest of their lunch break talking about heroes, before returning to class. At the end of the day, Izuku was quite happy to have made so many new friends, with Kirishima being the nicest of the lot he'd met. When Inko picked him up from school, she was relieved to see that Izuku had a smile on his face and was talking to another boy of similar age. Hey Izuku, who is this? She asked, curious to learn about her son's newest friend. Oh, hey mom, this is my friend Kirishima Eijiro. Izuku said, with Kirishima giving a quick bow in greeting. Hey, Midoriya-san. It's nice to meet you, Kirishima said, keeping a respectful tilt to his voice. Nice to meet you as well, Kirishima-kun. Are you friends with my son? Inko asked, curious to see if she should expect company soon. Bakugo might have ruined Izuku's chances of normalcy at Nabu Elementary School, but that wouldn't be the case here. She wanted her son to have as many friends as he could. Yes, ma'am. We're in the same second grade class, Kirishima replied excitedly. That's great to hear. Have you lived in Ichinomiya long? We've only recently moved here from Mustafu. Perhaps you'd like to stop by on the weekend and show Izuku around the town. Inko asked. Oh yeah, that sounds like some fun. Can I have your phone number so my mom can talk to you about it? Kirishima asked. After the exchange of information, the two new friends said their goodbyes, Kirishima heading to the playground to wait. According to him, his mother was always about an hour late leaving work, so he usually just hung around on the playground or in the library until she arrived. As the two Midoriya got into the car, Izuku couldn't help but feel more than a bit excited. The first day of his schooling had coincided with his first day at the Ninjutsu Dojo. As they pulled away from the school, they drove for several minutes into the more remote section of town. This dojo wasn't too far from their home, secluded away in some trees. Exiting the car, both Midoriyas were surprised at the size of the compound. A large stone fence blocked off much of the size of the minka. It was only after they walked past the fence did the true enormity of the compound made itself clear. A small forest led the way up to the minka, obscuring much of the garden, if there even was one to begin with. As far as Izuku could tell, the trees went right up to the house. Walking along the path incurred a sense of foreboding to Izuku. It felt like he was being watched. He now walked alone, his mom saying that the instructor had been firm that only the trainee could enter the compound properly, so she decided to wait in the car. The shadows of the trees, the way they loomed over him, the way they sending whistled, it was all spine-tingling. A creak of a far-off branch caused Izuku to freeze. He wasn't alone. He snapped his head in that direction but only saw a slight shadow running deeper into the forest. Instantly he activated his quirk, spotting a person dressed in a shinobi shizuku watching his movements, but not from the direction of the sound. While the sound had come from Izuku's right, the person watching him was on the left side of the trees, camouflaging expertly with the foliage and shadows that only his quirk pathway network was the reason. Izuku could see him. Calming down, Izuku continued on the path to the dojo. Eyes watching the right side of the path for any sound while using his Byakugan to keep tabs on the ninja watching him. He was almost to the door when he saw the ninja reach into a pocket and pull out what looked to be a few throwing stars. It was an action that took only half a second, but Izuku knew what they were for. As the throwing stars flew out of the man's hand, he hit the floor. With a thud, Izuku heard the sound of the stars hitting the door and then thunking to the ground. None of them pierced the door. They were all rubber. In the split second it took him hesitating to get up and flee from his attacker, Izuku had failed to account for the ninja attacking him. Instantly, he was bound in metal wire, making it impossible to move very much at all. Interesting quirk. I knew I had been spotted after I caused that noise in the forest, but your reaction time to me throwing these rubber stars was adequate. Good instinct, kid, a gruff, older male voice spoke. Izuku looked up at his assailant, surprised that the man who had taken him down looked to be in his 90s. The metal wire slackened around him, as the old man pulled down his face mask and looked him over. The name is Kamihara Shin. I'm the master of this dojo. You'll be my newest and last student for a while. That's the one criterion I have for students. If they can make it to the door without taking a hit, I'll teach them what I know. Dumbfounded, Izuku just watched the old man stroll into his home. He stopped when Izuku didn't immediately follow him. Come on, get. It's impolite to keep your elders waiting, he called out lazily. Right, sensei? Izuku replied, getting his bearings and hurrying after his new teacher. Kamihara Shin was an interesting old man. Ninjutsu had been passed down through his family for generations. Kamihara-sensei's family were trained ninjas since the time that the Satomi clan ruled the Boso Peninsula. They carried out assassination, infiltration, and espionage on orders of their shogun, and maintained their traditions in the event they were ever needed once again. With the fall of society, much of old Japanese culture was lost, but the Kamihara clan had managed to remain isolated and now used their ninjutsu to train heroes. Now, you're 7 at the moment. Your mother has been adamant that you wish to pursue a life in heroics. I would like an explanation of all the facets of your quirk, Kamihara said, voice stern as Izuku nodded and got onto the training mats. I call my quirk Dojutsu, Sharingan, and Byakugan. My right eye is a Byakugan. It provides me with an increased field of vision in 360 degrees that goes through walls and can even go as far as to allow me to see the internals of a person's body, Izuku said, receiving a nod from Kamihara as he took in the information. The Sharingan, it enhances my perception of whatever it can directly see. Everything moves slower, I can predict actions based on muscle movements, and provides whatever I see to me as both photographic and muscle memory. Interesting, Kamihara said as he rubbed his chin in thought, before looking at his student. Midoriya, I've gotten an edge-shot figurine somewhere in this house. Use your Byakugan to find it. Izuku was startled by the command and gave a firm nod. Taking a breath, he activated his quirk. The moment his quirk activated, Izuku began to take in all his surroundings. However, he noticed something. Kamihara-sensei's body was being watched by his Sharingan, and his sensei was tensing. He saw the action before it happened. He reached across to a wooden training katana and leaped to his feet with an ease that shouldn't have been possible on such an old body, before sprinting at Izuku. The Sharingan saw him coming from a while away, but in real time the movements were almost too quick. It took all of Izuku's will to move his body away just in time before taking a hit. Good, now move quicker. Your quirk allows me to see me coming, but it seems your body can't quite keep up, can it? I'll continue attacking until you've found that figurine. You'll need to split your focus now, Midoriya. Kamihara cackled, and Izuku couldn't help but sweat drop at his sensei's energy. However, he kept light on his feet, while he continued to scan all around with his Byakugan. A sharp pain almost caused him to lose concentration, as his arms were whacked by the sword that Kamihara had swung at him. Move faster, Midoriya. Yes, sensei. Midoriya replied, stealing his gaze and moving even more quickly. Izuku stayed light on his feet, dodging, rolling, and diving, before finally finding that figurine. Master bedroom, on top of your wardrobe, he gasped, trying to catch his breath. Kamihara gave Izuku a grin as he lowered his katana. Good, I wasn't even moving as fast as these old bones allow, but you managed to avoid quite a few hits. Izuku was horrified by the fact this man could move even faster. Listen up, Midoriya. The first step with your training will be using that technique of yours to copy how I move. You won't be able to go as fast as me, but you had to have noticed that I hardly made a sound. Ninjas were stealthy assailants in the night. You'll need to step in a certain manner to emulate that stealthiness. Then I'll talk to you about the 4 forms of jutsu you'll learn under me. Each time we meet, we'll focus on one part of the 4, until you reach a level of mastery and skill where all 3 will be used in our lessons, Kamihara said to the panting Izuku. First, there is genjutsu. This aspect of ninjutsu focuses on how to mess with our opponent's mind. Why do you think warriors of old went into battle dressed as demons? It was to inspire fear. Messing with emotions and our enemy's senses are all part of being a good ninja. We remain balanced while unbalanced our opponents. Then there is kuji-kuri, the mental aspect of ninjutsu. This part is more focused on balancing ourselves, using the philosophy of hand seals to aid in our meditation and preparing for missions and battle. Next is bukijutsu. Ninjas of old used various tools for infiltration, espionage, and assassination. I will show you how to wield ninja weapons, use a disguise kit to make you look like an entirely different person, and what each other tool we ninjas tend to have at our disposal is for. Finally, there is taijutsu. This focuses more on training the body and the different forms we use in fights, as well as conditioning the body for stealth, flexibility, and agility. You might find this surprising, but some of the first things I'll be showing you is parkour, to teach you how to move around the natural environment easily while keeping your momentum. Izuku was surprised by all there was regarding ninjutsu but nodded eagerly. He was prepared to learn it all if it meant that he could be a great hero someday. Since I'm ready to begin, Izuku said, pumping his fist in excitement. Nope, not today, Kamihara spoke, almost causing Izuku to face fault to the floor. Today was just to check to see if you were even worthy of being a student and to introduce ourselves. Our time is almost to an end on that as well. Instead, take a practice GI home with you. Next time come with a GI in a gym bag. I have a changing room you can use so you don't have to get your regular clothes all dirty. Alright then, sensei. I'll see you again in 2 days, Izuku said happily, excited that he'd been allowed to train under the guidance of the man. Very well then, Midoriya, Kamihara said, a grin on his face as he watched the youth run off, GI in hand, and out the door he went. With a sigh, he turned towards the depths of his home and walked until he reached his bedroom and opened the door to the inside. His phone was resting on his desk, with a new notification blaring on the home screen as he opened it. Kamihara Shinya? So? How'd it go? Kamihara Shin. He'll do. Only managed to hit him once when I was testing how good his quirk worked. And boy, does he have an awesome quirk. Kamihara Shinya? Oh? Kamihara Shin. Yeah, the kid's got magic eyes. can scout out a whole house while splitting his attention and seeing, and probably copying, all my attacks as they come before I hit him. The only reason I hit him at all is cause his body can't keep up with what he sees at all. Kamihara Shinya. Interesting? Kamihara Shin. Hey, the brat is just 7 you can't possibly be considering. Kamihara Shinya. Of course not, maybe in a few years he'll be ready then. We always could do with another junior intern at my agency. Kamihara Shin. The kid hasn't even survived a year of my training and you're already talking about recruitment. Kamihara Shinya. Do you think he will? Kamihara Shin. Kamihara Shinya? Kamihara Shin. Yes, brat. Kamihara Shinya? Point to me then. Now what do you want for dinner? Kamihara Shin. Whatever's good. With an exasperated sigh, Kamihara Shin couldn't help but look up to his wardrobe and give a fond smile at the edge-shot figurine displayed there proudly, the simple autograph on the base plate of the figure sparking quite a bit of joy within the older man as he looked it over. And, hello everyone, figured since the week is just beginning I could release a new chapter. I know I said Monday, but I got just a bit excited. Finished this early and wanted to release it on Sunday, so here it is. I hope you enjoy. I feel like I would have a hard time writing Kodai. Her whole personality quirk is that she's silent and uses her phone to text instead of talking whenever possible. Don't get me wrong, I think she is high-key one of the best 1B girls, but writing her would be an issue for me. I text like an old man, I don't think I'd be able to reflect Kodai properly through my method of writing. Ryujin 96. I think I'll stick to the Quirk Pathway Network for now, but I may take your idea about using inspiration about chakra, ki, and chi in the future. I feel like Izuku himself wouldn't classify it by that term. He's got a very sciencey mind is the best word I can say for it. He might hear and definitely understands what people say when they talk about chakra and chi, but he understands it as purely spiritual and mystical in nature. When confronted with evidence and scientific articles, it creates a distinction between the mystical and the real. Let me know if that explanation makes sense. My words can sometimes just scramble themselves as I write. Hey, thanks for letting me know about that oversight. I spent almost 2 months writing that first chapter and would come off and on to it. I gave it a cursory read over and then ran it through Grammarly when I had finished, but when you're your own beta reader, things slip through the cracks. I've gone back and given it a more plausible fix. Life continued for Izuku Midoriya at a normal pace for the next several years. Under the advisement of Kamihara-sensei, he decided to postpone joining the karate dojo he'd been interested in. Students were expected to have a bit of martial arts training already before attending. The dojo served as a way to help people who already had some knowledge of martial arts to apply it in a day-to-day brawl or situation. After looking up some videos of the dojo, he could see that the publicized events, where students fought students, did indeed include more than what was typically offered through karate instruction. Kid, you made a good choice of dojos. My taijutsu will show you the forms of a few well-known martial arts: Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, Judo, wrestling, and karate. However, I don't have any other students for you to learn how to use these styles practically in the field. A couple of years training with me and you'll be able to go toe-to-toe with the new entrants at that dojo. Sensei, I understand why I might need karate, judo, and Muay Thai, but why wrestling and jiu-jitsu? Izuku had asked. With karate and Muay Thai, you can keep your enemies at a distance and counteract with your whole body when there is an opening. With judo, you'll be using their strength against them. However, what happens if a villain gets the drop on you? Next thing you know, you're on the ground. Your best attacks with Muay Thai and karate? Gone. With your enemy on top of you, there is no momentum or strength to redirect. Judo becomes useless too. Therefore, you must know how to survive on the ground, how to escape a grapple or two-cell on the floor, and how to incapacitate a villain with a hold. You may think hero work is glorious, but sometimes it'll be either you or the villain. When that happens, Midoriya, don't be afraid to break an arm. Chokeholds are discouraged by the Hero Association, but in a life-or-dead battle, you do what you need to survive. No hero is infallible, not even All Might. They ended that session early. Izuku was distraught by the idea that his favorite hero, All Might, had been forced to kill. Arriving home, he looked up villain deaths caused by heroes and was surprised by the statistics. In events where heroes were met with deadly force by villains, 40% of villains were killed, and of the remaining 60%, only 10% were captured without injury to themselves. Heroes with flashier quirks or quirks more destructive in nature often had higher kill counts. All Might had one on his record, although records of the villain he had killed were almost impossible to find. Online forums speculated widely about what it might be, from accidentally killing someone when he was young and his quirk acted out, to a government conspiracy about an underworld boogeyman. Each theory was as outrageous as the next, unfortunately, so Izuku wasn't sure what to believe. Heroes like Endeavor had higher kill counts, in the double digits actually, but most of those were easy to track down, although only 3 of those deaths occurred at the scene of the crime the villains were committing. Burns became easily infected, and the severity of the burns Endeavor inflicted often meant those who were killed didn't die right away or in a very painless manner, often dying from the infection that set in while in recovery. Still, it had been an eye-opening experience for Izuku, who had taken Kamihara-sensei's words a lot more seriously from that point on. Kamihara-sensei was a rigorous sensei. When meditating, he would ask Midoriya introspective philosophical questions or present him with moral dilemmas. The moral dilemmas were more complicated ones to answer. They would usually be presented when Izuku was in the deepest throes of his meditation. According to Kamihara-sensei, Izuku needed to be able to quickly think about what to do in a high-stress situation while remaining in balance with himself. Some of these moral dilemmas got Izuku to think about what he could do to be a better hero. As he got better at navigating the moral dilemmas, they eventually evolved into high-stress scenarios. Villain attacks where large amounts of civilians were in danger and how to navigate them with the least amount of casualties, scenarios where he was taking on multiple villains at once, scenarios where he was caught in an infiltration mission, and many more. Izuku had to navigate them while trying to keep an internal balance between his rational thoughts and his emotional responses. It was tough for the 7-year-old to admit that he wouldn't be able to save everyone if they were in danger from a villain, and, unfortunately for Izuku, he had tried to at first in many of his scenarios. Midoriya, you do not have the strength and speed of All Might. You do not have the firepower of a strong hero like Ryuku or Endeavor. Nor do you have the same versatility as heroes like Hawks or Edgeshot. Play to your strengths. Your Byakugan can scout out battle zones for civilians a lot more easily than any of the heroes I just mentioned, while your Sharingan will be good for dealing with villains who are on the slower side, at least until you get your speed up. Other than that, Izuku found that he quite enjoyed Kuji-kuri. He practiced the meditation at home before bed, and it had helped with keeping any bad dreams away and helped him sleep a lot easier. The hand motions, while Izuku initially failed to see their benefits, he noticed began to help build the dexterity of his hands and fingers, allowing them to stretch in ways he wouldn't have been able to imagine before. These daily practices of hand signs proved invaluable when they started taijutsu training. Taijutsu training was much more rigorous. It didn't involve a lot of sparring, at least not at first. First, it was just learning how to fall correctly, using the momentum of your fall to carry you to your feet or to reduce the impact. Then balance and flexibility were focused on. At one point they even went to a trampoline park and got Izuku to practice maintaining coordination while flipping through the air. From there it escalated to learning how to navigate an environment, and parkour was added into the mix. Rolling to reduce the impact of a jump, efficient navigation of the environment during a chase, wall running to go up walls or travel along them to clear obstacles or gaps, and even jumping onto precise locations at a distance. Even quick thinking and reaction speed were improved upon. It was only when Kamihara-sensei deemed him adequate that he started to be shown forms. With his Sharingan, the forms came very easily. Izuku was shown once and he could replicate them perfectly. Thus, when they began to spar, there was a focus on application instead of technique. The Sharingan gave Izuku great technique, but the application was foreign to the young boy. He'd never been in an even fight before. He didn't consider Bakugo beatdowns to be even fights at least. Therefore the spars helped Izuku learn how to use the forms. Frequently, Kamihara-sensei would get his busy grandson to come and spar with him. Kamihara Shinya was a nice young man in his mid-20s. His hair was silver, but Izuku suspected it was that color by design and not due to his quirk or age. Shinya-sensei had an easygoing sense about him, often arriving late to a session with grocery bags in hand. He worked in Tokyo proper and only occasionally visited his grandfather, which explained why he was often absent. Izuku suspected he was a pro-hero but couldn't tell just who it was. The quirk pathway system was fairly developed, more so than even Kamihara-sensei's, suggesting constant use and extensive quirk training. Shinya-sensei, as he had insisted he be called to differentiate himself from his grandfather, was a skilled master of ninjutsu who always managed to get the drop on Izuku when his Byakugan wasn't active. He was quick, nimble, and exceedingly fast in such a way that Izuku wasn't quite sure if he had some sort of enhancement quirk. He suspected it wasn't the case, as Kamihara-sensei's quirk was something called 2D image, which let him flatten his body onto a 2D surface as long as that object had a large enough surface area to contain his body. It was a pretty awesome stealth quirk that came with Midoriya focus. Shinya-sensei barked, as he threw a punch that Izuku had to struggle to dodge. During spars he wasn't allowed to use his quirk most of the time. The reasoning was sound to Izuku. His Dojutsu, while an amazing quirk, was limited in the sense that it skewed Izuku's sense of perception. If Izuku grew used to fighting with only his quirk activated, he'd struggle in situations when he was blinded or couldn't keep his quirk activated for prolonged PRDS. It was better to have his body build up its natural speed before including the benefits the Sharingan granted in terms of Izuku's enhanced perception. Izuku found a lot of the fighting styles to be a bit more unnatural for him. By his nature, he wasn't very confrontational, choosing a more defensive fighting style focused on evasion and quick hits to wear down the opponent, before finishing when a decisive opening appeared that allowed for a big hit. Bukijutsu training was a different experience for Izuku. He was unsure if using weapons was ideal for a hero, and he even brought it up with Kamihara-sensei. Listen, kid, just because you have a sword or a knife in hand, doesn't mean you have to resort to deadly force with it from the start. Use that head of yours and think for a moment. A knife is a good tool to have in hand to put villains on the defensive, and there are plenty of places on the body that won't kill someone right away. Know where the major arteries and internal organs are and you'll be able to use them effectively on a villain without going for the brutal option from the start. Not only that, but a knife is a handy tool, just a general, helping you escape bindings or cut away pieces of the environment might need to make use of in a survival situation. Bukijutsu was a large category to cover. The first thing they began with was focusing on human biology. Where the internal organs were, where the major arteries were, and which locations were susceptible to blunt force trauma. They even covered how to treat different types of wounds, how to apply basic first aid, and even resuscitate someone with CPR. This helped alleviate Izuku's worries about using weapons somewhat. After that came Shuriken Jutsu. They spent quite a lot of time on this section. Izuku was taught how to handle a kunai, which functioned very similarly to a dagger, how to throw one accurately, and even ways to use it in survival situations. He learned to throw shurikens and hyperdensity seals as well. Izuku ended up preferring the shurikens to the hyperdensity seals. The seals were a pain to carry around, and until Izuku built up some strength, they were harder to throw as well. Sure, Shinya-sensei had shown him how powerfully hitting a strong hit could go with them, but they lacked any way to manipulate them after they were thrown. They were hard-hitting, but their trajectory varied little while in flight, always a straight line that was difficult to manipulate with anything other than ninja wire. Shuriken in comparison were much easier to manipulate, and with his Sharingan, Izuku was easily able to chain multiple shurikens to bounce off each other in midair to hit other targets, or even act as an improvised bola with some ninja wire. When given the choice between Kenjutsu and Bojutsu, Izuku decided learning the bow staff would be more applicable to hero work. There weren't very many situations in hero work where a sword was applicable. A bow staff was safer to use when taking down villains, and Izuku was already brainstorming the additional features he could incorporate into one. It wouldn't be a stretch to have a taser on the ends of the staff or even have a bow staff that, with some clever engineering, could swap into a pair of tonfas. He'd certainly seen crazier support items for heroes. Granted, Izuku had to learn the tonfas at home and on his own time, as they weren't traditionally used in ninjutsu. For his genjutsu training, Izuku was surprised by some of the tactics he was trained in. He was shown how to operate circuit breakers to cut the power in a building, cutting off the sense of sight in the process for villains. How to mix drags and poisons that were tasteless and would knock a person unconscious, utilize explosions to affect someone's hearing, glue traps, and slimes to mess with their sense of touch, and even smell was used as a weapon. Fragrances that would make him come off as approachable, or scents that could hide his scent from those who were following him. The final bit of genjutsu training involved messing with a person's emotions. Izuku had to learn to analyze people's personalities for emotions to exploit. People who are angry or facing inner turmoil and self-doubts are not balanced Midoriya. Maintain your balance and skew the balance they try to maintain, even if you must say something hateful to provoke or cruel to discourage. Once the enemy is unbalanced, they have let their emotions control their actions. No longer will you be facing an opponent of sound mind. No, it will be a fight of beast and man, Shinya-sensei had said, after a spar where Izuku had given in to his frustrations. The final bit Izuku was taught was infiltration and espionage. There will be times when villains will organize or are covering their tracks very well. In these cases, you may be forced to go undercover kid. Just being around them might net you some good information, but the real gold mine is going to be on their devices. A lot of that is password protected, but with a good brain like yours, learning to hack should be no issue. Of course, you gotta make sure to hide your identity as well. Shinya will teach you all about that. I'm too old to be putting on makeup, Kamihara-sensei had said when they reached this portion of the training. While Izuku's training was rigorous, his life revolved around more than just getting stronger. There was school after all. Izuku and Eijiro were thick as thieves. While they both took their studies seriously, Izuku more than Kirishima, they knew how to have fun as well. The two boys were very well liked by the staff at Daishire Elementary, and Izuku was surprised to find himself being one of the popular boys. He'd blushed tremendously when he received a few Valentine's Day chocolates. Most were obligatory, of course, but one had been left on his desk from a secret admirer, and it had been well made as well. This had sent the rumor mill going crazy for a few weeks, especially since no one could tell who had given the chocolate to Izuku. While Izuku was quite young, he still knew the significance that such chocolate meant. Someone, probably a girl, liked him. Liked him. It was quite surprising, and though he'd asked around, he'd never figured out just who had placed the chocolate heart on his desk. Kirishima, for his part, had simply grinned and exclaimed, "Dude, whoever left you this chocolate, they've got to be super manly." At this moment, Izuku could have sworn he heard an eep sound from the hallway, but when he glanced over, he hadn't seen anyone standing around or walking by. When the chocolate hearts continued to appear over the years, Izuku knew that they had come from the same person, but had failed to figure out just who was giving him these hearts. All he knew was that they were always on his desk when he arrived at school each Valentine's Day. One day, Izuku had decided to make his own chocolate heart. It was rather abnormal, as the girls were the ones who usually went through the effort of giving out the hearts. However, he was determined to thank the person who had held such strong feelings throughout the year, especially since it was their final year in elementary school. Before leaving for school the day before Valentine's Day, he'd taken out his heart and left it at his desk. If the pattern held, then in the morning the person who had made the hearts would see it as they dropped it off. He left a tiny note on top of his parcel. "To my secret admirer, I admire you too." While Izuku had never met the person who made the hearts, he could respect that they had gone through all the effort to make those chocolates, without asking for anything in return. Sure, he was a bit too young to be interested in anyone romantically, but it just felt right that he should leave such a note behind for his admirer. In the morning, he found his gift had been received, with a simple, "Thank you," scribbled on top of his latest gift. Izuku knew that with his Byakugan he could identify who had received his own chocolate heart, but had ultimately decided against it. This person was taking their time in approaching Izuku, and he could respect that very much. Besides, he would lie to himself if he admitted that he didn't enjoy the suspense that built each year his admirer went undiscovered. Izuku would wait until their confidence grew enough to approach him. Izuku and Kirishima were hanging out on one busy autumn evening, Kirishima having been allowed to sleep over for the weekend. He'd carried a worried expression and had been taking glances at Izuku from time to time, obviously wanting to talk about something with his best friend but unsure how to bring it up. It was only after the third time that Izuku had decimated him in a video game they were playing that Izuku finally broke the tension. Eiji, you're worrying me. 3 straight rounds against your main and you're playing about as well as if it was the first time you'd picked up the controller. Tell me what's up. Izuku asked, curiosity and worry highlighted on his features. Kirishima, for his part, sighed as he put the controller down and flopped onto his back. Dad got a promotion. Kirishima finally spoke, his voice in a weird tilt. Really? Kirishima, that's great, Izuku exclaimed in happy surprise before being cut off by Kirishima's next words. His company is offering a sweet deal on a high-rise in Shizuoka. We're moving during the winter break. I'll be going to Mustafa Private Middle School at the beginning of next term, Kirishima said, voice expression the dejection he felt. Eijiro and Izuku were both as close as brothers, and to heart that they wouldn't be going to middle school together was crushing both Eijiro up inside. What? Midoriya asked, confusion apparent on his face as it took him a few seconds to comprehend the life-changing sentences his best friend had just spoken. Yeah, same, Eijiro said, giving a humorless chuckle in response. The boys sat there in silence. Kirishima was waiting for Izuku's reaction. Izuku was sitting there contemplating. It isn't ideal, but we may be able to meet up again on the weekends. I'll be heading into Chiba City to a new dojo come springtime on the weekends, so maybe we can meet up then? It's not ideal, but we can make it work. Our moms already have each other numbers, and Mom was talking about getting me a phone as a middle school present, so we can keep in contact and talk on the weekends, and Izuku's rambling was cut off as Eijiro placed a hand over his mouth. An apologetic look came over Izuku's eyes as Eijiro looked at him, stupefied by the information Izuku was expelling. Wait, you're not sad? Kirishima asked, a look of confusion coming over the other boy's features. Eiji, of course I am. I won't get to see the one person I can call brother every day anymore. You're my best friend, and it's going to SCK not having you in my middle school classes, but there's still plenty of ways to keep in contact with each other. Shizuoka is a far train ride but not an impossible one. I'm sure Mom will let me come over every other weekend or something. A little distance won't tear down our friendship. I promise. Izuku declared as Eijiro removed his hand. Kirishima looked at Izuku quietly for a few moments, before tears started leaking from his eyes and down his face. Kirishima stretched over and hugged Izuku, as he cried into his friend's shoulder. I told you, just how manly you are, Aizu, Kirishima said as he pulled away, wiping the few stray tears left on his face away. Only once or twice today. It's how I knew besides your terrible gaming that something was wrong, Izuku readily admitted with a cheeky laugh. Kirishima couldn't help but bark out a laugh as well, giving Izuku's shoulder a soft punch as well, before the two returned to their gaming. Their worries soon being left forgotten as they returned to their gaming. The two friends were sure that nothing would split their friendship apart. Izuku ducked a kick sent at him by Shinya-sensei. This was his first ninjutsu lesson since his talk with Kirishima, and he wanted to go all out in a spar. Shinya-sensei had allowed the use of his quirk and had come at Izuku with a ferocity that Izuku hadn't been expecting, but their training had been paying off. It was obvious that Shinya-sensei wasn't moving at full speed. Those attacks were usually unavoidable. However, the speed he was moving was challenging Izuku. Sweat poured down the boy's face as he took in the 2 jabs Shinya-sensei was prepping, only moving his body aside in the nick of time as they brushed past his hair. It was strange to imagine that a blow like that a year ago would have hit him. Taking advantage of the opening, Izuku had moved in on Shinya-sensei's exposed side, delivering a strong sidekick that put his teacher on the retreat. Shinya gave Izuku an approving nod before he sent a right cross at Izuku, but the tensing muscles in his legs meant a kick was inbound, so it had to be a feint. As Izuku readied himself to reposition away from the kick, the expected kick never came and he was punched in the face instead, it likely being thanks to the headgear they were wearing that he wouldn't bruise. Those eyes can still be tricked, Izuku, stay alert. Shinya-sensei barked, as he gave Izuku time to recover. Izuku spent a few seconds panting on the ground, feeling frustrated that he'd let himself get caught by the double feint. He had to get stronger, he couldn't stay down. It was just him now. With Kirishima gone, soon I'll be alone again. I have to be strong so that no one calls me useless again. The determination to keep fighting, the frustration in his weakness, the desperation to never be called useless again, and the utter love he felt for his brother in all but name Kirishima had mixed into a potent cocktail. One that Izuku would later be unable to explain. At that moment, the veins around his Byakugan swelled a little more, while a second tomo wheeled out of his Sharingan. It was a slight change, not immediately noticed by the older instructors, nor had Izuku even realized anything had happened. At that moment, he just knew that he was stronger. He launched himself at Shinya-sensei, whose movements had become almost slow to Izuku. The tell of his actions was more obvious and broadcast to Izuku in a way that he saw Shinya-sensei's attacks coming seemingly an eternity before they happened. Izuku let out a roadhouse kick to put his sensei on the defensive, before closing in to deliver a quick jab. While he wasn't moving any faster than usual, the newfound confidence he gained as he attacked, and the ease with which he was able to dodge, had surprised Shinya, leaving an opening for Izuku to exploit. Shinya ducked to the side to avoid the jab, and let out a startled gasp as a slight graze tore and numbed up his brachioradialis. At the exclaim of pain from his teacher, Izuku backed off, worried as for the first time he noticed that the quirk pathway system in his hands had been flaring up when they hit his sensei's arm. As he studied his sensei's arm, he noticed that the quirk pathway system wasn't circulating the same energy as freely as before. Shinya for their part was more surprised than hurt by the attack. His arm was already starting to bruise, but he'd honestly received worse injuries in his day job. The pain from this strike was nothing in comparison. "Relax, Midoriya. Just some bruising, I've had worse," Shinya said, trying to get his student, who looked on the verge of tears, to relax. "But sir, your quirk pathway system. I think I heard it," Izuku exclaimed, looking ready to bawl. Shinya couldn't help but look into his student's eyes, confused by what he meant by that. Quirk what no dash. Whatever Shinya had been about to say was caught off as he noticed the change in his student's eyes. It was subtle, but it was there. His Byakugan had the veins around it swelling much larger than before, and the Sharingan had another tomo. "Midoriya." "Yes, sensei?" "Congrats, you've undergone a Quirk Awakening." Quirk Awakenings were rare. They were usually the hidden potential of a quirk revealing themselves during moments of extreme stress and life-threatening danger. Therefore, a simple dojo spar shouldn't have resulted in a Quirk Awakening. It didn't make any sense. Izuku's life hadn't been in danger in his spar with Shinya-sensei. While he was feeling a bit stressed out that his friend was moving away and had been high on his emotions during the spar, it wasn't comparable to the extreme stress that the rare people who underwent a Quirk Awakening experienced. The visit to a quirk therapist after practice had confirmed their thoughts. It just wasn't comparable. If people awakened their quirk every time they were emotional, they would be happening all the time. The therapist had therefore come to a conclusion based on what Izuku had told him about everything leading up to his Quirk Awakening. Izuku's quirk must naturally undergo small awakenings over time, or perhaps when he felt a strong emotion similar in scope to the ones Izuku had felt during that spar. Either way, the therapist had concluded that another Quirk Awakening, while unlikely, was possible in the future and that his office was always available to help train the new abilities Quirk Awakenings could generate. As far as Izuku could tell, his Sharingan's perception and analysis abilities had improved by leaps and bounds. When testing his quirk out against Shinya-sensei, he could see the way his muscle had first started to flex, then contract, use of the contraction to determine the angle of attack, all before the limb had even actually moved in real time. Even the feints that he'd tried dodging before were less obvious. Things as simple as eye movements were factored in when making predictions. Advanced stances that he'd struggled to mimic were suddenly easily copied by his quirk as well. The eye now held two tomos orbiting the pupil, which was the only change physically Izuku had noticed since first awakening his quirk. Unlike his Sharingan, his Byakugan hadn't changed much. Over the years, Izuku had upped his range of viewing to 1/2 kilometer, but the Quirk Awakening hadn't seemed to increase his range any more than it had before. Instead, Izuku had picked up changes with his quirk pathway system. It had seemingly advanced itself. While before, the system had traveled through his body naturally, there seemed to be points along the system that were easier to see, not just for himself but for others as well. Since Izuku couldn't find any substantial reading on the web, he decided to call them tenketsu. Interestingly, some quirk energy inside Izuku could be expelled through these tenketsu. It did result in a slightly burning feeling, and put a larger strain on his eyes the longer he held up the expulsion of quirk energy, but the quirk energy that Izuku could expel seemed to have various strange properties. With the help of the therapist, they discovered that the quirk energy would flare harshly against non-native quirk energy, attacking the source viciously. Like a white blood cell, it seemed to recognize which quirk energy was Izuku's and which quirk energy wasn't. It was likely what blocked up Shinya-sensei's quirk temporarily during their spar now that Izuku thought about it. It also meant Izuku had to be cautious about how he used it in a fight. Testing out strikes with quirk energy-infused palms and kicks had resulted in a training dummy losing its head, and had almost put a trainer in the hospital when Izuku had struck past their scaled armor quirk and ruptured their internals and quirk pathway system. Against people, his quirk had lethal implications, but the quirk therapist seemed pleased that Izuku was already involved in a form of physical activity. He had stressed that Izuku not partake in any spars using quirks until he had a better hand at preventing the quirk energy flare-ups. It also had the potential to possibly act as a mild full-body strength-enhancing quirk, as while Izuku had put in a lot of work before, the last thing he wanted was to kick someone's head off in a real fight. Thus, Izuku spent the winter training his control and meditation. He would focus on meditating before doing some shadow boxing with his quirk activated, focusing on internalizing the quirk energy that had seemed desperate to flare out of his body. It was tough, as Izuku had to fight hard with himself not to be discouraged when he would step forward to kick and jump a meter forward instead. It was only thanks to his teachings from Kamihara-sensei and Shinya-sensei, along with the support of Kirishima, that Izuku was able to continue as well as he did. When Izuku wasn't at the dojo or home, he made sure to visit with Kirishima. The two friends could feel the anticipation leading up to the upcoming move, the phone calls with banks Eijiro's parents were making, the moving boxes being brought in to prepare for the move in the spring, and even the sale of unwanted items that were no longer needed in the new home they were going to. The two families decided to celebrate Christmas together, during which Izuku finally got the promised phone from his mother. It already came with his mom in the contacts, but approximately 2 seconds after turning it on, Izuku had gotten Eijiro's number. The new year brought some new changes to Izuku. His senseis at the dojo had given Izuku a set of graduation equipment, deeming him worthy of the title ninja. It was an event with as appropriately little fanfare, providing Izuku with a face shawl to hide his face, some smoke bombs, a set of sharpened kunai and shuriken, some ninja wire, and a disguise kit, complete with makeup and a wig, which Kirishima had called manly for having the guts to know how to use, and finally a laptop of all things, so Izuku could continue to practice his coding, which would help with his hacking skills. Izuku had been extremely grateful for the gift and had promised to make good use of the items when he became a hero. Already he had plans for how to implement most of the materials into a kit for a possible future hero costume. When the day of young romances came along, Izuku had left his chocolate heart on his desk like he had the year before, but was surprised and discouraged when he arrived the following day to find his heart still sitting on his desk, and with no other heart in sight. It had been slightly discouraging, but perhaps the person who had left them those wonderful chocolates had already graduated. Putting away the chocolate heart he had worked on, he instead focused on his classes for the day. When classes were let out for the day, he split off from Kirishima, deciding to take advantage of the mild weather and walk home. As Izuku was beginning his trek home, another girl was finding her courage. She'd watched in the background the last few years, protected by the anonymity that came with being in another class. She'd never thought to have the confidence to confess her feelings, always choosing to write a short note to go along with the chocolate heart her dad had done his best to help her make. It wasn't anything fancy, and neither she nor dad thought they were the best chocolatiers around, but they'd made it work, somehow. Well, the first few attempts had been rather disastrous truthfully, and she'd chased off dad when she began to suspect sabotage so he could keep all the hearts they messed up. As if dad ever had needed a chocolate heart for her to express her love. Truthfully, neither of them expected her to develop a childhood crush, but there was something about Midoriya Izuku that just stood out. He was friendly and kind with everyone, humble about how awesome his quirk was, and he'd seen him showing karate moves to his friend Ijiro after school a couple of times, which was pretty kick, but in her opinion, there was just a flux of understanding and kindness within the boy that had drawn her in. A crush, her dad had explained, looking solemn, as if he was losing someone precious to him before his gaze had turned fond instead. Our little girl has her first crush already, Suzume, he had said, looking to their shrine where a picture of her mother, who had gone missing shortly after her birth. No one knew what happened to her, and the case had long gone cold. Dad held out hope. Sometimes he would stop and look at her as if he was seeing a ghost, something she'd done, bringing up bittersweet memories. As the years had gone by, she'd been content, admiring how Izuku would make everyone laugh and smile, dodging any attempts of his to discover who was the one leaving the chocolates. She was sure he knew that none of the girls in his class had left the chocolate. A lot of girls her age would squeal and blush about a boy they liked, but playing poker with Dad meant she'd learn to keep up a mean poker face, and she did her best to ignore all the rumors. The only time anything had slipped by was when she'd gone to deliver her chocolate in the early morning, only to discover one waiting for her. She'd quickly hidden it in her backpack and had been slightly more nervous the rest of the day, thinking he'd found out something. The rumors in school said Midoriya could see everything with his ocular quirk, and she was worried he'd use it to find out she had the heart. However, he never confronted her. As she had read aloud the note he had left her, a determination had sprung over her. By next Valentine's Day, she'd present her heart in person. She'd lost the confidence to approach him in the morning, spotting a dejected expression on his face when she'd passed by his desk in the morning. While he received plenty of complimentary chocolates from students in his class, perhaps he had missed not receiving her own. Thus this was her final shot. Soon the school year would end. Would she even see Midoriya again after this final semester? Already she could barely make him out, getting farther from the school. She was lucky he hadn't taken any turns on his walk home, or she'd surely have lost sight of him by now. She started to pedal her bike, slowly at first, then building up speed. He needed to know. She needed to tell him. Her feet were a blur as she moved through the streets of Ichinomiya. Orange hair trailed behind her in that long ponytail she wore it in. It wasn't fancy by any means. Not having a mother figure growing up, she'd kept to a simple hairstyle. One that was easy to style in the morning and practical for everyday use. As the wind blew her hair back, she couldn't help but feel the rush of exhilaration, and she got closer to Midoriya. She let out a laugh that Midoriya seemingly heard as he tensed up, looking away from his phone. "Midoriya-san," she called out, a warning as she realized she was going fast. She hit the brakes and immediately tilted the bike left to drift it around as it slid. Wheels forward, while her leg kept her balanced and from toppling over. Midoriya hopped away just in time as she skidded by, a big grin on her face as she panted, looking at him with a determined look. Izuku hadn't expected a girl to call out his name on his walk home. He and Ijiro were usually the last ones left at school, and the school itself was pretty far away by now. He glanced back for a moment, eyes going wide as a girl his age was desperately trying to bring her bike to a stop. It was years of ninja training that allowed him to react quickly enough and move away as she performed a flawless Akira slide through the space he'd just been standing. Her face was flush as she steadied herself from the exertion of pedaling to catch up with him. Her orange hair, held up in a high ponytail on her left side, looked windswept and wild, in a nice sort of way. It was reminiscent of how wild Izuku's hair could become at times. Her teal eyes stared at him with a determined expression. Although she wore the Daisher elementary school uniform, Izuku didn't recognize her straight away, only vaguely recalling a few of the girls speaking with an organette in the halls before class on some occasions. However, the name of the Orangette hadn't been brought up in class, least of all around Izuku. While he was certainly friendly with the girls in his class, he by no means spent his time around them participating in school gossip, preferring the energetic conversations about heroes with Kirishima and the other boys. The girls seemed to know who he was though, so Izuku held his tongue while she caught her breath. "Midoriya-san, I wanted to ask if we could be friends," she said, her voice sounding nervous before she steeled her expression. Midoriya was, needless to say, very caught off guard. When he didn't immediately reply, The girl's face heated up slightly. Sorry. I was too bold. It's just that. Well, I noticed you when you first started attending Daisha. Everyone says you're kind and want to be a hero, and I've even spotted you showing your friend, Kirishima-san, some karate moves after school. One of the girls overheard what you told Kirishima-san about how people thought you were quirkless when you were little and how you had bullies at your old school. That was why I was surprised by how kind and humble you were with everyone. Despite how badly you'd been harmed before, it didn't put you down. You stayed positive and were always kind to everyone around you. Then, well, I'm not sure if you remember, but in 3rd grade, you stopped those older girls from messing with Mimiko-chan. All the girls knew what was going on, but we didn't do anything. We were scared that they were turning on us and we could only sit back and watch. Then you found out and got the teachers involved. They made them stop and those bullies got sent away. That was when I started to like you. I would leave you those chocolates on your desk every Valentine's Day, never expecting anything in return. I felt pretty worthless about the whole bullying ordeal with Mimiko-chan. She needed help, but I kept quiet to stop anyone from hurting me. I knew I wasn't worthy enough to be your friend, but I still wanted to let you know how special you were to me, she said, a fond smile on her face. Izuku's face was also starting to heat up. He'd never had a girl speak to him like this. Sure, he'd heard gossip about how cute he was once, and his mom had called him handsome more than a few times, but that surely didn't count, especially not when compared to the passionate speech being given now. Then, last year ago today, I went to place my chocolate on your desk like I had before and found one waiting for me. You believe in me, despite never having known who I was, she continued, reaching into her bag and pulling out a large chocolate heart, before bowing and presenting the gift to Izuku. So I made a promise to myself then, that I would give this one in person. So please, Midoriya-san, let me be your friend. With shaky hands, Midoriya accepted the well-made sweet, looking from the design to the girl, as if to confirm his findings. Yes, the heart matched the others, the only caveat being that the note on the package was different. From your not-so-secret admirer, Itsuka Kendo. He stared at the heart for another moment, before reaching into his pack and pulling out his own sweet, bowing and presenting his gift to her. Kendo took his gift, surprised to see that he'd gotten her another chocolate heart this year, before reading the note on the packaging. To my secret admirer, let's be friends. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku and Kendo ended up exchanging numbers and walking next to each other that day. They chose to spend their first day as friends at a local cafe. It was a rather date-like activity, at least that was what Izuku thought about it. Things were awkward at first. Izuku wasn't particularly sure about what to talk about with Kendo. They talked about their quirks at first, Izuku expressing how impressed he was with hers, even if Itsuka expressed she didn't think it was too useful. No way, if you can make your hands as big as you claim, you'll make an awesome pro. Your grapple techniques against villains would make you deadly, and transformation quirks like yours mean your hands are probably a lot more durable than the rest of your body. That means your punches are going to be super strong. A lot of villains won't expect the force you'll be dealing out. Plus, you can even use them for defense to keep the rest of your body safe. Moving wreckage with them would also, Izuku mumbled, causing Itsuka to gape for a few moments, then give him a fond smile. He had just broken down her quirk in seconds, analyzing a quirk she had thought had only simple applications and breaking it down for fierce ease. She sipped on her black coffee and just listened as Izuku rambled, not cutting him off but finding his enthusiasm rather cute. As he finally took a breath, seemingly only just realizing that he had expelled quite a bit of word vomit towards Izuku, Itsuka spoke. You're pretty awesome, Midoriya-kun. I always thought my quirk wasn't anything too impressive, but the way you talk about it, do you mean it? Can I be a great hero too? Of course, you can, Kendo-chan. Izuku said, a mad blush from his earlier mumble epiphany, and by the fact that honorifics had suddenly become a lot more lax. I think anyone can if they put in the effort. My quirk came in late, and a lot of classmates at my old school didn't believe me when I said I was a late bloomer, but even if I had been born quirkless, I would have wanted to be a hero. I heard about that. Everyone at school says you have some cool ocular quirk, but that it didn't come in until 2nd grade, right? Itsuka asked, curious about the way Izuku's quirk worked. Oh, yeah. I call it Dojutsu. My left eye is called Sharingan. It enhances how I perceive things, has predictive qualities, and lets me memorize everything it sees as if I had an eidetic memory. My Byakugan lets me see up to half a kilometer away in every direction. It can see through objects and even lets me see how a quirk flows through a person's body. I can also expel the quirk energy from my own body as an extra physical enhancement in a fight, letting me move a little bit more quickly and hit a bit harder. And if I channel the quirk energy in my hands correctly, I can also kind of counter out someone else's quirk temporarily, though I have to be careful because those strikes deal a lot of internal damage if I'm not careful, Izuku said, eager to talk about his quirk with someone else. Itsuka seemed to listen with avid attention, although there was obvious look at confusion at mentions of quirk pathway systems and quirk energy. That further led to more questions, and Izuku explained some more about his thoughts on quirk energy and quirk pathway systems. He was surprised by how easily Kendo kept up with the conversation, even introducing some new thoughts about it. Izuku was surprised just how much he enjoyed the conversation. Eventually, their talks switched to what they had planned for the rest of the year. Izuku was a bit relieved to hear that she was going to Ichinomiya Middle School. While many of his classmates at Daisha were going to Ichinomiya Middle, he didn't know the first thing about advancing his relationship with a girl, and he figured it would only get more difficult if schools split them up. His relationship with Itsuka was still rather new. She'd only expressed her want of friendship, but the specially crafted hearts and her previous message of being his secret admirer suggested that she liked him a lot more than friends. Was this stop at the cafe an impromptu date then? He wasn't going to ask his mom about it. Maybe Aijiro would know? Or perhaps Kamihara-sensei. After they discussed their quirks, they moved on to another discussion. Kendo-chan, what kind of heroes do you like? He asked, curious to see where she drew some of her inspirations for being a hero. Well, my favorite is Ryukyu. She's an awesome lady hero, super strong, and pretty badass too. Then Mirko, of course. She's new to the scene, but she's been climbing super fast, and she uses a quirk that not many people would think would be useful and takes it to the super cool extreme. Hawks is also amazing. He has a sense of ease about everything he does, you know? Like, it's not arrogance, but a sense of confidence that a lot of other heroes try to mimic by overcompensating in other areas, Itsuka said, eager to talk about her favorite heroes. Izuku could respect her choices. While Mirko wasn't a top 10 pro yet, at the rate she was climbing it wouldn't surprise him if she got there soon. Ryukyu's quirk was also super strong and was well liked by a lot of heroines. Yeah, those heroes are super awesome picks. I used to be a bit of an All Might fanboy, but I've developed a bit of an appreciation for Yoroi Musha and Edge Shot. Guess I have to blame my sensei for that. He's a huge fanboy, Izuku admitted. His Byakugan had unintentionally strayed to the hero collections his sensei had of the two heroes. His Yoroi Musha collection was impressive, but nothing in comparison to his Edge Shot collection, every piece of which was personally signed by his Edge Shot. It looked like he had every piece of memorabilia that had come out for Edge Shot too, as there were some Izuku had heard about being only rumors in his collection. Your sensei? Do you practice martial arts as well? Itsuka asked him. Oh yeah, I do. My sensei is Kamihara Shin. He's my ninjutsu instructor. My Sharingan lets me pick up a lot of martial arts easily, but it's putting what I learn into practice that he's helped me out with. He's also taught me a lot about ninja history and methodology that I hope to put into use when I become a hero, Izuku admitted, noticing that Itsuka had lit up a bit as he talked about martial arts. That's so cool. I knew we had a ninjutsu dojo around here, but I had no idea it would help a ton with hero prep. I've only been going to a karate and boxing dojo so far, but soon I'll be going to Chiba City to Sujihara Mixed Martial Arts. It's a really good place to learn how to apply what you've learned and gain some experience, Itsuka explained, causing Izuku to give her a radiant grin. Sujihara? That's the one I was planning on going to as well. I recently graduated from Kamihara-sensei's dojo, and it's the one I've been looking at for a while now, Izuku admitted, causing Itsuka to give him a broad smile. It would seem Izuku would be seeing a lot more Itsuka in the coming years, and he was very happy about it. As the end of March came, so did Kirishima's moving day. Everything was packed into the moving van and ready to head out. The Midoriyas stopped by and gave the Kirishimas a send-off, both boys giving each other big hugs and tearful goodbyes. They promised to continue to stay in contact, easier than ever now that both of them had phones, and Kirishima promised that he'd try to convince his parents to let him take the train ride into Chiba City at least once a month when he could. Once goodbyes were said, and the Kirishimas had left, Inko gave his son a tight hug. "Oh, sweetie. I know you must feel crushed about Kirishima-kun leaving, but you'll still be brothers, and I've already arranged for Kirishima to come spend a week with us during the summer," Inko promised as she gave her son a tight hug. Midoriya wiped his tears away. But he was sad that the Kirishimas were leaving. He couldn't help but feel that there was a lot to be happy about too. He and Eijiro's bond was stronger than ever, and their friendship would last. Izuku was sure of it. He'd also made a new friend, or at least she was a girl who liked Izuku and who Izuku also kind of liked. Were they dating? That was still up in the air. So while his best friend had gone, he couldn't help but be excited for what the future brought them. Eijiro couldn't help but feel so isolated upon beginning his schooling at Mustafa. He kept in contact with Aizawa, but there were a lot of unfamiliar faces around. People didn't know him here like they did at Daisher. Everyone was super competitive about the amazingness of their quirks too. The teachers paid less attention to the students, letting them run wild and with little constraints. Sure, there was still organization, but only very serious matters involving quirk usage were even vaguely paid attention to. In middle school, popularity was the name of the game, and Kirishima was just too plain to really stand out and make a name for himself here. Everywhere he looked, people's eyes glazed over him. That confidence he'd had Daisher started to disappear fairly quickly as he realized that amongst his new peers, he was a nobody. Everyone would hang out with the people they had been within elementary, and Kirishima, being one of the few to transfer in at the beginning of the year from a farther district, stood out quite a bit. He'd done his best to be kind, but middle school was a dog-eat-dog world that he hadn't been expecting. Thus, the calm and confident personality he developed with the help of Izuku started to erode into one that was meek and quiet. He slouched around all over the place at school, and as far as anyone else could tell, Kirishima was a loner. When you're the odd kid out, the world can be cruel. His peers started to call him plain, ordinary, and weird. He was the friendless nobody that no one wanted to hang out with, and people quickly learned to steer clear away from him because of it. Eijiro started counting the minutes in the day until school ended, desperate to leave and rush home. Outside of school, he kept up a mask of usual confidence. It was surprisingly easy. His parents were a lot busier now. Dad's new job came with new responsibilities, and he'd often get home late from work, tired and ready to sleep and repeat. His mother had decided to get a lot more involved in going to the gym, noticing her figure was starting to worsen as she got older. In the process, she'd made some new friends that had kept her busy and out of the house as well. If his parents noticed anything strange about the mask he wore, they never brought it up. The only time that Kirishima found himself happy was when he was about to take the train ride up to Chiba City to meet Izuku after his dojo practice. At first, it had been just him meeting Izuku. The two would hang out and go to the arcade and talk about everything. Izuku had asked some probing questions about how his new school was, and Kirishima only admitted that it was some getting used to, especially with it being a new district, before deflecting the question and asking about Izuku's newfound relationship. Because, yeah, his bro had a girlfriend. She was pretty badass, so Eijiro approved. Apparently she could keep up with Izuku in a hand-to-hand fight if quirks weren't on the table. Oh sure, the two of them danced around the subject plenty of times, but Eijiro wasn't sure why. Izuku had admitted to having gone on a date with her, and they were inseparable from the gossip Eijiro had picked up from a few other friends who had gone to Daisher and were now going to Ichinomiya Middle School. Izuku had even admitted that they'd exchange acknowledgement of feelings, ergo he had a girlfriend. Izuku had blushed but been adamant that they were still getting to know each other and hadn't developed that far along. Kirishima had to struggle to not roll his eyes at that statement. He'd only talked with Itsuka a couple of times and it was evident she was head over heels. It just seemed their unfamiliarity with relationships was the only thing halting progression. Thankfully he was able to maintain that mask around Izuku. He'd receive suspicious glances, but considering Kirishima was the happiest around his brother, it was hard to tell that he was in a slump, even for Izuku. The summer visit with the Midoriyas was a welcome break from the troubles at school, And he even got to visit for Christmas since his parents were going to a dinner party being held by Dad's boss. When the new school year started, there was more pressure to succeed academically, so Kirishima flung himself into academics. He was able to make some new friends in the school year. The younger students, being initially unaware about school social groups, had allowed him to make buddies with some guys who liked to hit up the local arcade on occasion and talk about comics. It had been nice to be part of a friend group, but the students Kirishima's age still went out of their way to ignore him and make passive-aggressive comments about how he wouldn't stand out as a hero with such a plain quirk. Middle school was tough on Kirishima, but he was doing his best to keep at it, finding comfort in his late-night talks with Izuku and the occasional visits to Chiba City. The third year of middle school brought a new surprise into Kirishima's life that he hadn't been expecting. A pink-skinned girl with pink hair and an acid quirk took the school by storm when she transferred in for her final year before high school. She was so happy and confident about everything that Kirishima couldn't help but look up to her a bit. Her high energy and intolerance towards school bullies made her pretty manly. Even the people who would look down on his quirk and his goals for UA started leaving him alone. Kirishima's dream of UA had been strong ever since meeting Izuku and promising to go there in high school to be heroes. He had the grades. As a kid, Izuku had even convinced Kirishima that he had a great quirk for hero work. Whenever someone commented on his quirk, Ijiro would always think back to that first meeting with Izuku. How strongly his bro had believed in his quirk for hero work. It was what let him walk away from those comments. However, his self-doubt had crawled back into his life, and seeing the new girl, Mina Ashido, school bullies and protect her friend in the face of a vast shady figure, had almost made him wonder if he could still be a hero. Izuku sat in a small cafe he'd managed to find in Chiba City. It was a nice place he'd visited plenty of times before with Itsuka. The decorations were plain, but it had a more personal feel than going to a Starbucks. The use of incense gave the plain decorations a very comfy, at-home feeling that was reflected in the clientele. People weren't rushing through to get their drink and leave, they were taking their time, talking with the workers or other guests, and sitting down to enjoy their drinks. He couldn't help but smile and look down at the warm mug of hot cocoa he'd ordered. Coffee was never his favorite. It kept him up too late, and when you have an ocular-based quirk, straining the eyes unnecessarily was usually bad in the long term. Over the last couple of years at Ichinomiya Middle School, life had been pretty great for him. He was recognized by a lot of students who couldn't afford a private education and had funneled there from Daisher Elementary School. Thankfully, he and Itsuka even shared the same homeroom class. The teachers were very friendly and accommodating, and the general attitude of the school was very reflective of small-town life. There was never a rush of boasting, just the general awkwardness of meeting some new people and getting to know your peers and their goals. Izuku had made some new friends, but none had developed the same connection with him as his friendship with Ijiro. He spent his afternoons regularly with Itsuka, feeling helplessly drawn in. Her smile was contagious. She was always so energetic. Izuku privately blamed the coffee she drank, black. She wasn't afraid to tussle and get dirty. The number of times she'd put him in the dirt during a spar bringing a fond smile to his face. Itsuka hated when someone looked down on her as well, a lesson Izuku had quickly learned when he'd hesitated in their first couple of spars. Never again. When the two of them weren't sparring or studying, they were spending time at her dad's auto shop. Mr. Kendo was a nice man. He'd taken one look at Izuku's clueless face when asked if he knew anything about cars, and had shown him the ropes. "My daughter ain't dating a kid who can't work with cars," had been his only response, and it had sent both Izuku and Itsuka into a blushing spree. Thankfully, Mr. Kendo didn't go out of his way to embarrass Izuku and was quite accommodating in teaching him about machinery. While not the first male role model in Izuku's life, Izuku still greatly respected what he was doing. With Izuku's dad having died when he was younger, there hadn't been another man to teach him about these kinds of things. Kamihara-sensei and Shinya-sensei, while his sensei, had only shown him a few things about cars, mostly how to break into them without making it obvious that they had been broken into. A villain can leave a lot of important info in vehicles. You should at least know how to get into one and snoop around it properly. Changing the oil, running maintenance on a vehicle, and even building an engine with Itsuka for her future motorbike were all things Izuku wouldn't have thought to have enjoyed before, but he had slowly found himself turning into a grease monkey. Mr. Kendo had even shown him how to drive, on a private track, of course, definitely not an abandoned parking lot. His time at Sujihara Mixed Martial Arts wasn't as instructional as Izuku had initially hoped. Tendo Wami was a good sensei, but that was it. He'd helped Izuku polish up a bit on group fighting, but he wanted Izuku in the competition ring the moment he'd seen him fight. It was actually kind of annoying. After a few months of going, he stopped and decided to continue training with Kamihara-sensei at his dojo instead. Itsuka had been a bit disappointed, but she was naturally more competitive than Izuku and kept at it. He would escort her to Sujihara's every weekend, wait around in the city while she practiced, and then they'd either walk around the city or head back home. This was one of the occasions he was waiting for Itsuka to exit from Sujihara. The mid-February weather was still a bit chilly, but Chiba City didn't usually get snow in the winter, and today wasn't an exception. There was a brisk winter wind blowing through though that had made Izuku wrap himself up in warm clothes, and then been given Itsuka's scarf to wear while she did her training. A quick peck on the cheek and she'd been off into the dojo, leaving Izuku with a goofy grin on his face on the walk to the cafe, surprised to find her teal scarf almost matched his outfit. Was that on purpose? Yeah, okay, maybe he and Itsuka were dating. How to bring it up though? Did he even need to? Would she mind just dropping the word girlfriend in a casual conversation? There was something else Izuku had been feeling as he took a quick sip of his, still too hot to drink, cocoa. Relief. Izuku had received word that his written exam scores for the UDA entrance exam had been very impressive and he'd been invited to partake in the practical exam for the hero course on the 26th of February. Itsuka had also passed her exams and he was just waiting to hear from Ijiro to see if he'd done well on his written exam too. That was his whole reason for waiting in the cafe, to begin with. The chime of the bell by the establishment's entrance let Izuku know the person he'd been waiting for was there. Ijiro Kirishima came in bundled up in a big black and red jacket. The bottom of his jeans looked a little waterlogged, like he'd taken a step into a puddle almost, and he was wearing a beanie over his head that left just a couple of strands of black hair poking out. "Hey bro," Ijiro said with a grin. In his hands he was holding a sealed letter, waving it around excitedly. "Eiji bro, it's been too long. Come on, let's see those results," Izuku replied, and noticing that Kirishima had a tad bit of hesitance on his face at that comment, continued with, "Come on man, I'm sure you passed." Kirishima quickly ordered a latte before taking a seat next to Izuku, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Izuku had seen that bit of nervousness constantly in his friend's eyes lately, but he'd always been deflected away whenever he had asked. Izuku watched as Kirishima took the envelope and opened it up, pulling out the letter from inside. Taking a deep breath, he read through the letter carefully, a look of relief coming into his eyes as he finished. "Looks like I passed. My practical is on the 26th, same as you and Itsuka," Kirishima said, a sigh of relief escaping his mouth at those words. "Told you those study sessions were worth it," Izuku said, voice rising in excitement as he proclaimed, "We're just one step closer to being a hero." Kirishima gave Izuku a strained smile. "Bro, I don't know if I'm hero material," he admitted, causing Izuku to stop in his celebrations and give Kirishima a questioning stare. "Ijiro, where is this coming from? You passed the written exam, it's just the practical left. Of course, you can be an awesome hero," Izuku insisted, forgetting about his hot cocoa for now. "Yeah, I passed, but look, I haven't been honest with you about Mustafa. The kids there think my quirk is too plain and boring for hero work. I know you think it's awesome, but it sometimes feels like you're the only one in a sea of voices telling me differently. It's been messing with my confidence. I freeze up instead of helping out when I see students getting bullied now. Heck, a couple of months ago I just watched while this super big villain-looking dude was scaring my classmates. I didn't do anything, I was just too scared. Instead, I watched while one of the girls he was bothering had to stand up to him and get him to go away. Heroes aren't supposed to be scared, we need to be courageous and manly," Kirishima said, a guilty expression coming over his face as he looked down at the table, holding his latte listlessly in his hands to keep them warm and feeling like an utter failure despite the good news about the practical. Izuku sat there, quiet and feeling a bit guilty himself. He hadn't realized just how hard Aijiro had it at Mustafa. It made him angry that he hadn't bothered to check in more often if he had been having such a hard time. Aijiro bro. You're wrong, being a hero isn't about not being scared. It's acting despite your fear. Those classmates that had to deal with that big villain, do you think that they weren't scared? She must have been terrified if this villain was scary enough to get you to back down, but she put aside her fear and stood up to the villain. Aijiro, you're going to be an awesome hero one day, so stand tall and face that fear and insecurity like a man. Izuku said, voice slightly harsh but knowing that this was what had to be said to get Aijiro out of his funk. He had to duck his head in embarrassment when he noticed a few other guests were now giving the two curious looks. Aijiro smiled at Izuku, though it was strained. I hear ya bro, it'll take some time to get that through my head, Kirishima admitted, glad when Izuku gave his shoulder a pat in comfort. Take as long as you need, man. Just remember, no matter what anyone else says, you're going to be an awesome hero. Izuku insisted. Kirishima looked a little happier after that and Izuku hoped that his friend had taken his words to heart. They enjoyed their drinks together, talking about what they expected the practical exam to be like. Izuku had done some internet sleuthing and had found a few forums where people who had taken the previous year's practical examinations were complaining about how unfair they were. It seemed like they'd had to fight some faux villain robots, but that didn't seem right to Izuku. There had to be more to the exam than just fighting robots. Not every quirk was geared toward battle after all. Maybe they give points for manly actions? Kirishima asked, eyes bright as his friend thought of the implication. Izuku, meanwhile, almost sweat drop at Aijiro's pondering. What do you mean by that? He asked, sure he was about to hear something about how brave you were as you took down a villain robot. Well, it's pretty manly to protect others and help out when people are struggling. So maybe they give some points for that. Aijiro suggested. Izuku stopped and pondered that himself. You know, I think that makes a lot of sense. Heroes are more than just punching villains. They need to be able to protect others. There will likely be people who don't have good battle-oriented quirks in the practical. They need to be able to gain points somehow. Maybe by causing distractions so another examinee can take down a villain bot or perhaps dragging another examinee away if they get defeated by one. I haven't found any information that doesn't say we can't work with others. While I doubt they'll put people from the same school district in the same test site, maybe you can convince another examinee to work with you to take down a villain bot. Izubro, Mumblestorm, Aijiro chimed in helpfully, causing Izuku to turn into a blushing, stuttering mess, and Kirishima to burst out into a friendly laugh. Soon enough their drinks were finished up, and they returned to Sujihara to pick up Itsuka. She had a light sweat sheen going on still but was ecstatic to hear that Kirishima was also going to be attending the practical. That's great to hear. We're all one step closer to you. Her exclamation brought a smile to both boys' faces, and they decided to spend the day together at a local arcade to celebrate. Izuku felt immensely pleased when he managed to win enough tickets for a large Ryukyu plush that he'd noticed Itsuka glancing at while they played games. The plush featured Ryukyu in her dragon form and was kind of adorable looking, the proportions purposefully off to enhance its cute factor. Best boyfriend ever, Itsuka said happily as she hugged Izuku, and then a quick kiss on the lips, being brief since they were in public. While Izuku did blush, for once he didn't refute the teasing Aijiro gave him about being Itsuka's boyfriend. Something which seemed to make Itsuka a lot happier as well apparently. It helped that Aijiro was giving Izuku a thumbs up in congratulations whenever Itsuka wasn't looking. Eventually, the three teens went their separate ways. Izuku and Itsuka had to return to Ichinomiya while Kirishima had a long train ride back to Shizuoka. All three felt that whatever the future held, they were ready to face the practical exam. The morning of the UA entrance exam was one like any other to Izuku Midoriya. He woke up earlier than usual, just so he could have a run and clear his head for the upcoming exam. Thankfully, he was fortunate to have been allowed to stay with Aijiro, who was only a 20-minute drive away from the main UA campus where the exam would be occurring in Mustafu. He'd arrived the night before at a large apartment building and taken the elevator up to the top floor, the entirety of which had been a gift from Kirishima-san's job. The condo was spacious, large enough that besides his initial greeting with Eijiro's parents, he hadn't seen or heard them for the rest of the visit. Despite being given his room next to Eijiro, and being assured it would be his when he passed the exam so he didn't have to do the long commute from Ichinomiya every day for school, Izuku and Eijiro decided by silent agreement to sleep in Eijiro's room, bundling up a bunch of blankets and comforters onto the floor instead of taking up any space on the bed. They had tried to get Itsuka an invite as well, but she had assured them she'd be staying with an aunt. Besides, it wasn't proper for a girl her age to be sleeping over with her boyfriend, a comment that had made Izuku blush furiously. They didn't stay up very late. They had an important exam the next day after all, but they still struggled to get any rest, nerves high for the exam. When Izuku returned to the Kirishima apartment, Eijiro was only just getting up. His brother had a sleepy expression on his face. It looked like he could take a few more minutes of sleep, but they had to start getting ready. After a quick shower in the guest bathroom and changing into his Ichinomiya middle school uniform, a black gakurin with black slacks along with his favorite pair of red sneakers, he put his gym uniform into his backpack to dress later. They'd received an informational packet to come dressed in their school uniforms and that they would have time to switch over to a gym uniform to use for the exam. There was also a slip for any requested support equipment that they would think they would need to help them in the exam. Of course, the equipment was only allowed if it was needed for their quirk to work at 100% or if the applicant was quirkless. Thus, Izuku would be going into the exam without any support equipment, glad that he had the physical enhancement that his Byakugan's quirk energy provided. He'd done a lot of training with the quirk energy aspect of his quirk, working on controlling how much quirk energy he ejected from his tenketsu, and subsequently having come up with several applications. One application he called Juken, in which he focused on expelling only a specific amount of quirk energy into a target. Shinya-sensei had helpfully volunteered himself as a test dummy, letting Izuku test out different amounts of quirk energy injections to determine the optimal amount needed to shut down a quirk and disrupt the quirk pathway system. He'd waved off any injuries by claiming he knew a good doctor, which just made Izuku even more suspicious about his hero identity. Targeting tenketsu around pressure points, it culminated in a quick fighting style, deadly, and could turn even a glancing blow into something to be feared. The pool of quirk energy Izuku had developed through his training of his quirk had also allowed him to enhance his body. By increasing the flow of quirk energy through his body, at the cost of increasing the strain on his eyes and muscles, he could move quicker and deal crippling blows. It made it easier to keep up with his Sharingan. He decided to call it Dojutsu, full cowling for the moment, likening the increased flow of quirk energy to donning a cowl. The only issue was that full cowling strain so far had a time limit based on how long he had used his quirk already. Izuku felt confident that he would be able to last through the practical exam before he started overusing his quirk. He was glad to see Kirishima-san already having beaten them to the kitchen, a large platter of traditional foods laid out on her kitchen table. The familiar scent of freshly steamed rice, the tangy punch of warm miso soup, and the familiar scent of freshly grilled fish were all some of the highlights on the table. Eijiro was only a few steps behind him as they entered the kitchen, eyes lighting up at the breakfast spread on the table. "Figured you boys could use the energy," Kirishima-san said, giving the boys a sharp grin. "Eat up and knock that practical out of the water." "Yes, ma'am," both teens declared, grabbing seats at the table before declaring a quick, "Itadakimasu." The food was delicious, and Izuku was glad that the fish was cooked to perfection. While he would always be partial to his mother's cooking, everyone from Ichinomiya knew their fish. Fish being the big business in the docks of that town meant you either learned how to cook your fish or moved somewhere else. Halfway through their breakfast, Kirishima-san headed out. She'd woken extra early to make sure the boy got a good breakfast into them, but work called for her as well. "Best of luck, boys," she called as she grabbed her keys and headed out the door, already having taken part in her breakfast earlier. "Kick some butt." "Yeah, Mom." "So manly," Eijiro shouted back, a happy grin on his face as his mom headed out. That grin stayed plastered on his face until they'd finished eating and washed up the dishes. Eventually, both of them were walking through Mustafu to the main UA campus. Izuku hadn't visited Mustafu in quite a while, and he took in the ward, his eyes flashing in realization when he remembered certain spots from his childhood. At one point he stopped walking and stared at a familiar park. The park was in full bloom and looked serene, masking the history that had been made beneath the boughs of its trees with a mask of innocence. Izuku knew better. His teeth grit, fists clenching together. Aijiro, noticing that Izuku had suddenly come to a stop, turned to look at the dark look on Izuku's face. "Aizabro?" he asked, concerned over the look Izuku had on his face. It seemed to have hit a switch in Izuku, who turned and gave him a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Oh, sorry bro, it's just that, this place. This is where my journey started," Izuku murmured, straying from the sidewalk and walking into the park with Kirishima walking after him, confused. "Your journey started in Rilo Park?" Aijiro asked, skepticism lacing his voice, still not having realized the significance of this park to Izuku. The park looked ordinary to Aijiro, remarkably well maintained considering how many big-shot villains wandered Mustafu trying to make a name for themselves in UA's backyard, typical playground equipment and benches, and a small grove of trees. Izuku walked over to an old-looking oak tree, still standing after so many years, and spent a few minutes looking from it to the swings, and then taking a few steps away until eventually he came to a stop. This was the spot. When I was 6, I came to spend some time on the swings after school. When arrived I noticed a kid getting bullied and tried to step in. Even though I was as good as quirkless back then, I wanted to be a hero, so I stepped in. The kid took off, leaving me to the tender mercies of my former classmate, Bakugo Katsuki. Right here, he threw me to the ground and started beating me, kicking me with his legs and making liberal use of his explosion quirk. It was rough, but in the middle of it all, my quirk activated for the first time. Thanks to my Sharingan, I remember the experience vividly, Izuku muttered, grimacing as he remembered the pain of Bakugo's kick on his side. The crackle as an explosion went off on his back and shoulders. The singed skin and burns he'd left behind. Even with my quirk, I couldn't stop Bakugo back then. It's different now, Aijiro. I've worked so hard to reach this point, I'm not giving up. We're going to be heroes, Izuku said, turning to give Aijiro an intense stare, one Aijiro had never seen before. The intensity seemed to rouse something inside of Aijiro, who responded with a sharp grin, fist up for a quick fist pump that Izuku easily returned. "Man Aizabro, that look you just gave me was so manly. Now I'm pumped. Let's do this," Aijiro almost shouted, a grin plastered on his face, as he pulled on Izuku's sleeve and pulled him along until Izuku remembered he could walk. The two boys shared feral grins as they took off at a jog towards the UA main campus. The streets of Mustafu soon began to become wider. The asphalt streets gave way to the UA main campus's cobbled brickwork, large archways standing tall over the path on the way to the auditorium where the first-year examination would take place. Izuku's gaze flicked around, before easily spotting the orange hair that signified Itsuka's presence. She was dressed in the navy blue Ichinomiya middle school sailor uniform, and had an expression of anxiousness that clears up the moment she spots the two boys. "There you two are. I was getting worried, you know." Itsuka huffed, annoyance evident as she grabbed the two boys by the ears and started hauling them toward the line for the first-year examinees. "Oh hey Itsuka, I'll in a walk, please let go," Izuku begged, noticing that Kirishima had simply hardened his ear to escape any of the repercussions that came with being dragged off the exam. That certainly wasn't very fair. "Fine, but you better hurry," Itsuka said, feeling a bit sympathetic to her boyfriend's plight and stopping long enough to let him go, before continuing to speed walk ahead. "Why wait? How come you're still holding on to me?" Aijiro exclaimed, disbelief etched into his voice as Itsuka continued to drag him away. "You didn't say please." The whole interaction almost made Izuku burst out into a fit of laughter. He had to stop to constrain it, so he lost sight of the pair for a moment as the crowds were beginning to thicken. Just as he began to take a step, he felt something snag on his leg and he suddenly was falling. It was instinctual, his Sharingan flared to life and he quickly extended his hands forward to catch himself, going with his momentum and flipping his body forward in a front flip until he was back on two legs. It was an effortless flip that caught the attention of a few of the students around him. Some sent glares his way, others just scoffed like they could have done better. One person eeped, and they sounded rather close too. Izuku turned to see a pretty brunette with a plump face looking at him with stars in her eyes. "Oh, that was so cool. I thought for sure you were going to fall, and I was going to catch you with my quirk, but then you just front-flipped out of the fall instead. Super sorry by the way, shouldn't have left my bag lying there." "Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Ochako Uraraka by the way," Uraraka said, waving her arms apologetically before doing a quick bow in greeting. "Hey, don't worry about it. I'm partly at fault. I typically have a better sense of what's going on around me. If my sensei had seen that, he'd have been chewing me out for days," Izuku said, scratching his neck awkwardly as he tried to wave off her apologies. "It's nice to meet you as well, Uraraka. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Good luck on the practical." Izuku received a quick "good luck" from Uraraka as well and was turning to leave when he heard a growl from behind him. A familiar voice, one he hadn't heard in years but that belonged to the person that had begun Izuku's change, for the better. "Deku," came the grave, anger-filled voice of Katsuki Bakugo. The young man's voice seemed to almost fester with rage as he stared at Izuku, and it was all he could do not to blow up the demon loser like he had all those years ago. He smirked, seeing that one of Izuku's eyes was a milky white, like a blind man's. "Quirkless and half-blind. Why is it always trash like you that think they can get in my way?" Bakugo growled. There was a permanent stain on his record because of this Deku, easy enough to have been hand-waved away as he got older as some playground tussle gone out of hand, but it was still there, marring the otherwise perfection that was his youth. "You're nothing but a quirkless loser on my path to the top, Deku. Remember that," Bakugo said, a nasty grin coming over his face as he stared down Izuku, moving to pass the boy who up until now had maintained a carefully blank expression. Bakugo expected the nobody to move out of the way as he walked by but was surprised when he went to shoulder check him and he stood firm. "You missed the memo, P-Brain. I was never quirkless, just a late bloomer. This late bloomer is going to destroy these exams, and you'll learn that the climb to the top won't be as easy as you think." Izuku spat, flaring his Dojutsu to life, Sharingan flaring to life in his left eye and Byakugan pulsing to attention in his right. Bakugo looked confused before smirking and pushing past Izuku. "So you can change the color of your eye. It's a pointless quirk, nothing beats mine, and I'll make it obvious in this exam, worthless Deku," Bakugo growled to Midoriya, who only clenched his teeth in return. "No, I'm not worthless. I'll prove it." As Izuku caught up to his friends, he couldn't help but notice how antsy they were looking. Itsuka in particular looked exasperated that it had taken him so long to catch up. "Do I need to pull you along by the ear again?" she threatened, causing Izuku to straighten up and shake his head furiously. "No, dear," he quickly replied. His cheeks glowed red as Itsuka gave him a quick peck on the cheek. "Relax, I was just joking," Itsuka got out, a fond smile on her face as she took Izuku's hand. Izuku just gave a sheepish chuckle, while Eijiro guffawed at the quick turnaround by Itsuka. They quickly made their way through the registration line, Izuku steadfastly doing his best to ignore the glares shot his way by a certain angry Pomeranian. Thankfully, it seemed that neither Eijiro nor Itsuka had noticed any disturbance. As soon as they finished registration, they made their way over to their assigned seating. Izuku and Itsuka both got to sit next to each other, while Kirishima's seat was closer to the front. Bakugo's farther down as well. What a relief, Izuku thought, unsure if he'd be able to handle the angry blonde's furious stare at him during the practical exam's explanation. As they waited for more students to come into the auditorium and for the exam proctor to arrive, Itsuka and Izuku compared sheets. Looks like we've been assigned different battle centers," Izuku noticed, his examinee number of 2,534 coming before Itsuka's. "Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Everyone in our row must come from schools in Chiba Prefecture, this way they can split us up during the exam to make sure we aren't working together," Itsuka replied, noticing with a pout that she had Battle Center C and Izuku had Battle Center B. Before they could continue, the lights for the stage sprang to life, revealing a tall, slim man with long blonde hair that was spiked upwards into a tuft behind his head. He looked like some type of punk rock star mixed with a biker, with his costume consisting of a black jacket with a tall collar, matching black pants, and knee-high boots. Itsuka and Izuku both locked eyes with big grins on their faces as they immediately recognized the radio personality for who he was. "What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning into me, your school DJ. Come on and let me hear why," the pro-hero present Mike shouted as he lifted his arms. The auditorium was mostly silent except for the duo's chorus of Itsuka and Izuku shouting back, "We hear ya." This seemed to cause a few of the other examinees to snicker at them but had a noticeable effect, causing a few examinees to relax. "Alright, looks like not all of you listeners are asleep. Now, let's get straight to the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam is gonna go down, okay? Are you ready?" Present Mike shouted once again, trying to hype up the crowd. "We hear YA," was shouted out once again by the duo. This time they were joined by a few other voices in the crowd, Ijiro being one of them. "Yeah, let's keep that energy bumpin'," Present Mike said, lifting a fist now that the energy of the crowd seemed to be increasing. "Now, as your application said, today you rockin' boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban settings. After I drop the mic here, you'll head to your specified battle centers. Sound good?" "We hear ya." Okay, let's check out your targets. There are 3 types of faux villains in every battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty, so better choose wisely. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by shredding these faux villains like a mid-song guitar solo. But check it. Make sure you're keeping this heroic. Attacking other examinees is a UA. No, you dig? Present Mike explained a video played behind him on the presentation screen, showing the faux robots, their score, and the objective of the exam. It looked like he had more to explain, but he was cut off by one of the students in the audience. The student was tall, with blue hair cropped on the shorter end, and had a stern demeanor, accentuated by a pair of rectangular glasses over a set of blue eyes. "Excuse me, sir, but I have a question," the boy said, arm shooting straight upwards almost robotically as he stood up from his seat. "Hit me." On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all due respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students. We expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do, the boy said, before turning on his seat to glare and point at the pair of Itsuka and Izuku. "Additionally, you 2 hooligans. This is an exam, not a concert. You've tainted the examinees with your hooliganism. Act more maturely when in the halls of this prestigious academy. If you can't bother to take this exam seriously, then leave. You're distracting the rest of us." Izuku could have sworn he heard a snort coming down from where Bakugo was sitting. Itsuka made to get out of her seat and protest but was cut off when Present Mike butted in. Alright. Examinee number 7111, thanks for calling in with your request, but examinees number 2534 and number 2535 are only helping hype out the crowd and relieve some tension. Now, back to your question. The 4th villain type is worth 0 points. That guy is just an obstacle we'll be throwing in your way. There's one in every battle center. Think of them as a hurdle you should try and avoid. It's not that it can't be beaten, but there's kinda no point. I recommend my listeners try to ignore and focus on the ones topping the charts. Present Mike said with a flourish, the screen behind him showing a video game replica of Present Mike fleeing from a big robot. "Thank you very much, please continue." Examinee number 7111 said, looking slightly flushed at the slight reprimand, not having realized that what he had mistaken for hooliganism had been 2 fellow students trying to relieve the tension in the room. "That's all I've got for you today. I'll sign off with a little present, a sample of our school motto. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes." Now that's a tasty soundbite. You ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. Plus ultra. Itsuka and Izuku called out, glad to see the little hype train they had been building wasn't entirely brought to a stop by the interruption from examinee No. The following minutes were chaotic. Students were directed towards changing rooms, where they were assigned a locker corresponding to their examinee number and asked to change into their gym clothes. The changing rooms were divided by gender, but it certainly didn't stop more than a few guys that Izuku had to change alongside to comment about some of the girls they'd already seen. One of the guys tried talking about Itsuka and Izuku quickly shut that down. "Hey, she's taken," Izuku almost growled. The other guy took one look at Izuku and balked. While Izuku would never have a bulky build like that of All Might, his body was toned and muscular from years of practicing martial arts, the strain of manipulating the quirk energy inside of himself, and pushing himself to keep up with his senseis. The guy's quirk must have done something to his height because he didn't compare to Izuku, being almost tall enough to reach his waist, with plumpness that came from a sedentary lifestyle, and weird growths coming out of his head. The short boy quickly backed down, although he kept shooting Izuku envious looks as they changed. Once Izuku was changed into his dark green workout clothes, he lined up with the other examines heading to Battle Center B, surprised to see the blue-haired kid who had interrupted him also heading to this location, along with the short brunette he'd bumped into on the way into the auditorium. They were assigned seating, and Izuku ended up seated next to a guy with wild purple hair and bags under his eyes. It honestly looked like he hadn't slept in a while, but he seemed nervous. Not wanting to be rude, Izuku gave a quick bow in greeting before sitting down next to the guy. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Let's work hard and pass," Izuku exclaimed in greeting. The purple-haired guy looked at Izuku strangely, before ducking his head in a half-bow in greeting, unable to stand within the confines of the bus seating. "The name's Hitoshi Shinso. So, you think you can pass?" he asked, a critical look in his eyes as he looked Izuku over at a glance. "Yeah, it'll be tough, but I'll shoot for the top spot in the exam. I need to knock someone down a peg, and I'll only do it if I prove I'm better than him," Izuku said with a quick nod, noticing they were now moving through UA's large campus. "You've probably got a powerful quirk if you're planning for the top spot," Shinso replied, a scowl growing over his features. "Maybe. But it's not about the strength of the quirk, it's how it's used. Controlling cloth fibers doesn't sound too impressive, but Best Jeanist took a quirk people would consider mediocre and used it to become Japan's fourth best hero. What's your quirk if you don't mind me asking?" Izuku asked. Shinso gave Izuku a hard look, and for a moment, Izuku thought he'd offended him. Then a defeated expression came over his features. "It's called brainwash. I can control people who answer my questions," Shinso muttered, watching as Izuku tensed beside him with an annoyed look. "That's so cool. That's an awesome quirk. With that, you could become a hero. Hostage situations could be dealt with super easily, and you could help evacuate panicking civilians. Interrogating villains would be easy since you get them to tell you everything they're planning. Honestly, underground hero work might be best for you. If you stick to the spotlight, villains will eventually recognize you and they'll know how to get around your quirk. Need to work on bulking up a bit? You look kind of skinny, so some type of martial arts to complement your quirk so you can still defend yourself in a fight? Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe some type of voice modulator so you can confuse villains into thinking they're talking to someone else? Dang, I wish I had my notebook," Izuku muttered, not noticing that Shinso was looking at him with a flummoxed expression on his face. Shinso had gone his whole life hearing that his quirk was scary and villainous, and here was someone telling him he could be a hero, affirming his dream. If they weren't in such a public space, he'd have started crying. Instead, he gave the still muttering Midoriya, who was now mentioning something about range-enhancing amplifiers, a smirk. "Midoriya-san," Shinso said, cutting off Midoriya's mumble storm. Midoriya in turn gave a sheepish scratch of the head, having just realized he'd entered another mumble spree by accident. "You're pretty cool," Shinso said before turning to look at the passing scenery of the road. "Oh, thanks," Midoriya replied, very confused by Shinso's attitude. It seemed the purple-haired teen wanted privacy. Thankfully the bus was starting to slow down. The gates to the battle center were closed, and Izuku guessed it was now a waiting game to see how long before the gates opened. He disembarked with the other examinees, who all began waiting around and stretching, getting themselves ready for the exam. Izuku himself began to limber up, doing some stretches to get ready for the start of the exam. As he was finishing some calf stretches, he heard a clearing of the throat by his side and turned to see that the blue-haired teen had walked up to him while he was busy stretching. Worried about a possible confrontation, Izuku got up but was unprepared for the sudden deep bow the other student gave him. "You there. I wanted to apologize for jumping to assumptions. I thought you were trying to distract us in the auditorium and failed to realize that others might be nervous," the student quickly said. "Please accept my humble apologies. I failed to take into account that some of our peers were not handling the pressure of the exam as diligently as others." It's all right. Apology accepted," Izuku quickly replied before giving a quick bow. "Best of luck in the exam." "Yes. I am Tenya Ida. Best of luck yourself, Midoriya-san," Tenya quickly replied before the two split off. As Izuku turned away from Ida, he noticed the girl who had tried to help him earlier before entering the auditorium. She seemed to be nervous but was doing her best to hype herself. He made his way over to wish her luck, but was cut off by the sudden cry of, "Start!" The rest of the examinees were looking around stunned by the sudden declaration, but Izuku's body had tensed for half a second before he'd moved. The battle center doors had opened up and now Izuku was moving on instinct. The quirk energy is his body propelling him as he moves in the urban environment, Byakugan already scanning the urban setting for villain bots. By the time the rest of the examinees had started moving, he was halfway down the first block and leaving them quickly behind. The Byakugan was great at information gathering. It could see through the buildings and the surroundings, and with it Izuku was studying the internals of the robots, pleased by what he saw. The robots were designed to look as imposing as possible, but they were mass-produced as none of the materials were military-grade as far as he could tell. Even the weapons they used would at best leave nasty bruises. It seemed by the type of material used, these robots were meant to be broken and destroyed. His theory was quickly confirmed when he stumbled across his first robot, a one-pointer who had its weapons trained on him as he approached. Before it could get a clear lock on, Izuku struck out with an explosive use of Juken, destroying the joint holding the arm cannon and shoulder together, followed by a roundhouse kick that sent it crashing into a two-pointer that was starting to advance. As the two robots crashed limply to the ground, Izuku used the commandeered arm cannon as a javelin, spiking it into a three-pointer that had just turned the corner. Its body went limp as it crashed into a wall. To others, Izuku hadn't even turned his head to look at the three-pointer. However, Izuku had seen the three-pointer coming for ages now thanks to his Byakugan. Noticing that one of the cannons was purposefully detachable on the three-pointer, Izuku quickly pulled it off the still corpse before continuing. Picking something up on his Byakugan, Izuku began to make his way over, watching through his Byakugan as that guy, Shinso, was trying to escape bombardment from a two-pointer that had him pinned down. He rounded the corner of the alley, bouncing between the walls of the building to boost himself over a fence in the way before coming crashing down on the two-pointer, crushing its head with a hard kick. "You good?" Izuku called out to Shinso, who came out of cover. "Yeah, thanks," Shinso said with a curt nod, blinking in surprise as Izuku tossed him the surprisingly light three-pointer weapon. "Here, pull the trigger and blast them," Izuku said, before bouncing away down the street, pointing down another side alley near Shinso. "Take that alley for 6 points." Shinso watched as Izuku sprinted down the street, towards some robots he could see in the distance. How does he know there are robots down this alley? Seeing as Izuku had been pretty honest so far, he hurried down the alley, surprised to find three-pointers on the next street over. Aiming with the cannon, he aimed and fired on them. Shinso watched as the rubber bullets impacted hard enough to dent their light metal. 3 shots and he had taken down the 2 robots, their frames crumbling up. Shinso quickly got himself a new cannon and continued his search for points. Turning a corner, he came across a curvy brunette levitating 2 one-pointers. Too focused was she on bringing them down that she failed to notice a 2-pointer coming up behind her. Shinso quickly aimed and shot at it, crumpling up the steel. The girl turned, surprised by the noise, and shot Shinso a grateful smile when she noticed how close the 2-pointer had gotten. A crash from further down the street stole both of their attention. Turning, they saw multiple explosions going on as Midoriya had seemingly hotwired himself a robot and was piloting it to great efficiency, destroying several 3-pointers in a row before running out of ammo and crashing his robot into a 2-pointer. Izuku was panting, sweat dripping down his neck. He'd needed a break after taking down a set of 2-pointers earlier and had decided to hotwire a 3-pointer, using his Byakugan to determine which wires were best manipulated, before breaking the maintenance panel and piloting a three-pointer. It was more trial and error than it looked, his Sharingan allowing him to make point, precise corrections when it seemed he'd messed with the wrong wire. Soon the maintenance panel had started to smoke and he'd had the robot crash into a two-pointer. It had netted him quite a few points, and Izuku was proud to say he was at 41 points. A respectable score, but if he wanted to compete with Bakugo he had to keep pushing. His Byakugan let him know there were a few one-pointers nearby and hurried to take them out, using Juken on the first one to shut down its joints. Ripping the shield off of one of the one-pointers, he used it to deflect a salvo of rubber bullets that he quickly rolled to advance under. A leg sweep sent the offending one-pointer to the floor, where Izuku ripped its minigun off, using it to fire at the heads of two nearby two-pointers. Izuku went to advance on another set of robots when the ground began to shake. Focusing on the disturbance, his Byakugan spotted a huge robot emerging from the ground. The zero-pointer? That thing is huge. They weren't kidding when they said it was just an obstacle to run from. A few of the other contestants were fleeing from the huge zero-pointer, which was rumbling around menacingly, destroying buildings and being a general nuisance on the battlefield as it advanced, albeit at a slow pace. Izuku was about to turn and follow when he noticed a quirk energy signature trapped beneath some rumble in the path of the zero-pointer. It's that girl, Uraraka. She's trapped. Looks like her ankle is broken too. Then I've got to help. Using full cowling to give himself a boost of speed, Izuku sped towards the robot, against the flow of the crowd. His limbs strained from the use of so much full cowling, but he pushed himself forward, past a confused Ida and Shinso, who were watching him with wide eyes. Uraraka-san, I'm here to help. Try not to move your ankle, it's looking pretty broken. If I lift the rubble, will you be able to crawl out? Izuku asked, not waiting for a response as he started to lift the large block of rubble off of her leg. She gave a small cry in response but started to crawl right away as soon as she could move out. Thanks, she said, wincing as she tried to stand but failed. Once Izuku was sure she was clear, he helped her to her feet, putting one of her arms around his shoulders to keep her stable. Unfortunately, in the time it had taken to reach Uraraka, the zero-pointer had only gotten closer. Just as it seemed like it would trample over them both, it started getting shot by a barrage of bullets from the side. Izuku smiled as he spotted who was providing the covering fire. Shinso had acquired two of the miniguns off the one-pointers and was letting loose a barrage of bullets. Come on, move, while it's distracted, Izuku said, guiding Uraraka out of the immediate path of the zero-pointer. They broke the line of sight behind a building, but the stampede of the zero-pointer had yet to finish. If things continue, someone else could get hurt. We need to take down the zero-pointer. Uraraka, your quirk. What's it do exactly? He asked, quickly to the panting Uraraka who was in the process of catching her breath. He'd seen her make things float. Was it a form of telekinesis? Spotting a nearby car, an idea sprang into Izuku's mind. I remove the gravity of anything I touch, Uraraka said, panting between words. Izuku noticed that Shinso was moving positions as the zero-pointer had started to approach his position. All right, on my count, I need you to remove the gravity from this car, he said, turning his attention to Shinso, who was being weighed down by the guns and was having trouble escaping. Shinso, covering fire, he shouted. The only response Izuku received was the spinning of the barrels as the miniguns started relentlessly pounding the giant robot with bullets. Now! Uraraka touched the car, a nauseating expression coming over her face the moment she did. Izuku didn't waste half a second, throwing the weightless car towards the maintenance hatch, remembering how damaging the wires on the three-pointers had led to them eventually exploding. Take cover! Shinso immediately dropped into a side alley, while Uraraka watched the car and waited until the last possible moment before restoring its gravity. With a heavy crash, the zero-pointer was pushed up against a building, before an explosion on its maintenance hatch brought it to a shuddering stop. We did it! Uraraka cried out, relieved, before her face turned purple and she quickly turned away, vomiting the contents of her stomach all over the floor. Izuku gave a grin, relief that they'd survived the zero-pointer evident on his expression. Shinso, you alive over there? Izuku called out. Barely, was the responding groan, as Shino came stumbling out of the alley, waving away some of the smoke. Izuku was about to recommend they continue the exam when a buzzer went off, announcing the end of the UA practical exam. While students fought hard to earn their places at UA, others watched on, keeping track of their progress over numerous sets of monitors. One such observer was a scraggly-looking man with long black hair, a scruffy beard and bloodshot eyes. Half his face was hidden among a set of loose bandages that wrapped around his upper torso like a scarf. Yellow goggles sat nestled around his neck, and to the unaware observer he looked to be very asleep. However, Shota Aizawa was likely more aware of the monitors than anyone else in the room and perhaps the principal. There were plenty of examinees, plenty with showy quirks that would certainly have earned them a spot at other, less prestigious hero schools. But this was UA, and UA only accepted the best. Currently, he was giving a dismissive look at a monitor featuring a blonde, spiky-haired teen wielding an explosion quirk with wild abandon against the robots. Not a care for the property damage, evident when he destroyed the front glass of a building as he handled a set of 2-pointers. So aggressive. Is this truly the type of hero you want to be, Katsuki Bakugo? Oh sure, the kid was racking up a high villain score, but there was more to hero work than just blowing up villains. Excessive force on some villains could net hero hopefuls into quite a bit of trouble. He'd likely get in, but the kid was an obvious problem child. No way was he ending up in Aizawa's class. Vlad could have him, he'd argue with Nizu about it. The kid had a disciplinary record. Excessive quirk use on a classmate during a little playground roughhousing had resulted in the other boy receiving quite a few bruises and burns. He highly doubted it was just a little playground roughhousing. He'd interviewed Aldra Junior High's faculty after Bakugo had passed the written exam to see if they'd noticed any strange behaviors about the boy. Aggressive tendencies or bullying behavior were the main things he was looking for. The faculty had all given him stellar responses. For all intents and purposes, the boy was an angel in their eyes. He highly doubted such things. No matter how perfect his junior high record had been, the brute savagely attacking the robots with no care for his peers was evidence enough of that. It was apparent that his other faculty members didn't share the same concerns Aizawa had about the boy. They were praising his actions, but he could spot the frown Nizu was giving the screen he was featured on. The frown switched to a grin as Nizu noticed Aizawa watching him, and the little rat immediately began to type furiously at his console, apparently preferring a private conversation in the presence of other teachers. Nizu, impressive isn't he? Aizawa sighed, knowing he would only get pestered more by the principal if he didn't respond. Aizawa, no. Nizu, oh, but I hadn't even asked yet. Aizawa, give him to Vlad. Nizu, oh phooey. Who else to constrain him but you and your erasure? Aizawa, Vlad's hemokinesis can work just as fine in keeping him in line. Nizu, sure. Nizu, should I give Monitor 10, Battle Center B to Vlad as well? Aizawa focused on the screens, watching as a plain kid bounced over an alley to attack one of the villain robots and save another examinee. Giving him a weapon that he'd taken off a previous robot and pointing him in the direction of some more robots that he could have easily gone for as well. Aizawa updated that applicant's rescue points, noticing a few others had already made their own sets of recommendations on how much that applicant should receive before he responded to Nizu's message. Aizawa, strength-enhancing quirks are a dime a dozen, easy enough for Vlad to handle. Nizu, are you sure it's a strength enhancement quirk? Attachment. Aizawa frowned, viewing the applicant's profile a bit more in-depth. There was some information that he wasn't sure he was even allowed to have access to, and he shot the rat a glare, who gave no visible signs of having noticed the glare. Still, seeing as he had the information, might as well read it. This wasn't the only recording of the exams they'd have to sit through. Each student's score had to be properly counted after all. It was easy to miss points and rescues on a first-time watch. Carefully, he gave the application a read-through, one eyebrow shooting up at the name on the file. Izuku Midoriya. He quickly pulled up Katsuki Bakugo's disciplinary file, highlighted the relevant incident, and sent it to Nizu, before continuing to read. If Aizawa was already suspecting something, he knew the principal would be able to figure out the full story much more quickly. After that, Aizawa continued through Midoriya's application. Most of the information was irrelevant, although the kid did have a glowing recommendation from Kamihara Ninjutsu Academy. Interesting, that Kamihara? Wonder why he didn't recommend the student then? Finally, he got to what Nizu had hinted at: Quirk, Dojutsu, Byakugan, and Sharingan. It took a few moments for Aizawa to reassess the applicant up on the monitors with the information he was reading about his quirk. The report had helpful SBMSNs from quirk therapists. The first report was standard for new quirks. The only problem was that this quirk first manifested at the age of 6. Later than the usual 4, so the kid must have been a late bloomer. The report gave some simple information about the quirk. It was ocular-based, with each of his eyes having different abilities. It was also a new mutation-type quirk. Both eyes could activate, but only his right eye remained permanently changed. His left eye reverted to his original eye color. His left eye gave him enhanced reflexes and perception, and allowed him to copy abilities at the level of muscle memory. His right eye gave him 360 degrees of vision, allowing him to see in every direction, and even had X-ray properties, allowing him to see through objects or into the human body. The vision was also telescopic. As long as it was within range, he could see it. Most people only had one quirk therapist evaluation on their files. Midoriya was an exception. At the age of 12, he had undergone a Quirk Awakening, with the catalyst being heightened emotions from stress as the only contributing factor. There was a note there from the doctor that suggested that Midoriya's quirk was capable of multiple Quirk Awakenings, which would unlock further abilities. After the Quirk Awakening, Midoriya's perception with his left eye had advanced significantly, while his right eye allowed the manipulation of his internal quirk pathway system to enhance both his body, even being able to expel the quirk energy from his system to affect other quirk pathway systems, potentially blocking off access to someone's quirk. An erasure-type ability with the perks of being able to back it up by enhancing his own body. Aizawa quickly turned back to the monitors, watching the kid working with 2 other applicants to fight the zero-pointer of all things. He watched as they used the girl's quirk to throw a car at the zero-pointer, causing it to hit a critical location. The resulting explosion was brilliant, and Aizawa couldn't help but smirk. As the zero-pointer had been on an attack path towards the rest of the examinees, it would likely net the 3 huge amounts of points. Taking down the zero-pointer had a hidden score of 60 rescue points for saving the city and any fleeing examinees. Since the 3 of them worked together, they each took a part of the score. 20 rescue points each for them, combined with the earlier 10 points, meant the kid had a respectable amount of rescue points. Turning back to his pad, he noticed the principal had sent him a reply. Nizu, Nizu, I'll spend some time looking into this. Nizu, thank you for bringing this to my attention. Aizawa, I want Midoriya in my class. Nizu, ho ho. Aizawa, stop that, it's been 2 months since Christmas. Nizu, it's always Christmas. Aizawa. Haven't I just given you an interesting gift? Surely you'll have a lot of fun with that young hero. Aizawa. Nizu, agree with me or you get Bakugo. Aizawa, thank you Principal Nizu, you have truly worked to ensure I get only the least disturbing of examinees in my class. Nizu, I'm glad you think so. Aizawa. Laughing face, laughing face, laughing face. You're getting him anyway. Aizawa, who showed you how to use emojis? Straight face. Nizu, who says I haven't known how to use them this whole time? Aizawa. Truly, you've disappointed me today. Aizawa couldn't help but let out a sigh of strangled annoyance, turning his attention back to the computer monitors. The monitors were still rolling, despite the exam having finished. Midoriya and that purple-haired examinee were all grouped around the brunette girl, who appeared to have hurt her ankle. Likely from all that debris that fell on her during the zero-pointer's initial attack. She should have been able to escape using her quirk, but the awkward position she'd been in hadn't given her enough space to move to hands and activate her quirk. It seemed Chio was already taking care of the issue. The youthful heroine was already at work, using her quirk to heal the applicant's leg easily enough. Looking at their newest, esteemed, faculty member, Aizawa couldn't help but scoff at the ridiculousness that was All Might. The man had been given special consideration due to the fact he was both a respected alumni and a good hero, but Aizawa doubted his teaching abilities. Aizawa had taken the time to pursue higher education in teaching, however unorthodox his methods were, as was the case with the rest of UA's staff. It wasn't rational that All Might was allowed to teach heroics when the man didn't even have a teaching license. He suspected there was a plot afoot between Nizu and All Might and more than just a simple change in his career path in the twilight years of All Might's career. Turning back to the monitors, he noticed that they were starting to show reruns of the exam, and he returned to paying attention to the other monitors. While the students were done with their parts, the teachers now had to grade the exam properly, which meant more viewing of the monitors. A single view wasn't enough in Aizawa's opinion. Nizu was fascinated by the information that Aizawa had sent him. He'd already analyzed all the prospective hero applicants during the first showing and was now taking his time to read through the packet of information he'd been sent on one Bakugo Katsuki. There was a stain on the young boy's record from a playground scuffle gone out of hand, or at least, that was what the authorities had proposed. It wasn't too difficult for the world's smartest being to hack into hospital servers and track down Midoriya's medical file from that time. Second-degree burns and bruised ribs sound like the boy survived a fall from a burning building, not a playground brawl, Nizu easily analyzed, before delving further into this grand conspiracy that had fallen into his lap. The mother, Bakugo Mitsuki, formerly Rhea Mitsuki. Oh, and would you look at that, she was part of an extremist group spouting meta-liberation army ideals during her time in university. Interesting, I wonder just how deep this goes, Nizu thought, his fingertips a blur over his console as a manic grin began to appear on his face. Connections between Mitsuki and the superintendent of Alderaan School District were quickly found, along with school policies that encouraged MLA doctrine to be followed by their teachers. Promote the strong and belittle the weak. Keep the records of students who show promise as clean as possible. My oh my, how exciting! A conspiracy within his prefecture. Practically in Yue's backyard. Already Nizu was seeing opportunities to pull out his wrecking ball. It would be so fun. Needless to say, Nizu's manic grin remained on his face for the rest of that day, unsettling the rest of his colleagues, especially Aizawa, who was starting to regret ever sending that packet of information to Nizu. The following week was nerve-wracking for the three teens. While they'd put in many hours studying and felt like they'd all put in a good show for the practical exam, it didn't mean they were immune to post-test jitters about whether they'd passed or failed. Izuku and Eijiro were able to talk over the phone frequently, while Itsuka and Izuku met up every day during and after school to talk about the exam. To burn off the nervous energy, Itsuka and Izuku would often find themselves sparring with each other, quirks not included. It helped keep the coolness of early March away and kept them in shape now that they weren't wrapped up in their dojo activities. They both spent a lot of time working out. After one such session of sparring, they ended up side by side, sitting by the base of a tree as they leaned against each other. Their bodies were sweaty and they panted to regain their breath from the intense workout. Izuku didn't think relationships were supposed to be like this, but Itsuka insisted neither hold back during a spar. Although he could tell something had been up with that last round of sparring. The fact her blocks had gotten sloppy and her technique was starting to slip was evident enough. Itsuka's mind wasn't fully into the spar, and so she missed a hard-hooked kick that sent her to the ground. As she tried to catch her breath, Izuku held out his hand so she could get back on her feet. "All right, come on, water break," Izuku said cheerfully, pulling Itsuka to her feet as they walked over to their bags nestled in the shade of a peach tree. The early spring weather meant that the tree was in full bloom and it provided a nice shade to escape the heat of the sun. While the weather was cool, they had built up a sweat doing all that training. Izuku grabbed his water from a pack, taking a big gulp, before swallowing and letting out a sigh of relief as the coolness seeped into his bones. He sat at the base of the tree, closing his eyes for a moment and leaning back against the bark, as he tried to let his body calm after the spar. He felt Itsuka sit next to him, her head resting on his shoulder as they sat there in silence for a few moments before Itsuka broke the silence. "Sorry, I should have been paying more attention during the spar," she admitted, voice tinged in bitterness that Izuku hadn't expected to hear. "It's all right. I should have called it when I noticed how off your game you were," Izuku replied, opening his eyes to look down at Itsuka, a teasing grin on his face. Itsuka pouted in response, looking like she was about to argue before her features changed to be more melancholic and she gave a resigned sigh. I know, it's just, the wait for these results is killing me. Izuku replied in exasperation, flopping her head onto his lap, like I know I did good, that written exam was a piece of cake and I felt like I took out enough robots. I know I'm being silly but I can't help but worry the longer the wait goes. Itsuka had her eyes closed as she spoke, and Izuku took advantage of the fact to run his fingers through her orange hair, something that always seemed to calm Itsuka down before. You're going to do fine. We've trained hard to get into UA and the proctors of the exam must have seen how great you were. I'm sure of it, Izuku said, voice soft as Itsuka opened her eyes and stared at Izuku, momentarily caught off guard by the adoration on Izuku's face, a look that made her blush. We're going to be heroes, Itsuka, Izuku promised, giving Itsuka a confident smile. Itsuka looked up into Izuku's eyes and felt her worry melt away, replaced by a strange feeling in her gut. The same feeling she felt whenever she was around him. Her eyebrows knitted together for a moment before a hungry look appeared in Itsuka's eyes that surprised Izuku for half a second before he was suddenly pushed up against the tree. Itsuka had reached up and was kissing him hard and desperately. Izuku groaned into the kiss and complied and kissed back, gripping her hips and rubbing her thighs as their tongues battled for dominance. The appreciative that Itsuka gave him must have meant he was doing something right. This was the first time they had gotten so physically into their kisses from before being much more tame. Itsuka gripped his hair almost painfully for a moment, before they broke apart, taking in deep breaths. The soft embrace of wind on his skin made Izuku remember just where they were. While their location was remote, it would still seem improper if caught in such a compromising position. Itsuka, we should dash. The crash of lips on his stopped any further words as Itsuka's hands went from gripping his hair to pushing down the front of his shirt. Izuku wasn't as bulky as Ijiro, but the years of training meant he was physically fit. The rippling muscles beneath the shirt were evidence enough. Itsuka seemed to agree as she let out an appreciative hum as her tongue battled for dominance with Izuku's. They continued roaming downward, and Izuku became painfully aware of just how constraining his shorts were at that moment. At the same time, there was a bit of worry tinged in there as they hadn't quite done something like this before. Itsuka seemed to realize this as well as she broke her kiss, her hands now resting beneath his shirt. Her eyes bored into Izuku's own as if asking permission to continue, an undeniable hunger in them that Izuku was sure was reflected in his own eyes. This sudden strike of passion had emerged out of nowhere for the both of them, it seemed, and now the two were unsure of how to proceed. Itsuka, we should stop. This place, we should do this somewhere special, right? Izuku asked, although hesitantly. Itsuka seemed to ponder the question, the haze of lust in her gaze softening a touch. No, you'd better go all out, Izuku. Especially for the full experience, Itsuka said with a grin before Izuku shuddered as she gripped him through the shorts. A devious smile on her face. That being said, playing with the equipment should be fine, right? Itsuka asked, her brow raised as she softly stroked him through the fabric of the shorts. Izuku responded by hungrily kissing her, seemingly startling her for a few moments before she returned the favor. It was a good morning to be Izuku Midoriya. The following morning, Izuku couldn't help but wake up with a grin. Yesterday's activities were still fresh in his mind. It earmarked a new stage in their relationship, one that the both of them had come away quite pleased with. He spent most of the day doing some ethical hacking. It helped by giving him a part-time job to do while helping out the companies that had hired him and making them more secure. As he was stretching his limbs after a couple of hours of work, his mother knocked on the door, a shocked expression on her face. Izuku, it's here, she practically yelled, vibrating with excitement as she handed him a thick envelope. Izuku stared at the envelope with a start, looking from it to his mom and then back again. A part of him wanted to use his Byakugan and see the results right away, but he held himself back. Should I go? Inko asked, getting ready to close the screen door to give her son some privacy. She was surprised when Izuku grabbed her hand to keep her from leaving. No. Please stay. You were the first person to tell me I could be a hero when everyone else told me it wasn't possible. You kept me safe when the environment around me wanted to stifle me. You enrolled me in the classes and always pushed me to succeed. I deserve to be here for this just as much as I do, Izuku said, his gaze adamant. Inko's eyes welled with tears and she hugged her son tightly. Izuku returned the hug for a moment before pulling away and leading the way to the living room. Sitting on a stool around a small tea table, he looked at his mother one last time before they both nodded and Izuku ripped the envelope open. The most obvious material inside the letter, besides the numerous pages of paper, was a small black holodisk, which began blinking the moment Izuku glanced at it. Placing it on the table, the holodisk blinked once then turned on to reveal. "Is that All Might?" Izuku exclaimed, surprised that All Might of all heroes was the one that would be giving him his results. "Why yes. I'm here." As a projection, the hero said, giving a heroic pose, which likely would have been cooler looking in his hero costume instead of the red business suit he had on. Either way, it was still quite a shock to both Inko and Izuku. "Wow, I knew that All Might was an alumnus but I didn't know they had him do these," Izuku admitted, surprised at the effort UA put into their applicants. "Now, young man, you've certainly put in an exceptional showing, getting one of the highest scores on the written exam, but it's the practical where you shined. 48 villain points are certainly impressive, but what type of hero school would we be if taking down villains was the only basis for getting in?" All Might questioned, as clips of Izuku's test came up, saving Shinso and then fighting the zero-pointer with Uraraka and Shinso while the rest of the applicants escaped. "You see, rescue points were also a good portion of the exam, and you managed to earn 40 of them. 15 for ultimately awarded by the panel of judges for aiding Hitoshi Shinso and showing him how he could earn villain points, and 25 were awarded for distracting and defeating the zero-pointer, an action that reduced damage to the city and allowed some of the examinees to flee to safety." All Might continued as a ranking list of examinees came up, starting from the bottom where Shinso had managed to barely reach the top 20 before it scaled up quickly to the top applicant. "This means, young Midoriya, that you are this year's top applicant for the hero course with 88 points on the practical. Welcome to your hero academia." All Might with a regal pose, before the holodisk went dark and Izuku found himself caught in a death grip by his mom, tears falling easily from her face. Tears of joy. Izuku Midoriya was going to UA. The following weeks were a rush for the Midoriya household. Izuku had to get his student paperwork filled out, order and pick up his school uniform, and go shopping for school materials. Eventually, it was finalized with the Kirishima family that Izuku could have the spare guest room for his own use for the semester, being insistent that they wouldn't take payment for board, but Inko managed to wrangle in concessions for help with groceries. When Izuku next saw Eijiro, he was exiting from the train and had to do a double take. The straight black hair Eijiro once had was gone in favor of sharply defined, red-haired spikes. "Dude!" Izuku cried out, a grin on his face as he pointed at Eijiro's hair, receiving a cheeky grin in response. "Manly?" Eijiro asked, quirking an eyebrow. "Definitely," Izuku replied. There was a moment of silence before both of them burst out laughing, a warmth settling in Izuku's gut over how easily their camaraderie came. As Eijiro helped Izuku with his bags, they began to walk in the direction of Eijiro's apartment. The two of them talked about the happenings in Mustafu. A few new heroes had their debut recently. Kamui Woods and MT Lady were the standouts. Kamui Woods seemed to have a wood transformation quirk, and he used it to good effect to bind villains and maneuver through the environment. MT Lady had a gigantification quirk that, while limiting in nature, had picked up a lot of appeal from the male variety. Itsuka had looked at Izuku quite jealously when she'd caught him viewing a video of her taking down another giant villain in her debut. It was only the mumblestorm of apologies and the latest of his quirk analysis notebooks filled pages about her quirk that had cooled her temper into a fond exasperation. They soon reached the Kirishima household, with Kirishima-san having prepared a celebratory dinner of Izuku's favorite dish, katsudon. After eating dinner, Izuku began unpacking his things in his new room. He no longer had the luxury of the traditional tatami mats that had made up his last home, having been given a more modern room of wooden flooring, a bed with a mattress, and furniture for his clothing had been prearranged. A reasonably sized desk was positioned near the side of the room, perfect for a laptop and some writing equipment for when he had to do homework. The room even had a television, a luxury reserved only for the living room of his old home. After packing away his clothes, Izuku sat on the desk, having put it aside while he got settled in. A text from Itsuka was the first thing he saw. "Itsuka, hey, how was the move-in?" Izuku quickly typed back a reply. "Izuku, hey, sorry for the late reply. Just finished unpacking. How's your aunt?" It took a few minutes before getting a reply. Minutes Izuku spent getting his laptop on to see if there was any new hero news. An All Might sighting in Mustafu? Strange but no surprise. It was probably there as a result of the time spent filming those videos for UA. A few rumors going around about a hero killer in one of the surrounding wards. A scary thought if true. His phone buzzed and he turned his attention back to it. "Itsuka, no prob. She's been great and accommodating. I'm glad she was fine with me moving in while I am attending school. Itsuka, gonna catch some shut-eye early. See ya tomorrow." Izuku gave a similar reply back, before heading over to Ijiro's room, poking his head in now that the door was open. "Hey man, up at 5 for an early run?" he asked, a sly grin on his face, knowing that Ijiro didn't like waking nearly that early. The stupefied look on Ijiro's face confirmed his thoughts. "Nah man, have fun with that," Kirishima waved off, looking ready to head to bed himself. "Gotcha, I'll wake you when I get back then," Izuku said with a smirk before heading to bed himself. The two met up with Itsuka the next morning on their way into UA, the boys walking to the train station first to pick up Itsuka before heading towards the campus itself. Their ID cards had arrived in the mail along with their acceptance letter, and it worked as their security badge to let them into the campus. Students rushed around, talking easily with each other while taking in the sights of the campus. There was a general buzz of excitement from some obvious first years, while a few second and third years looked on in amusement at the younger students. A map of the campus and some guidance from one of the upper years, and they were guided in the direction of Class 1A. The first thing that stood out to the trio was the immense size of the door. "Whoa," was all Itsuka could say. The two boys could only nod, a contemplative look coming over Izuku's face. The door's so big, perhaps to allow for those with gigantification quirks? Granted, most people with gigantification quirks have some semblance of control about how large they can be, so maybe it is more for people with mutant quirks that alter their base size. Some mutation quirks can permanently alter a person's size. That would make more sense then, he murmured, unknowingly missing a fond look of exasperation between Ijiro and Itsuka. In a practice duet, they helpfully chimed in. "Izuku, you're mumbling." This brought Izuku's train of thought to a halt, and he blushed but gave his friends a thankful glance. "Sorry," he said, before taking a breath and moving to open the door, surprised that it seemed to automatically move aside as he went to enter. The room was large, with 20 desks arranged throughout the room. While the trio was a little bit early for class, it seemed like most of the desks were already filled. Unfortunately for Izuku, the first one that he spotted was Bakugo, who was arguing with Tenya Yada about decorum of all things. "Take your feet off the desk this instant. It's the first day and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing up school property, you cretin," Ida said, looking positively aghast that someone would dare treat their desk with the respect Bakugo was showing, feet up high on it as he leaned back on his chair. A cocky smirk on his face, as if he was proud to have riled up Ida. "You're kidding me, right? Your old school put a stick up your butt?" Bakugo replied, the smirk never leaving his face, until his attention shifted toward the open door. A murderous expression crossed over his face, and he standing quickly from his chair as he glared daggers at Izuku. It was a movement that caught the attention of the rest of the class, as the socializing within came to a sudden stop. "Damn it, Deku," he yelled, a murderous look coming over his face as he began to approach, being beaten to the door by the quicker Ida, who had disregarded Bakugo's ravings upon spotting Izuku as well. His steps were quick but with purpose. As Tenya approached Izuku to talk with him, Izuku didn't fail to miss that Itsuka and Ijiro had shared a look between the two of them and moved to intercept the fuming Bakugo. "Good morning. My name is Tenya Ida from Somei Private Academy," Ida said as he reached a hand out to shake, which Izuku quickly took, keeping his handshake firm but polite. "Good morning, Ida-san. Yes, we met at the entrance exam if I remember right. Battle Center B? Correct." Izuku asked, already knowing the answer. The Sharingan made it hard to forget faces and places, and he distinctly remembered Ida being one of the examinees who had been attacking robots before the zero-pointer emerged. That's correct, Ida said, straightening his posture and gaining a serious edge to his tone. Midoriya-san, you realize there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? You must be very perceptive. I again apologize for my outburst in the auditorium. It seems my opinion of you was highly incorrect. There isn't much my eyes don't perceive, Izuku replied with a smile, before taking a serious posture of his own, seeing as Ida appeared to be more of the formal type, and apology accepted. In truth, I had my suspicions about the exam being more than just villain points for a few weeks leading up to it. I'd done some research leading up, and all the sources online suggested the same exam was done every year, cross-referencing that with the last several years of UA alumni and their quirks, there were at least a few outliers in each class that I don't imagine could have passed a pure villain point exam. That led me to conclude there was something the proctors weren't telling us about in the information packets we received after the written exam. While I wasn't sure exactly that rescue points were what we were being graded on, collateral damage and ruthlessness were other aspects I theorized might have been a part of the exam. Collateral damage because heroes need to be aware of their surroundings when fighting villains, and ruthlessness because as heroes we need to be sure we don't go overboard and cripple a villain that we're fighting. It's our job to make sure villains face justice and the law, not put them down. And so, Izuku cut off his words as the door opened behind him, not realizing that he'd been rambling. Unknown to himself, most of the class had started to sweat drop about halfway through his explanation to Ida, except Ida, who was listening very attentively to every word that came out of Izuku's mouth. Izuku thought he heard Ida mutter, "That should have prepared more," as he rubbed his chin with a contemplative expression on his face. He was pleasantly surprised to see Hitoshi Shinso and Ochako Uraraka entering the door, both of them blinking in surprise over the group that had gathered around the entrance. Uraraka's eyes lit up in recognition when she spotted Izuku, and quickly threw an arm around his shoulders and Shinso's as she happily declared, "All right, the zero-pointer slaying crew all made it," she exclaimed, a big grin on her face. Shinso and Izuku met eyes and gave each other knowing grins before they all froze, separated by a stern voice that came from the doorway. A caterpillar? No, a man was lying on the floor, enveloped in a yellow sleeping bag. His eyes were bloodshot and his beard scruffy, as if he didn't get enough sleep. And his tone of voice was serious. Worst of all were his words, which were serious and straight to the point. "If you're just here to make friends, then you can just leave." They were said with such apathy that it made everyone shut up and hold his breath. Even the explosive Bakugo had quieted down and gritted his teeth, choosing to listen to the man's words over continuing the argument that he had been having with Itsuka and Aijiro. For some reason, Izuku was sure the man gained an even more exhausted expression on his face when he saw Bakugo was in the classroom. "Welcome to UA Hero Course," the man said. "Wait, was this their sensei?" Instead of continuing, he pulled the zipper on his sleeping bag down a bit and quickly gulped down a packet of applesauce. Then, like some hideous moth emerging from its cocoon, he rose, sliding the zipper on the sleeping bag all the way down before pulling it away and standing out of it. He looked even more bedraggled without the sleeping bag, hair in a long wavy mess, a set of loose bandages wrapped around his neck, and a strangely black combat suit put on. This must be a hero then, Izuku mused, racking his memories on just who it could be. He had a pretty good idea, but until he saw the man's quirk in action he wouldn't know for sure. The hero he was thinking of liked to keep out of the public eye, as most underground heroes tended to do, and the only real reference he had was a staff photo from online that had his actual name, not his hero name. "It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not gonna work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that," he said, looking incredibly worn out in Izuku's estimation. Was he doing hero work on the side with teaching? That could explain the exhausted expression he wore? "My name is Shota Aizawa. Your homeroom teacher," he said gruffly, sounding almost annoyed at the prospect. A few students dropped their mouths open in surprise, clearly not anticipating such a scruffy man to be their teacher. "Right, let's get to it. Put these on and head outside. Aizawa said, reaching into his sleeping bag and pulling out the school's gym uniform, an action that caused everyone to fall into a pit of confusion. Since time is precious, I'll give you 10 minutes to get changed. Any later and you'll be expelled. The blasé manner in which he spoke sent a shock of worry throughout the group. He seemed entirely too serious about such a claim. Izuku was already advancing forward, picking up a gym uniform his size before bowing to his sensei and departing toward the locker rooms. Aizawa gave the rest of the class a dead expression as if silently berating them with his annoyance for not following Izuku's example. It was an expression that had the rest of the class quickly following suit. A mad scramble ensued and many tried to get a uniform and rush to the locker rooms. Izuku was the first out of the locker rooms, used to changing quickly and under pressure. Kamihara-sensei had ensured he knew how to be quick about changing his appearance when time was essential. The group of boys entering the locker room gave him confused expressions, wondering how he had beaten them to the locker room and gotten changed so quickly. Kirishima was among them, and only gave Izuku a grin. A grin that turned murderous as Bakugo stomped past Izuku, shoulder-checking him into the wall as he did so. He noticed Ida looked outraged at the action, but the hardened of Eijiro's fist let Izuku know he needed to de-escalate the situation now. "Don't bother, we'll show him later," he replied, voice serious as Eijiro met eyes with him a moment before giving a stiff nod. One thing was clear, it seemed Bakugo's petty little rivalry hadn't gone away, only festering over the years. Izuku wasn't that 6-year-old who had been pushed around. Bakugo was going to learn the hard way that he couldn't push Izuku around any longer. Heading onto the training grounds, he was surprised to find Aizawa already there, sure that the man would have still been handing out uniforms. He didn't strike Aizawa as someone particularly energetic. He looked half asleep standing in the training field, his eyes fixed on a stopwatch. His eyes flicked to Midoriya for a moment, before turning back to the stopwatch. Izuku was quickly being joined by the rest of the class, some of them looking to have run from the locker rooms. The moment the last student arrived, Aizawa hit the timer on the stopwatch. 8 minutes, 7 seconds. "Cutting in close," Aizawa murmured, before turning to look at the group. "All right, class, listen up. We're going to be having a Quirk Assessment test," he said, only to be responded by with a shocked exclamation from the class. "Quirk Assessment test?" Most of the class shouted, with Uraraka's voice carrying last from the group. "But sensei, what about orientation?" she asked, looking concerned over missing the activity that Izuku was sure the rest of the classes on campus were attending. "If you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies," Aizawa said, as he inspected the training facility to ensure they were usable before looking back at the students. "Here at UA we're not tethered by traditions. That means that I get to run my classes however I see fit." An unease settled over the students as they remembered how easily their sensei had dropped the threat of expulsion from before. The fact his tone of voice was serious, and with an uncaring expression suggested that he wouldn't hesitate to expel them given the chance. "You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives, but you've never been able to use your quirks before," Aizawa said, raising his phone for the class to see the events that were lined up for this quirk apprehension test. "The country's still trying to pretend that we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day, the Ministry of Education will learn." Aizawa turned and glanced at Izuku, looking a bit more serious than before. "Midoriya, you managed to get the most points on the practical exam," Aizawa said, surprising Izuku out of his attentive listening stance. Yet he still managed to hear Bakugo gnashing his teeth in frustration. "What was your farthest distance throw with a softball in junior high?" Izuku gave it a thought before responding. 64 meters maybe?" Izuku replied, looking pensive. While the Sharingan helped with memory retention, he hadn't bothered to ever keep it active during the physical exams at school since quirk usage wasn't allowed. Aizawa gave a nod and tossed Izuku the ball, who easily caught it, before motioning towards the circle. "Right, try doing it with your quirk. Anything goes so long as you stay in the circle," Aizawa said, as Izuku walked up to the circle, looking pensive for a few moments before activating his quirk. His Sharingan spun to life, and the veins alongside the right side of his veins bulged. He noticed that jaw muscles in Aizawa-sensei's jaw clenched as if he was about to speak, seeing the muscle movements for the word "hurry" forming before the word escaped his sensei's mouth. He turned toward the field he needed to throw the ball towards, tossing the ball upwards in a smooth motion. As the ball began to make its descent, Izuku pushed quirk energy through his limbs into a full cowling, before landing a spinning sidekick into the ball. Sensei had said anything goes after all. That doesn't necessarily mean he had to toss with his hand, just his quirk. Closing his eyes to center himself after the kick, Izuku deactivated his quirk, surprised to hear the shout of surprise and praise from his classmates. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. That's the most rational way to determine your potential as a pro hero, Aizawa said, lifting up his phone to the rest of the class, showing Izuku's score of 574.2 meters. While most of the class looked surprised, a furious expression appeared on Bakugo's face. "Whoa, 574 meters, are you kidding me?" exclaimed one of the guys in class, his ruffled and blonde with a unique-looking black lightning bolt dyed in. "Oh, that looks like fun," a girl with pink hair and horns cried out, looking excited at getting to take her turn next. Izuku flinched at the reply, noticing that Aizawa had tensed up at the response too. Before their sensei could respond, explosions went off as Bakugo launched himself from the class, a murderous expression on his face. "Hey!" Bakugo screamed, voice deadly with fury, "Tell me how someone with a lame quirk like yours managed to do that or you're dead." Izuku quickly entered a martial arts stance, ready to counter Bakugo's attack and scolding himself for being lax enough to deactivate his quirk. However, just as Bakugo was about to reach Izuku, strange bandages wrapped around his forehead and waist, holding him still. The flickering explosions in Bakugo's hands suddenly go dead. The whole class turned to see a glaring Aizawa-sensei, hair levitating up as he held Bakugo down with a simple ease. Suddenly, Izuku knew just who their sensei was. Eraserhead. Izuku gasped, his expression turning from battle-ready to being filled with stars as he recalled just who this was, Japan's erasure hero. While Izuku had done a ton of research on heroes with erasure-type abilities, Eraserhead had been the one Izuku had done the most research on. It was well documented that he had the best erasure-type quirk around, with a simple glance being adequate enough to erase someone's quirk, but Eraserhead also took underground hero work seriously. Not many people knew his face. To think he was one of their teachers at UA. Bakugo looked startled that someone had managed to catch him, and tried to fight the restraints to no avail, barely managing to fight the pull of the scarf on him to turn his face to glare at his teacher. "How is your demon's scarf so strong?" Bakugo growled as he continued to fight the pull of the scarf, succeeding in almost tangling himself up. "Because it's a capture weapon made of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy." "Stand down." The last two words were said with such serious hatred and annoyance that it almost startled Izuku and clearly startled Bakugo, who had probably never been disciplined by a teacher before based on the expression he wore. As for the rest of you, being a hero isn't all about fun and games. Some of may think testing out our quirks this way looks fun, but we've got 3 years to turn you into respectable heroes. There won't be any time for games, playtime, or any petty disturbances. Aizawa reeled in his capture scarf after that, causing Bakugo to stumble a bit as he was pulled back, making it clear just who he was talking about with that last set of words. "Today, you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none, and will be expelled immediately," Aizawa said with a smirk, as his hair returned to resting on his face. The class blanched. At the smirk Aizawa shot their way before he released a fuming Bakugo who was glaring daggers at Midoriya. Midoriya stared back, a defiant look in his eyes, as he walked past Bakugo to rejoin his friends. A spark of anger lit up inside him at the thought that Bakugo hadn't taken their last conversation seriously enough. His thoughts were also occupied by something else. Immediate expulsion? I'd heard rumors that a UA had a whole class expelled last year. Aizawa-sensei has to be the source behind those rumors with how easily he threatens expulsion, Izuku thought, rejoining a worried Itsuka and Eijiro. Both looked worried about the threat of expulsion. "Don't worry, we'll all place high," Izuku said with a nod, almost as if demanding a promise out of the two of them with his words. They steeled their gazes and responded with pumped fists and a nod. "Like I said, I get to decide how this class is run, understand?" Aizawa said, looking around as he noticed more of the students put on a more serious appearance. If that's a problem, you can head home right now. However, not every student looked nearly as confident or serious as Izuku's trio of friends. Shinso had gotten paler if possible, hands shaking slightly with worry. Meanwhile, Uraraka had leaped from his side to confront their sensei. That's not very fair. You can't just send one of us home, I mean we just got here and it's only the first day, she protested, not looking pleased about the sudden stakes or test the class was being presented with on the first day. Oh, and you think natural disasters are? Or power-hungry villains? How about catastrophic accidents that destroy entire cities? Aizawa asked, not giving the stunned Uraraka a chance to reply as his voice changed slight inflection from one of chiding a disrespectful student to one more in line with trying to teach a lesson. No. Not everything in the world is fair, and it's up to heroes to fight what makes the world unfair. You won't be taking it easy if you want to be a pro. Push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw hardship after hardship at you, so you'll need to go beyond. Plus ultra style. Show me it's no mistake that you're here. It seemed that Aizawa's words had done the trick, as many students who might have been looking nervous were looking more confident. Even the drowsy Shinso had a determined expression on his face. Now, let's get started. Line up for the 50-meter dash, Aizawa said, returning to a more non-interested pose while the rest of the class started their warm-ups. Izuku patiently waited in line, watching as groups of 2 went up and did their sprints, keeping track of the amazing quirks on display. Tenya Ida had an impressive score with his engine quirk, and Izuku couldn't help but wonder just how fast he could go at his top speed based on the results. Tfue Azui delivered an impressive score as well, using her frog legs to vault across the finishing line. Not nearly as impressive as Tenya, but the speed was nonetheless respectable. Itsuka ended up going next, racing against Uraraka. While Uraraka decided to go with a traditional starting vault, Itsuka decided to try something new, performing an awkward front flip vault with her hands for distance. It likely would have worked, but it was clear Itsuka hadn't practiced something like this before, since she didn't stick the landing. She managed to recover and score a decent 5.59 seconds. Izuku was up next after that race, and he had to stifle a groan to see that he was partnered up with Bakugo, who seemed pleased that he'd get to race against Izuku. Alright Deku, you're gonna eat my smoke, he grinned, turning towards the starting line, small explosions already popping from his palms. Izuku only scoffed, remembering that Bakugo thrived on verbal responses. It seemed he'd done the trick since Bakugo was already growling and turning to look at Izuku. Muddled up in his anger, he missed the starting countdown. Izuku, who had already activated his quirk, didn't. Using the Sharingan to help with increased reaction speed, he was ready to pass the starting line the moment the buzzer went off, and funneling the quirk energy through his body, he beat Bakugo to the finish by a meter. Only bothering to stand still and listen long enough for the time of 3.79 seconds to sound off before heading off to join Itsuka, not bothering to give Bakugo the light of day. The enraged scream of Bakugo brought him plenty of enjoyment. Ijiro put in a decent time of 5.22 seconds, running barefoot to give himself a better grip on the ground as he ran, easily outpacing Shinso, who had only managed 7.35 seconds. Afterward, they went inside one of the buildings to test their grip strength. Izuku was proud to have gotten 350.2 kilograms, higher again than Bakugo, whose quirk risked destroying the machine and wasn't very applicable. Ijiro also did well with a score of 331.6 kilograms, but they both paled in comparison to Itsuka's 724.2 kilograms, which drew a lot of attention from everyone before a raven-haired girl in the corner made a compressor and almost broke her device, a feat that drew some shock exclamations from many members of the class. Bakugo ended up surpassing Izuku in the standing long jump, easily flying over the sand with the help of his explosions. He gave Izuku a fierce competitive glare, as if daring him to beat the score, but Izuku just took his jump, giving a nod when he earned a respectable 6.22-meter jump, before rejoining his friends. Much to the frustrations of Bakugo, who had been eager to gloat about his victory over Izuku but had once been ignored. For the 30 seconds of side steps, Izuku was able to put out a respectable score of 98, trailed closely behind by the pink-haired girl with the horns. Arriving back at the ball throw, Izuku sat back while others took their scores. Bakugo went all out with the ball and managed 705.2 meters, an impressive score. But his victorious smirk was quickly wiped off his face when the raven-haired girl spawned a cannon and sent the ball launching more than 1,000.0 meters. And a scowl took over his features when Uraraka literally threw the ball in space, earning her the moniker of Infinity Girl by most of the class. However, Izuku had to furrow his brows in concern when Shinso only managed to throw the ball 52 meters. As he turned to rejoin the class, Izuku could tell that Shinso was looking down and moved to talk with him. "Hey man, everything alright?" Izuku asked, a concerned tone in his voice as he walked up to Shinso, who was standing a bit away from the group while the rest of the class did their throws. "No, things aren't going good. This quirk apprehension test is meant for people with flashy quirks. I haven't even managed to get a decent score on any of the tests," Shinso admitted, clenching his jaw in frustration as Itsuka sent the ball over 800 meters in her throw. "I can't keep up with everyone." Izuku looked at Shinso for a few moments, before shaking his head. "Nah, you're wrong about that," he said, earning a shocked glare from Shinso. "You've just got to think things through. Remember what Aizawa-sensei said, anything goes for these tests. Put that to the test. For instance, for that last test, you could have stayed in the circle and brainwashed one of us to carry the ball out to a set distance for you. It would have met the requirements for the test since you were using your quirk." Shinso blinked hard at Izuku, wondering if he'd heard that correctly. "You would have wanted me to brainwash another student to pass the test?" Shinso asked, confused by Izuku's suggestion. "Why not? It's what I would have done. Had Ida carry me across the 50-meter dash, or let myself be thrown across the sand pit by that dude who bulks up with sugar," Izuku explained. "You have an awesome quirk, and you'll need to use it to be a pro. Don't hold back for our sakes." Izuku gave Shinso a pat on the shoulder, before rejoining the class, who was moving on from the ball throw to prepare for the distance run. As Izuku began to limber up for the mile run, he paid close attention to Shinso. Shinso looked conflicted for a moment but seemed to steel himself and walked over to the raven-haired girl, asking her a question. She blinked in surprise and answered, her expression going immediately blank right after. Shinso seemed to ask her something and then she made him a bike. As he took his position on his bike and ended his quirk's effect on the girl, she seemed to blink in confusion and glanced over to the watching Aizawa, who gave her a nod that it had been allowed. Still confused, she made her own bike and readied herself on the track. It seemed like Shinso would do all right after all. "All right, time to give you your results," Aizawa said, looking incredibly bored while most of the class recovered around him. "I've ranked you all from best to worst. You should probably all have a good idea of your standing already." Aizawa pressed one of the buttons on his phone, projecting the list up for the class to see. As the list sprang out to be projected in front of the class, Izuku looked at the top of the list. He'd come in second, behind Momo Yairzu, which made sense. She was the one with the creation quirk, and had an item for every test ready to go, earning her a good score on practically everything. Even the tests she couldn't quite benefit from a creation were trivialized by her athletic ability. Shoto Todoroki came in third, having used the explosive capabilities of his ice generation to get some seriously impressive results. Bakugo had come in fourth, the gnashing of his teeth making it perfectly evident to Izuku that he couldn't stand such a notion. Tenya Ida had taken fifth, another strong student with a strong quirk that had used it creatively for good scores all around. Izuku searched further down the list, relieved to see Itsuka in eighth, trailing Mizo Shoji by a bit, and Kirishima in ninth. Uraraka seemed happy with her 11th place score, but there was one last person in Izuku's group that wasn't Ono. In the 20th spot was Hitoshi Shinso. The stiff and pale expression on Hitoshi's face suggested he'd seen his placement as well. Izuku moved to comfort his friend, but Aizawa-sensei's words caught him off guard. "And I was lying. No one is going home," Aizawa said, causing all the students to stop and stare at their sensei, shocked and flabbergasted expressions on each of their faces. "That was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all on the test." The sheet-eating grin on Aizawa's face right after he said it had the rest of the students exclaiming in shock. All except two, Izuku, who was looking at Aizawa suspiciously, and Yaoyorozu, who appeared to be very nonchalant about the whole thing. "I'm surprised the rest of you hadn't figured it out," she said, giving her classmates confused expressions. "That's a lie," Izuku said at the same time, garnering the attention of his classmates and the curious look of their sensei. "Sensei, am I wrong in stating that last year's 1A was all expelled by you?" Izuku asked, getting shocked gasps from those around him. Aizawa gave him a passive stare before he smirked. "All on the first day, yes," Aizawa said, causing the students to pale and Yaoyorozu to flinch, caught off guard by his response. "I ran them through something similar on day they arrived late out of the changing rooms, goofed around during the tests, and didn't take them seriously. Even their last place looked like he'd just been having fun and not taking the exam seriously. In the end, I determined none of them had the potential to be heroes and had them moved out of the hero course to our general studies program, with a recommendation they not be allowed to regain their spots in the hero course through the sports festival." Aizawa's gaze hardened as it traveled across the class, landing on Yaoyorozu last. "Make no mistake, if any one of you had proven you didn't have the potential for hero work, you would have been moved to general studies without a second thought. Just because you've made it into the hero course doesn't mean your spot is guaranteed in this class," Aizawa continued. "Every day of this class you'll need to prove to me why you deserve to be in the hero course over your peers in the business courses or general studies. Don't get lax just because you've managed to overcome a small jump in hurdle in comparison to those who didn't score high enough in the practical and needed to be seeded out to general, business, or support." With a final glare across the class and a nod to Midoriya for catching him in the farce he'd had going, Aizawa lessened the slightly serious stance that he noticed had put a few of the students into fearful positions. "All right, we're done for the day. Change out of your PE clothes and head back to the classroom. You'll find your assigned seat and syllabus. See ya tomorrow," Aizawa said, giving the class a lazy wave before beginning to head back to the classroom himself. "Nice catch, bro," Ijiro said, giving Izuku a shoulder bump and grin. "Oh, thanks? But I likely would have missed it had I not been doing some research on UA faculty," Izuku said with a grin, scratching the back of his head, before sharpening his focus to look at Ijiro and Itsuka. "Nice job on your rankings, by the way. We're all in the top 10 of the class. Aizu, you got second. Me and Kirishima are going to have to put in a ton of work if we don't want to end up eating dust from you," Itsuka said with an exasperating sigh, to which Izuku only sheepishly smiled, scratching the back of his head in slight embarrassment. "Yeah bro, we're gonna have to work out even harder to catch up. It's going to be a manly effort to catch up," Ijiro replied, punching his fist into his hand. "You and your manliness," Itsuka said with a fond roll of the eye, giving Izuku a kiss on the cheek, an action that didn't go unnoticed by their other classmates who had bothered to listen in. "Meet you back at the classroom, babe. Gotta get out of this gym uniform before it starts to stink from the workout." "Stink? Impossible," Izuku said with a snort, giving her a quick peck on the lips before they went their separate ways. As they turned, ready to head off to the separate changing rooms, they noticed that the immediate group of students was giving them funny expressions. Uraraka had a red blush on her face, Ida looked at them crossly, Shinso was giving Izuku a smirk, and Ijiro was giving him an exasperated shake of the head. "Midoriya-san, Kendo-san. I know we've only just met, but please, remember to maintain decorum in public spaces," Ida said, his hands waving in a chopping motion. "Oh my gosh, you two are so cute," Uraraka squealed, giving Itsuka a hug and chattering away with her as the Orangette gave a nervous laugh. "Spill the goes. How long have you two been together?" "Oh, a few years now. Since our final year of elementary school," Itsuka said, a nervous blush on her face as she and Uraraka walked away. "Oh relax Ida, a little kiss like that is hardly indecent," Shinso said with a smirk, causing Ida to gasp in shock. "What? But propriety says dash. They could have used tongue," Shinso said with a grin in Ida's direction, which made the taller boy come to a coughing stop, his face burning in embarrassment at such a notion. "Pious. Apologies Midoriya, congratulations on such a fruitful relationship with Kendo-san," Ida said, giving Izuku a quick bow of apology and speeding away towards the locker room. "Might as well take the band-aid off about our relationship now," Izuku said with a shrug at the questioning look Ijiro gave him. They were going to find out anyways. Heh, yeah, I guess you're right about that, Ijiro grinned as they headed for the locker room. The trio was joined by two more on the walkout from school. Izuku and Ijiro had come to an unspoken agreement to walk Itsuka to the train station. Uraraka and Ida had joined up with them soon after. Shinso's house is in the opposite direction, was all Uraraka said as they started walking towards the train station. He must live close by then, Ida said with a contemplative nod. Yeah, Aizawa and I live close by too, Ijiro said with a nod. Huh, I noticed the three of you seem to use your first names often. Are you all close? Uraraka asked, looking at the trio curiously. Yep, I've known Ijiro longer than Itsuka, but we consider each other brothers. His parents were even kind enough to let me stay with them during the semester, Izuku admitted. And Aizu and I started using first names when we started dating, Itsuka explained, leaning her shoulder on Izuku's playfully. By the way, all the girls were talking about how cute of a couple we are in the locker rooms. I would hope so. Us as an ugly couple? Outrageous, Izuku replied with a smirk, earning a snort of laughter from the group and a kiss on the cheek for his humor by Itsuka. Their laughter was caught off as a familiar angry shout called out. Deku! Izuku sighed in annoyance and turned to regard Bakugo with an annoyed glare. What do you want? He said, voice biting out angrily. Why the hell were you ignoring me during the tests? Think you're better than me or something? Bakugo demanded to know, glaring as he noticed that Ijiro and Itsuka quickly moved into defensive positions behind Izuku. Think? Izuku asked, a questioning look coming over his face, before he shook his head, as if having made a decision. No, I know I'm better than you, Bakugo. What the hell did you say? Bakugo growled, his palms opening up and the sparks lighting up beneath them as he stared down Izuku. Since it seems to you can't run it through your head, I'll repeat myself. Better than you, Izuku said, saying the words slowly so Bakugo could really understand what he was trying to say. The reason I didn't spare you a glance during the tests? You're so far beneath me that it wasn't worth the effort. Bakugo looked apoplectic, eyes wide in astonished fury that anyone, especially this Deku, could claim such a thing over him. It looked like a vein was about to pop in his skull from the rage he was feeling. This isn't elementary school, Bakugo. You're not the top dog here, and the teachers aren't going to care that you have an awesome quirk. All they see is a kid with a history of being a bully and the gall to think he can be a hero with the attitude you're carrying around, Izuku continued, before turning away from Bakugo, showing him that he didn't even fear a reprisal from the boy. You're beneath me, Bakugo, because I already know that you'll never be a hero higher rated than me, not while that chip on your shoulder exists, Izuku called over his shoulder. Itsuka and Ijiro glared at Bakugo until he huffed and started to walk away in a different direction. Once he was sure he was gone, they turned to meet the confused glances of Ida and Uraraka. What was that all about? Ida asked, looking between the annoyed-looking Izuku and the fuming Bakugo, who was now well out of earshot. Bakugo and Izuku have history, Kirishima explained, looking at Izuku as if asking permission. Izuku pondered for a few moments, before speaking. I was a late bloomer, my quirk didn't come in until I was 6. A lot of late bloomers don't often develop quirks until much later in life, and Bakugo decided that I was as good as quirkless as a result. He went out of his way to torment me as a kid, encouraged others to help in the tormenting, and even went so far as to physically beat me down whenever he had the chance. Sometimes he would use his quirk, Izuku admitted. Eventually, after a really bad beating, Mom decided we should move away. We moved to Ichinomiya. It's where I met Ijiro, it's why we're so close. He was my first real friend. Is that why he calls you Deku? Ida asked, frowning in disappointment that a member of their class had been such a bully. Yeah, he said it's 'cause the kanji in my name kind of look like worthless. He's called me that since we were 4, Izuku admitted. Oh, but Deku kind of sounds like Dikairu, you know? Uraraka chimed in, trying to brighten up the mood, earning her a smile from the trio. Makes me think you can do it when I hear Deku. Yeah, I think Itsuka said the same thing when we told her about Bakugo, Izuku said with a grin. Pretty sure I did, yeah, Itsuka said with a chuckle before checking the time. Shoot, we'll have to run if I want to catch my train. Seems Bakugo took up a bunch of our time without even realizing it, Itsuka said. Uraraka freaked out a bit at that. Yeah, I think we're catching the same train too. We'd better hurry, she said, taking off at a run, Itsuka and the boys hard on her heels. Principal Nizu was taking his time going through some of the files he had taken a look through. All of the Aldra schools were definitely MLA fronts from what he had been able to discover. A conundrum since the Meta-Liberation Army was a thing of the past now. Yet to have an entire school district in Mustafu already under MLA doctrine implied an organized attempt at a takeover. MLA ideals didn't just spring up overnight. This was something that had been going on for years. Not possible for this to be a mere splinter cell. How curious. Hacking into the superintendent's email address was easy for a super genius like himself, but all the emails there were tame and insignificant, at first glance. Emails from parents concerned about their children. Shipping manifest from Aichi Prefecture for school supplies. Mayor asking superintendent for an update regarding field trips to City Hall. Transfer of student transcripts to schools in Aichi Prefecture. Billing information for more office supplies from a store here in Mustafu. Oh, how interesting, Nizu said, noticing the discrepancy right away now. They were getting their office supplies here in Mustafu. Wouldn't it make sense to get supplies for their schools here in Mustafu as well? Something else he could investigate then. With a sip of tea and an evil grin, Nizu continued his investigation. Izuku's second day of school started up being a lot more normal than he would have anticipated. Flicking through the syllabus that Aizawa-sensei had provided was a wealth of information on how the class was structured and important dates to keep a lookout for. The school day at UA started earlier than the surrounding schools. The school would open at 7:30 a.m., with homeroom starting at 8:10 a.m. Aizawa-sensei would call attendance for the day and go through any important announcements for the class before handing the class to the next teacher at 8:30 a.m. From there it would be 45-minute blocks of history, English, modern literature, science, and math. After math class, the students would get a lunch PRD of 45 minutes to stretch their legs and return for their hero training in the afternoon, which had a time of variable depending on the activity. If students were in general ed, then they would only benefit from the morning block of classes, with the afternoon block set aside for any extracurriculars or post-graduation preparation. Business course students would spend time with their business mentors, networking and earning practical experience with either professionals or older students. Support course students would spend the afternoon block in the support laboratories working on their support gear. The syllabus covered important topics, such as grading scales and important dates to keep ahead of. For instance, the next big event that Class 1A would be participating in was the Sports Festival and Internship Week. Izuku's syllabus in particular had a sticky note about preparing a small speech, as he would be the one to give the sports festival pledge due to his placement in the entrance exam. All in all, the syllabus was a wealth of information, and Izuku was grateful that he'd taken the chance to give it a read-through and was glad for doing so, since it meant he wouldn't be caught off guard by the need to give a pledge at the sports festival. He couldn't help but grin, knowing that Itsuka in particular would freak out when she found out. Perhaps he'd let it be a surprise? That decided, Izuku spent his time in his classes generally pretty bored. His Sharingan trivialized a lot of the memorization involved with his classes. He could read most textbooks just by flicking through them fast. However, just because he memorized something doesn't mean he completely understood it. An error on Izuku's part, one he had learned very quickly when he had been reading through some Quirk energy papers early on. Thankfully, it just meant that his education became focused less on memorization of random facts and methods and more on learning to apply what he had memorized to the point that he could sufficiently understand the new information. This meant that Izuku was well ahead of most of his classmates, already having delved into university-level topics, so spent his time in lessons assisting his classmates while embroiled in his self-study, something that had already been pre-approved by the principal. Izuku was attending UA mainly for the hero license and hero education. The standard education was largely unneeded, so he focused on what university work he had and helped out when he was asked by his teachers. He also had to struggle not to fanboy and burst into a fit of muttering every time a teacher walked into the room. Izuku just couldn't help himself. Pro heroes taught each of the classes for the hero core students. Midnight was their history teacher, Present Mike was the English teacher, modern literature was taught by Cementos, science was taught by Snipe, and mathematics by Ectoplasm. All around it was an impressive group of heroes. Each had their time in the spotlight and was definitely on the older side. Not that Izuku would tell Midnight Sensei that, and he definitely wouldn't tell Itsuka about his thoughts on Midnight Sensei either. While they still did their parts as pros, their careers were on the decline as a younger generation of heroes took up the spotlight. Now and again, they'd offer an internship or work study to hero hopefuls who showed promise, but their time was mostly focused on their teaching now, with notable exceptions like Present Mike somehow managing to run a radio broadcast as well. Overall, the day had gone great, being a pretty normal day for being a hero school. Izuku, for his part, was astounded at just how much interaction he was having with heroes in general. Coming from Ichinomiya, where there was hardly such a large hero presence, Mustafu and Yue were a big departure from what he was used to, and Itsuka ended up having to drag Izuku along or snap him out of hero mutterings more than once that day. Even their food was prepared by a pro hero, Lunch Rush, who provided exquisite meals to the whole of the school. It was almost unfair how good the food tasted, and Izuku had to resist going back for seconds knowing he was full already, but it just hadn't sunk in yet. Any additional food he ended up with would be a lost cause since he likely wouldn't be able to finish it. Although, perhaps if he got the nacho platter? Yeah, the nacho platter would be great, and it'd be shareable as well, so he could split it with Itsuka, Ijiro, Ida, Shinso, and Uraraka. Yeah, maybe if he asked them. Here buddy, one nacho platter for us to share, Ijiro said with a cheeky grin, causing Izuku's face to go red in embarrassment. Oh boy, I was muttering again? Sure, we're hun. Now eat your nachos before I finish them for you, Itsuka teased, giving Izuku a wink as she began to dig into the platter. Izuku didn't argue with that and quickly delved into the nachos, giving Itsuka a pouting glare in response. You're so lucky you're cute, Itsuka teased, causing the rest of the group to laugh while Ida chopped the air about how he'd need to make up for the additional calorie intake later in the day before grudgingly partaking in the excess food. The meal had them all in high spirits as they prepared for their first lesson of hero basic training. There was rampant speculation in the class about what they would be expecting. Thankfully, Izuku had a relatively easy time putting names to faces. The Sharingan tended to help with that. So he kept an ear to the ground while watching through the door with his Byakugan for when their hero training teacher arrived. Already the speculation was running rampant inside of him on who it could be. Surely it would be a pro hero, but which? The buzz of excitement within the class was palpable and had Izuku practically vibrating in his chair. Not even the amused look Itsuka was sending him was enough to get his body to stop. A part of him wanted to use his Byakugan to peek through the door and determine who their teacher would be, but he held it back. Every teacher so far had been surprised, and Izuku wanted this to be a surprise too. He wasn't disappointed. I am coming through the door like a normal person, All Might declared as he barged in, a heroic pose already set up. Izuku's eyes sparkled in amazement, and had he been paying attention to Itsuka or Ijiro, he would have noticed they both had pleasantly surprised expressions on their faces as well. It's All Might, came the voice of Denki Kaminari from a few rows behind Izuku. Wow, he is a teacher, Ijiro exclaimed, and Izuku had to do a double take. How did Kirishima get a hold of that rumor before him? Kamihara-sensei would be displeased to find out he'd been shirking his ninja training, even here in UA. Itsuka, that's his Silver Age costume, Izuku managed to squeak out as he shot his girlfriend a starstruck expression. A lot of heroes didn't use capes anymore. They tended to be a hazard and usually only served as an aesthetic to the hero costume. Statistics also showed that heroes with capes had a higher percentage of work-related accidents. In one embarrassing and early example, the vigilante tornado girl from the United States got caught up in her twister when debris snagged onto her cape and dragged her into the strongest currents. While immune to her winds, she wasn't so lucky when it came to the debris in the winds she generated smashing her around. She'd slammed into a piece of concrete going 60 miles per hour in her twister before she could reduce the wind's kinetic energy and disperse the storm. Needless to say, not a good way to go. Despite the danger, however, All Might made capes work. His Silver Age costume bore the colors of the country where he first started his hero career, the United States. The upper body of the outfit was mainly red, while his legs and the cap were a deep blue, and white stripes accented the costume in a stylish design. The winged arm guards, gold in coloration, were the final touch to the outfit. The style is completely different, but still, seeing All Might up close in his costume is giving me goosebumps, Shinso admitted, an odd expression on his face. Even Bakugo, who looked like he'd been bored in the previous classes, had a smirk of feral excitement and was sitting up now that All Might was in the room. It seemed the man's mere presence was enough to instill excitement within the classroom. Izuku would have been a mess had he still been a little kid. He almost blushed in embarrassment as he remembered sitting on the computer, watching All Might rescue videos and calling himself Small Might. Those were simpler days, when he was friends with Katsuki and their quirks had yet to develop. Izuku shook his head to clear his thoughts. That wasn't something to think about. While All Might was the #1 pro hero, Old Man Kamihara-sensei's lessons on being a shinobi and learning ninjutsu had rocketed Edgeshot to the top of his list of heroes. He was still an All Might fanboy, but Edgeshot was firmly at the top of his favorite heroes list. As All Might struck a heroic pose, hands on his hips and a big grin plastered over his features, the class quieted down. I teach hero basic training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. A large part of your hero preparation will come from time spent in this class, All Might declared as most of the other students listened on attentively, and we'll get right to it with this. Combat training. Excited murmurs traveled throughout the class, and Izuku couldn't help but agree with them. So far he'd managed to test out his Quirk on robots, but now he'd get to test his abilities against his classmates. And to go with that are these. All Might said, dramatically pointing to the wall of the classroom, where lockers began to exit out of the wall. Each clear locker had a suitcase with a number on it, with the number corresponding to the seating arrangements of the class. Costumes. Made using the information provided on your Quirk registration forms and requests you provided before school started. It seemed like everyone was ready to get into their costumes now, as a nervous but excited buzz swept through the room. After you all change, head to ground beta. Izuku quickly stood along with his classmates and headed to his designated locker, taking the suitcase and heading to the locker room to get changed into his hero outfit. Giving Itsuka a quick thumbs up as he passed her by on the way to the locker rooms. Tired face. Izuku's costume followed a new design philosophy, combining the old with the new. First was the underlayer of armor, which Izuku kept to a ninja mesh shirt, over which he wore a black shizuku made of the same carbon nanofiber we've used in Eraserhead scarf. It included a green stylized dragon decorating the left side of the outfit along the arms. He wore the ninja shawl around the lower side of his head, with a special metallic mask covering it, a useful support item to keep his muttering in check along with a few other features if he ever got in a tight situation. Around his waist is a set of pouches with a ton of ninja tools for any situation. The outfit was meant to be light, emphasizing maneuverability with personal protection coming in the form of strategically placed carbon nanofiber padded plates along his legs and arms. The ninja tabi he wore were specifically designed to have good grip and flexibility while being durable enough to withstand high-friction impacts and movements. Izuku had based the look on an old pre-Quirk video game character by the name of Raiden. Granted, the face mask trailed behind him a bit. Technology also still wasn't on the same level as those video games. Izuku felt like he'd gone the future ninja look pretty close to what he'd been going for. For now, he'd decided to forego a blade. Izuku had included a tanto as part of his hero costume but didn't plan on using it in the battle. This was just a training exercise against students after all, instead packing his Eskrima sticks and his Manrikigusari. He was a bit disappointed he wouldn't be able to use his tanto since his mom had given him a little throwing star charm to attach to the pommel. That, along with his usual ensemble of equipment, should mean that he'd be fine for whatever battle training that All Might had in mind. Due to how many parts went into his costume, Izuku was one of the last to leave the changing rooms. He arrived to see most students already dressed in their hero costumes. He was pretty impressed by their designs. Ochako seemed to be standing next to Itsuka. She had a blush on her face. I wasn't expecting the costume to be so skin-tight, she admitted bashfully. Hey, don't worry too much about it. I'm sure the support course can fix any problems you have with it, Itsuka reasoned, trying her best to comfort Uraraka. Uraraka's costume was tight-fitting, but Izuku could see the benefits of a tight-fitting costume on her, especially with her quirk. The entrance exam proved that she frequently dealt with nausea when she used her quirk. Perhaps the tightness of the suit was on purpose to pinch down on pressure points and reduce those effects. This would mean that she'd be able to handle the side effects of using her quirk for longer PRDS. Shinso and Uraraka looked on at their new interloper, surprised with the direction in which Midoriya had taken his costume and a bit exasperated that he had walked up to the small group and started muttering nonstop. Kirishima was approaching them as well, looking more amused than anything else. Does he do this often? Shino asked, looking towards the approaching Kirishima. All the time, Kirishima snarked in response, before approaching the mumbling Izuku, who was talking about potential for aerial maneuverability with perhaps a grappling hook. Aizu, you're mumbling again, Kirishima and Itsuka chorused, causing Izuku to startle in surprise at their interruption. Scowling at the two, who were grinning like loons, before giving them a smile and a grin, not that they could see it, of course. The mask covered up his facial expression. It seemed he'd need to learn to be more expressive with his eyes. As he was startled out of his mumbling spree, he could finally appreciate the costumes of his friends. Shinso wore a short-sleeved black shirt with gray shoulder pads. It seemed he also knew the benefits of fishnet mesh armor, as he was wearing a long-sleeved layer beneath, topped off with fingerless gloves. He wore black pants topped with white combat boots and had 2 speakers strapped to his legs. He seemed to have a strange contraption on his face, along with what looked to be a few pouches on his waist for equipment. Itsuka had gone with a turquoise knee-length qipao, over which she wore a black double-breasted corset that had a metallic shine to it. Perhaps it was some type of armor? She wore a set of short black sports shorts beneath the qipao and had a satchel tied around her waist. To finish the outfit, she'd gone with white-heeled combat boots. Eijiro's costume had 2 dark red, gear-shaped shoulder pads and had gone for the bare-chested look. Despite Eijiro never really joining him out on his workouts, it was clear that Izuku's friend worked out due to his build of lean muscle and abs. A look that a manly guy like Kirishima would be fine with showing off. There was a black wired mask around his face, and he wore a red, torn cape around his waist with a red R sitting above his navel. His pants were black and baggy, and he finished off the look with red combat boots. All in all, the costume looked kick-butt. You all look so cool, Izuku proclaimed, blushing slightly as he cast a look over to Itsuka, who seemed to be aware of his wandering eyes based on the smirk she shot him. We look cool? Bro, you look manly, Kirishima proclaimed. Seems I'll have to take notes on improving my future ninja look, Shinso replied with an appreciative nod in Izuku's direction. Izuku wanted to say thanks but was caught off by the chopping of the air from who he assumed to be Ida. The metal armor with an engine sprouting from the legs implied it. Quiet down, All Might is explaining what he expects from us out of this exercise, Ida scolded. Now class, most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside. However, if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs, truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. On this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of heroes and villains and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles, All Might declared, pumping his fist to encourage his students. Although a few still seemed confused with the directions given. Isn't this a little advanced? Someone in the crowd called out. The girl with the frog quirk, Izuku thought. The best training is the one you get on the battlefield. Just remember that you're not just punching a robot now, you're dealing with actual people, All Might said, trying to be encouraging. This prompted the floodgates to open and students to start asking questions. How do you determine who wins? The girl who'd taken first in Aizawa's quirk apprehension test, Yaoyorozu Momo, called out. How badly can we hurt each other? Bakugo asked, a feral grin on his face and a question that made Izuku snort. Hadn't added to the mess of questions currently overwhelming All Might, Izuku would have chimed in how much of a surprise it was that Bakugo had asked that question. Hint hint, it wasn't. Even Uraraka piped in, asking a nervous question about whether they'd be expelled for performing poorly. A fair question to ask given Aizawa-sensei's introduction to the class. "Listen up," All Might called, sounding a bit flustered as he pulled out a script to read from, inducing a sweat drop from Izuku at how unprepared All Might seemed to be for this first lesson. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans either by catching the evildoers or recovering the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they manage to protect the payload within the given time frame or capture the heroes. All Might said, pulling out a yellow box. "Time is limited, so we'll choose teams by drawing lots." "Isn't there a better way?" Ida asked, confused over the disorderly method of setting up teams. "Think about it," Izuku chimed in. "A lot of pros don't always have the luxury of having a team prepared and ready. They could have to team up with heroes from other agencies. That's likely why we're seeing that here." "I see," Ida nodded before bowing to All Might. "Excuse my rudeness." "No sweat. Let's draw," All Might declared. At the proclamation, the students began to approach the box that All Might had laid out for them. One by one, the students began to pull small ball with letters on them from the box. Izuku's was marked with the letter A, and he curiously looked around to see if there was anyone around who matched him. A part of him hoped he'd end up on a team with one of his friends, but instead, he was approached by someone else. The girl in question was the one he'd seen skate on acid the previous day, Mina Ashido. "Ashido-sen, you got an as well?" Izuku questioned while roving over her costume. Ashido wore a plain white mask over her face, with a purple and turquoise skin-tight bodysuit with a camouflage pattern on it. She topped off the look with a tan-colored sleeveless waistcoat with white fur along its collar. "Sure did, enjoying the view, Midori?" she asked with a wink. Izuku blushed slightly at her comment, scratching the back of his head at her casual address. "Not in that manner, I'm just trying to analyze what type of fighting you can pull off. A hero costume says a lot about a person's fighting style. I'm guessing since your outfit is so lightweight you prefer acrobatic and evasive maneuvers, preferring mobility and long range over defenses, right?" Izuku asked, still a little embarrassed. "Heck, you got all that already just from looking at my costume?" Mina asked, looking surprised before grinning. "All right then. With your brains and my awesomeness, we got this in the bag." Izuku gave a confident nod, looking over the rest of the class and the pairings. Team B was made of Bakugo Katsuki and Hantasiro. Team C had Mizo Shoji and Kyokujira. Team D consisted of Toru Hagakure and Tsuyu Ajui. Team E had Hitoshi Shinso and Achiko Uraraka, and at least some of his friends were teamed up. Team F had Koji Koda and Momo Yaoyorozu. Team G had Itsuka Kendo and Denki Kaminari. He felt a bit jealous of Kaminari being on Itsuka's team. There had been a slight hope that he would get to team up with his girlfriend for this exam. Team H consisted of Fumikage Tokoyami and Tenya Ida. Team I was made up of Yuga Aoyama and Rikido Sato. Finally, Team J had Eijiro Kirishima and Shoto Todoroki, which would be a tough team to go up against. Izuku had seen just how strong Todoroki's ice quirk was yesterday, and with Eijiro backing him up, the team had the perfect set of defense and offense going for them. All right, now that you're all split up, here are the matchups. The first two teams against each other will be the hero Team A and the Team B will be our villains for the exercise, All Might declared. In Izuku's periphery vision, he could make out that Itsuka, Eijiro, and Ochako had all stiffened slightly. Itsuka was giving Izuku a particularly worried look. Bakugo, on the other hand, had a predatory smirk on his face. Small pops lit up in his palms. Izuku simply matched Bakugo's feral expression with a calm look of his own. Day 2 of Izuku's time at UA, and it seemed like he'd finally put Bakugo in his place. The villain team had 5 minutes to set up. Most teams would have used it to familiarize themselves with the interior of their assigned buildings and strategically place their bombs in an easily defendable location. Perhaps they could have set up traps or decoys with some spare time. Bakugo Katsuki had done the bare minimum and placed the bomb on the 4th floor. The teen was seething since it had become apparent that he'd gotten one of the most insufferable people to partner with. Yuga Aoyama looked more pleased to be in his hero costume than take the assignment of handling the heroes their buttes. At least, that was what Katsuki thought. He'd come to UA to be numbers since Katsuki had been young. That's all he'd ever wanted to be. The best hero. He was always the best around. His quirk was strong, and he was the first to unlock his quirk within his age group in his kindergarten. Everyone saw him as the best, the other students, the teachers, his mother, so when some uppity extra like Izuku Midoriya claimed he'd still be a great hero without a quirk, Bakugo had been infuriated. This was his story. Some quirkless nobody like Deku didn't even stand on the same pedestal as him. There was no way the extra would amount to anything. Thus, Katsuki had been content to ignore him and let him linger in the background. Oh, the blonde felt pity for the kid. He'd rather off himself than be quirkless, so the fact that Deku kept on trying to be a hero was almost cute. It wasn't until a trip to the woods on a playdate that Deku struck the flint that alighted a rage within Bakugo. That trip to the woods, where he'd fallen and slipped into the stream, was when the rage started to inflame within Bakugo. It had been embarrassing in hindsight. At the time, it had hurt, not that he'd ever admit it to anyone. However, for the brief moment when he was holding back his tears, he'd failed to keep track of his surroundings. Deku was standing over him. Deku was looking down on him. Deku was seeing how weak he was. Katsuki Bakugo wasn't weak. He couldn't let it show. He wouldn't let someone as weak as Deku be his rescuer. He wouldn't let quirkless Deku stand above him ever again. It was in that realization that Bakugo understood his mother's whispered comments whenever she shot a look of scorn at Deku's back whenever Inko wasn't around. He should learn his place around you, Katsuki, you're his better. Late bloomers might as well be quirkless. Teach him his place. At first, he thought his mother wanted Bakugo to keep Deku around as a minion. However, that slip in the river revealed to Bakugo that Deku viewed him as weak. Only weaklings needed rescuing, and Bakugo wasn't weak. So he started attacking Deku from then on, brutal attacks, destruction of his homework, bullying him and getting others to do the same, beating him up in the parks. If only that police officer hadn't caught him in the act that once, it had made Bakugo much more cautious. His mom had taken him to a therapist at the request of a judge, who had only confirmed that he'd done nothing wrong and given Bakugo a clean bill of health, stating they'd worked through bullying behavior and reached a breakthrough. Of course, Bakugo had only ever had to attend 2 appointments. Even the government knew that Bakugo was the sheet. With a quirk as strong as his, he'd go pro quickly. His attacks on Deku continued. Then, the wimp was gone. Bakugo had hoped he'd killed himself, but it wasn't the case, as evidenced when he caught sight of the green-haired dweeb at the UA entrance exam. Bakugo had been eager to put him in his place but knew he couldn't be so careless. There were too many pros around at the exam. He'd hoped they'd at least get the same battle center in the practical exam, at which point he would have just stolen all of his points and made sure Deku couldn't get any points, but luck hadn't been on his side that day. When he found out that Deku had a quirk, he shrugged it off. Color-changing eyes weren't exactly anything to write home about. He still had the better quirk, yet somehow, the extra had pulled ahead of him in the quirk apprehension tests and pushed aside all of Bakugo's attempts to goad him into a confrontation. There was more to his quirk, but enhanced body strength was a dime a dozen amongst quirks, and it wouldn't be too tricky for Bakugo to overcome it. Thankfully, it seemed that Christmas had come early. Their first hero training exercise pitted him against the person Katsuki wanted to put in the dirt the most. Deku may think he was hot, but Bakugo would show him just how far below he was. A maniacal grin overcame his features, and he only shifted from his position when he heard All Might's voice come over their earpiece. Round start. Immediately, Bakugo began to head towards the entrance of the building, causing Aoyama to shoot him a concerned glance. The sparkling knight had been devising an excellent plan to defeat the heroes for the exercise, but it would have been futile without Bakugo's aid. "Have you not been listening to my sparkling plan?" he asked Bakugo, who replied only with a snort. "I don't care about your shitty plan. I'm here to win. You just sit there and watch me. I don't need nor want your help at all," Bakugo growled before exiting the room. Tired face. "That was some intense glaring Bakugo was giving you, Aizu," Mina Ishido said as she stretched and hopped enthusiastically to warm up before entering the building. "Yeah, I've already figured out a game plan to take him out," Izuku responded. "As for Bakugo's glare, he has some sort of inferiority complex, I think." He's never had to deal with not being at the top of the totem pole before and is starting to realize just how different the world is outside that sheltered little nest he grew up in. Mina listened attentively before nodding in understanding. Yeah, there were a few kids like that at my junior high my first year there, but they straightened out after they realized they didn't have the best quirks in comparison to some of the older years, Mina replied, bouncing on her toes slightly as she gave Izuku a nod. Alright, I've never had the most tactical mind, so why don't you share your plan? Mina asked. Well, my plan comes with the fact my quirk gives us the advantage of intel on the villains, Izuku said as his Byakugan and Sharingan activated. Izuku motioned toward the right side of his face, where the veins of his active Byakugan were prominently bulging. My Byakugan lets me see through things from far away, and my senseis insisted I should learn to read lips since it'd help gather intel on villains. Right now, I can tell you that the bomb is on the 4th floor in the north hallway, 3rd room from the stairs. Aoyama is planning something elaborate, but it won't work. He needs Bakugo's assistance, but I've got him figured out. Bakugo's not even listening to Aoyama. Bakugo's likely going to try to ambush us on the lower floors. Bakugo's a direct type of person and is all for action. He won't waste time with Aoyama's plan, Izuku explained as Mina listened in, a big grin on her face as she made a show of covering up. Oh, Aizu, I hope you aren't using your quirk to catch a glimpse, she ridiculed haughtily, causing Izuku to blush. If I did, Itsuka would splat me like a mosquito, he readily admitted, only managing not to spill out that Itsuka had let him peek with his Byakugan a time or two. Only to glimpse a cute bikini she had been wearing beneath her outfit for the day in preparation for their beach trip. Izuku counted that as a win, and it was all the same. No worries, I'm just messin' with you, Mina said with a giggle, making Izuku sigh inwardly in relief before clearing his throat. Alright. Anyways, since I figure Bakugo's likely going to be heading straight for me based on how much I've managed to PSS him off, we sneak attack his sneak attack. Izuku suggested, receiving a devious grin in reply. Go on, Mina said, sounding excited. So, Bakugo will be alone, probably trying to blitzkrieg us without his teammate to back him up. He'll be overextended. When he charges in at me, I'll tell you to go ahead and give you some space to run ahead as if you were going for the bomb, Izuku said, waiting for Mina to finish the plan. A look of realization crossed her face. And while you keep him busy, I'll circle and we'll strike him down with a fast pincer maneuver from both ends. Then we both go for the bomb since it'll be 2 versus 1, Mina exclaimed happily, with Izuku snapping his fingers and nodding. Awesome. The only thing we need to worry about are those gauntlets, Izuku said, causing Mina to give him a curious look. What about them? She asked. Based on their internals, they're more than just for show, Izuku admitted, looking them over carefully with his Byakugan. I was curious as to why Bakugo would have them in his hero costume. They looked cumbersome, but looking at them now, I think I see what he was going for. Bakugo sweats out a nitroglycerin-like substance from his arms and hands that he can will to explode on command. Those explosions must put a significant strain on his body, though. I'm sure his arm and shoulder muscles and bones are more reinforced than those found in his torso or legs. So, the gauntlets let him store his sweat for a big explosion he can use later. They're potentially lethal, especially in an indoor environment, Izuku explained to a frowning Mina. You think Bakugo would bring the building down on us? She asked. She sounded skeptical that Bakugo would go all out like that, but her voice was also laced with a bit of worry. To satiate his pride? That's why we need to take him down quickly and fast. If you can, aim your acid at his gauntlets to disable them as soon as possible, Izuku suggested, receiving a grin and a nod from Mina. No worries, leave those gauntlets to me. Can you hold Bakugo off in close quarters while I get into position? Mina asked, receiving a nod from Izuku. Yeah, I know a ton of martial arts, and my quirk lets me enhance myself, so I'll be able to keep ahead of Bakugo's explosions, Izuku explained, receiving a confused look from Mina. Wait, so you can see through things and have enhanced speed and strength? Mina asked, remembering how well Izuku had performed in the quirk apprehension test the day before. Kinda. My quirk is pretty complicated. It involves a relatively new field of study called quirk energy theory, The cliff notes of it are that I can manipulate my quirk energy pathways to enhance my body, and the manipulation of it comes from my eyes. I could probably write a textbook on my quirk, but that's the basics, Izuku explained with a shrug, the explanation looking to have gone entirely over Mina's head. Basically, my eyes do weird stuff beyond the obvious of letting me see. Mina's reply was interrupted by All Might's call, "Round start." They both jumped, not paying attention to the time, and quickly gathered themselves before giving each other a nod and stepping into the building. The building was relatively plain, made of bare concrete hallways and rooms bare of decoration. However, Izuku didn't spend too much time focusing on the little details of the plain environment, focusing instead on the two students above him. As he thought, Aoyama was sticking with the bomb, and Bakugo was approaching quickly. "He's coming in fast. If we maintain our current speed, we'll cross paths just before reaching the third-floor stairwell," Izuku muttered. "Let's slow our pace so we aren't up against the edge of the building when he approaches us." Mina gave a quick nod, looking slightly tense as she reviewed her role in their plan. Halfway through the main hallway of the second floor, Bakugo struck. Mina and Izuku acted surprised as he charged at them from a side hallway, already well aware of his position, thanks to Izuku's quirk. "Deku!" Bakugo yelled, angrily releasing an explosion as he cut off their escape back down the hall to the first floor, leaving only the path toward the third-floor stairwell for advancement. Izuku quickly took a defensive stance before Mina, bunching his fist and taking a boxer's stance. "Mina, go on up ahead. Bakugo's after me." "You get the bomb," he cried, trying to sound apprehensive. "Midori, are you?" Mina cried out, trying to protest, but was cut off by Izuku, shaking his head. "Nah, go on ahead. I've got this," Izuku replied. Mina gave him a pat of encouragement on the shoulder and headed towards the end of the hallway. As Mina took off, running down to the end of the hall, Izuku turned his attention to Bakugo. There was a feral look in his eyes as he stared down Izuku. His palms were sparking with small explosions at the thought of pulverizing the ant who'd crawled out from underneath his boot and made a stand against him. "Finally, Deku, now that Raccoon Eyes is gone, I can finally put you back in your place," he said, a grin of satisfaction plastered on his features as if he'd already won just by having Izuku all on his own. "You know, I should thank All Might Sensei for this. I'd been hoping for a reason to put you down and in your place beneath me, and then we went and matched up against each other. It seems like destiny is giving me the perfect opportunity to show you where you belong," Bakugo said, his eyes glinting with vicious intent. "You know, Bakugo, I think Kendo is right about you. You're one angry Pomeranian. All bark, no bite. Are you going to sit there and yammer, or are we going to fight?" Izuku jeered back. Izuku was glad he'd had his quirk activate during Bakugo's entire monologue. It let him capture the frankly hilarious-looking expression of flummoxed rage on Bakugo's face as he took in his words with the Sharingan. It also allowed him to watch the tensing of the muscles as Bakugo's body moved to attack, how his legs began moving forward, and how his arm reached out towards Izuku. His Sharingan let him capture the attack in slow motion. It gave Izuku time to remember back to a time when Bakugo's burning right palm slammed into his face when the explosions would pummel Izuku's body, the brutal kicks to his ribs and stomach, the stinging of burns on his torso, his burned clothing and skin, the tears, the helplessness. "Late bloomer? You may as well be quirkless. Worthless people like you, Deku, will never be heroes," Bakugo sneered then. Bakugo's fist was ped back, painfully telegraphed, as he made to swing at Izuku, right hook inbound like he had when they were little. When Izuku was small and knew no better, he'd had no choice but to suffer the attack, curl up, and wait for it to all be over. Izuku's whole body shifted as he broke the ruse of a boxer's stance he'd set himself up in, his body moving faster than should be possible as Izuku enhanced himself with a full cowl, quirk energy pushing through his limbs as he grabbed the overextended punch, shifted his weight, and heaved Bakugo over his shoulder. The movement seemed to have caught Bakugo off guard as the smug look slowly faded from his face into confusion before Izuku slammed him into the ground. The concrete floor cracked from the impact, and there was a sense of satisfaction in Izuku's eyes as he noticed how Bakugo was gasping for air, the breath forcefully expelled out of him from the impact. A part of Izuku wanted to strike now, But Bakugo's shoulders tensing gave Izuku a clear idea of what he was planning, and he sprung away, secure in the knowledge that he'd done his part of the plan well. Now, it was all up to Mina to initiate the counter-sneak attack. Bakugo released a large explosion towards Deku, his shoulders tensing with the recoil as his palms lit up. The rapid acceleration of heat slammed into the location where Deku no longer was. Bakugo grit his teeth, noticing how Deku had backed up. "Damn it, Deku. Stand still so you can die." Bakugo screamed, facing his palms backward to lift him off the floor before using a set of explosions to boost his momentum toward Deku. Bakugo was so focused on getting to Deku that he failed to notice the lithe shape behind him, out of range of his smaller momentum, granting explosions but quickly moving in. Bakugo turned his body sideways, letting his momentum carry him into delivering a harsh kick at Deku when his right arm suddenly felt a lot heavier. He turned, spotting his gauntlet and arm covered in a vicious yellow liquid. The liquid was irritating his skin, but it was the least of his problems, as even in the short time he watched it, it was already starting to harden up. So surprised was he that Bakugo performed a fatal flaw that those in fights should never do: look away from their opponents. Izuku rushed in and capitalized on Bakugo's distraction. "Juken, 16 palms." Izuku thought, figuring it sounded alright for a first super move. He'd have to see what Kirishima thought about it as he stepped forward, arms a blur of motion, as he manipulated his quirk energy and struck a host of pressure points along the leg Bakugo had so helpfully extended. With his Sharingan having slowed the fight to a crawl for Izuku, it was easy for him to step forward and deliver his strikes before stepping back out of Bakugo's range. He watched as the leg went limp, and Bakugo's face morphed into an angry expression. Stuck between the both of them, Bakugo was without his right arm, and his left leg had suddenly gone limp in the air from Deku's attack. "God damn it. You were too scared you had to get a shitty extra to come help you, huh?" Bakugo screamed, as instead of delivering the kick he had launched, he had crashed to the ground, his momentum too altered by the sudden shift of his body from the attacks. He wasn't sure what Deku had done to his leg, but he'd have to use his gauntlet a little early. The right one was out, but if Bakugo could reach his left gauntlet, he'd get to blow the hell out of the losers teaming up against him. Bakugo went to release an explosion to the stupid Horn Beach when he was stunned by a sucker punch to the face by the stupid Deku. Izuku hadn't remained idle after his palm strikes. His Sharingan let him see the shift of Bakugo's eyes towards Mina, and Izuku stepped forward, capture tape unfurling around wrapping around Bakugo's left arm as he arced it around the rabid dog and Mina, stepping forward to deliver a punch to Bakugo's face to draw his attention back towards himself. This allowed Mina to catch the tape and finish the maneuver, swinging it back around for a complete capture. For being a spur-of-the-moment decision, it was an efficient takedown of Bakugo, using a surprise attack and teamwork that Bakugo hadn't anticipated seeing. "Bakugo is captured," came All Might's booming voice through their earpieces. In truth, the pro was surprised by how efficiently Midoriya and Ishido had fought against young Bakugo. With his communicator's help, All Might could listen in on team chat, and while he approved of Midoriya's plan to counterattack and work with his teammate, All Might couldn't help but feel suspicion against the team. Midoriya fought with rare efficiency that he hadn't expected to see in a boy so young. Not to mention that he was covered head to toe in weapons, dangerous weapons that Midoriya seemed skilled in using based on how he'd lead an attack on Aoyama and the bomb, using the weighted chain as a mid-range option to break some of the reflections on Aoyama's hero costume before moving in for a takedown while Ishido secured the bomb. Then, there were his seemingly multiple quirks: enhanced speed and strength, telescopic X-ray vision, and seemingly precognition based on how quickly he reacts to attacks from Bakugo and Aoyama. These were combined with his propensity to deal out some hurt, evidenced by how he had calmly walked up to the raging and captured Bakugo and held a finger to the boy's jugular to knock him out. While All Might didn't want to start any accusations, the way he had done so without hesitation and his stockpile of quirks made All Might remember back to the last individual with multiple quirks he had faced. He grimaced as a phantom pain burst from his side. Long since healed, yes, but the wound had left a lasting impact on his body. All Might finally took up a successor, seeing his degradation as the sign it was time to pick someone worthy of one for all. Seeing a young Mirio Togata rush in to save young Bakugo from a slime villain last year had been the wake-up call Toshinori sorely needed. He'd confronted the young man and had been inspired by his tale of hardship in mastering his tricky quirk. Despite his initial struggles, he'd used it to save Bakugo masterfully and reignited the fading spark within Toshinori, allowing him to surpass the limits constrained since his battle with All for One. He was surprised to discover that Mirio was the kid Mirai had been hassling to take on as his successor, but he could now see why Mirai had made that suggestion. Mirio Togata had a heroic spirit worthy of One for All and was already learning to use the potent quirk alongside his quirk. He'd come to UA to watch over Mirio's final year as a hero student but had been surprised to discover that the latest group of freshies in 1A held more than met the eye within their lineup. Oh, sure, Endeavor's son wasn't unexpected, and the Yaoyorozu girl was a nice surprise. Toshinori had expected the girl to follow in her parents' footsteps and become a businesswoman. No, the biggest surprise was undoubtedly Izuku Midoriya, who seemingly had a host of quirks originating from his eyes and had dominated the entrance exam, with the highest score on the written exam and taking the top spot on the practical, though still far from All Might's practical exam record. All Might did his best to keep up his pretense of being jovial and friendly while the class determined an MVP, which the Yaoyorozu heiress determined to Midoriya when Mina mentioned that he had been the one to come up with the plan to pincer attack Bakugo and then distract Aoyama while the other went for the bomb. All Might relaxed as Izuku retook his place among his classmates, announcing the start of the next battle between heroes Koji Koda and Momo Yaoyorozu and the villains Fumikage Tokoyami and Tenya Ida. Tired face. Izuku was proud of having made MVP. After incapacitating Bakugo, the rest of the exercise went smoothly. Aoyama's inability to keep up sustained lasers ensured that Izuku and Mina could outmaneuver his deadly attack and close the distance. While the armor Aoyama wore was great for defense, it could have been more convenient, decreasing any additional mobility his naval laser might have granted him by a large margin. The lack of mobility let Izuku get in close and distract the French student while Mina secured the bomb. Unlike their initial plan, the two teens' only definitive strategy was to keep mobile. Everything else they developed was on the fly. In the end, Izuku felt like they'd done quite well. Bakugo eventually returned to class after his short nap, silently fuming as he took one of the seats in the corner of the observation room, glaring daggers at the ground for the rest of the fights. Izuku, for his part, had taken a seat next to Itsuka and pulled out his hero notebook to take notes on his classmates' notable quirks. As part of his hero costume, he'd included a compact computer to help if he ever needed to hack into something. He used it to take notes that he would later transfer onto pen and paper. The fight between teams F and H was exciting to watch. The villains, Tokoyami and Ida, had gotten pretty dramatic based on the lips he could read. Tokoyami's speaking was a bit harder to understand due to his bird features, but some words were still intelligible, which was more than Izuku received from a helmeted Ida. Tokoyami was also the one who had the most fantastic quirk out of the four, in Izuku's opinion. His shadow was some sort of sentient monster, and Izuku had always been amazed by the concept of sentient quirks. A few scientists believed it was a remnant of dissociative identity disorder expressed in modern times quirks. Many scientists agreed that the condition had become almost unheard of within quirked populations, with the only notable diagnosed examples coming from quirkless individuals in the last few years. The hero team wasn't lacking in cool quirks either. Koji Koda's quirk allowed him to control animals, as evidenced by how he used rats and birds to scout the building as they entered. However, Momo Yaoyorozu's quirk stood out on the team. He'd had suspicions since the quirk apprehension test, but the trial provided all the confirmation Izuku needed. She seemed to have produced several items from her skin, and Izuku couldn't help but be amazed by her apparent versatility. And she had the mind to wield such a versatile quirk properly. Before entering the building, she'd created a gun for Koda to wield and was wearing a set of infrared goggles, pointing out the villain team well in advance with them. She would place a tripwire at the entrance of every new hallway they entered, slowing their progress slightly, but the tripwires would prove a boon in the coming moments. The villain team had decided on a hit-and-run approach, using Ida as a spear and Tokoyami as the shield. They decided on a two-pronged attack. Tokoyami would bar the way forward while Ida would flank them from behind before falling back with Tokoyami to a more defensible position. At least, that was what Izuku had made out of Tokoyami's words and Ida's actions. Yaoyorozu had seemingly picked up on this and let Koji know as they visibly tensed up before springing the trap. Ida came in charging from the hallway they had just vacated, using the length of the hallway to build up speed in the close quarters environment. He must have been screaming something for Yaoyorozu, who looked to be holding back laughter. As the heroes braced for an attack, Ida's foot snagged on a tripwire, and the motorized speedster crashed to the floor before them. The sudden faceplant was enough to refocus the heroes as Koji pulled the trigger on the gun head, and a mesh net quickly tangled up and trapped Ida. Tokoyami quickly moved out of his defensible position to attempt to back up his partner. Still, Koda kept him at bay with a swarm of rats, birds, and, surprisingly, bats while Momo used her capture tape to secure Ida out of the fight. From there, it was another 2 versus 1 situations, although Tokoyami put up a much greater fight, his quirk holding off the animals and Yaoyorozu's projectiles until she realized light sources weakened the sentient shadow when she threw out a flashbang disguised as a little Russian doll that caught Tokoyami and his quirk off guard enough for Koda to close the distance and capture Tokoyami in capture tape, the taller boy looking to have a surprising amount of strength and durability based on how easily he shoved the shadow quirk aside when it tried to defend Tokoyami from the attack. Ultimately, Izuku decided that Yaoyorozu should be the MVP, as she developed a good plan for handling the villains. The rest of the class agreed, although Izuku privately thought that the villains should get extra points for the effort they put into their roles. Izuku sat up when it was clear Itsuka would be going next. She was partnered with a guy with a black lightning bolt design on his hair Denki Kaminari. Supposedly, he had some sort of electricity quirk, but Izuka hadn't seen him use it during the quirk apprehension test. "Wish me luck," Itsuka said, giving him a grin as she pumped her fist. Izuku couldn't help but grin back. "Don't worry, you won't need it," he reassured, smiling as he watched her prepare for the upcoming fight. Itsuka Kendo couldn't help but glance at her partner, Denki Kaminari, as they waited in the observation room to begin their match. While she'd seen flashes of his quirk during the earlier apprehension tests, she hadn't yet figured out how effective he could be in a structured fight. She knew the basics. He could emit electricity, an undeniably flashy ability. But she also knew the glaring downside Kaminari wasn't immune to his discharges. Too much usage, and he'd be a liability. That weakness wouldn't have bothered her so much if he didn't seem so scattered. His demeanor, casual to the point of carelessness, grated against her instinct for preparation. His quirk could have been devastatingly effective if wielded with precision, but instead, he swung it around like a hammer. She sighed inwardly. If she wanted to be a pro hero, she'd have to learn to work with all kinds of people. Izuku works well with anyone, she thought, the image of her boyfriend's endlessly adaptable nature flashing through her mind. If he can do it, so can I. Taking a steadying breath, Itsuka clasped her hands together, grounding herself with a quick centering exercise. She stretched deeply, feeling the tension release from her body, and rose with a calm sense of readiness. But when she looked over, she noticed Kaminari staring at her with an unreadable expression. "Nervous?" he asked suddenly, his tone light, almost teasing. "A bit," she admitted, finishing her stretches. "Those last 2 groups are a tough act to follow." "Oh, totally," Kaminari agreed, visibly relaxing. "Midoriya and Ashido were nuts. Did you see how they countered Bakugo? And Koda? That guy summoned so many rats, I thought I was watching a horror movie." He laughed, leaning casually against the wall, his posture still annoyingly lax. "Aren't you going to warm up?" Itsuka asked, arching an eyebrow. "Nah, I'm good." Kaminari waved her concern off with a smirk. "I'm just enjoying the show right now." That smirk ignited a flare of irritation in Itsuka's chest. "Just so you know," she said, her voice turning a little frosty, "I have a boyfriend. I've been with Izuku since the end of elementary school." Her arms crossed, her eyes piercing. Kaminari blinked and appeared genuinely surprised. "Really? I figured you two area a little more casual with how he's been staring at all the girls' costumes." Itsuka's frown deepened. Izuku doesn't gawk. He's analyzing. Trust me, he's probably writing a mental essay about how everyone's outfits optimize their quirks. She allowed herself a sly smile. Besides, he's looked over everyone in the class. I'm not worried he gave you the same once-over. Kaminari visibly flinched, his smirk faltering. Yeah, my bad. Got it. You're definitely taken. Hey, we need a plan, right? Let's focus on that. Restraining Agron, Itsuka nodded. Good idea. They settled quickly on a simple plan: stick together, keep their heads up, and do their best to avoid traps. As it turned out, their opponents, Tsuyu Azui and Toru Hagakure, were a fearsome pair. Azui's frog-like qualities made her extremely agile, whereas Hagakure's invisibility made her virtually impossible to follow. Itsuka knew they were in for an uphill fight regarding stealth and misdirection. All right, get ready, All Might's booming voice announced, snapping them to attention. Start! The pair entered the dimly lit training building cautiously. Itsuka led the way, her large hands ready to expand momentarily, while Kaminari trailed behind, watching their flank. The first floor was eerily quiet. Stick close, Itsuka whispered. The bomb's probably on an upper floor, but they'll try to slow us down on the way. Kaminari nodded, his usual carefree demeanor replaced with a focused intensity that surprised her. The faint creak of a window opening shattered the stillness. Itsuka froze, every muscle tensing. The sound came from a room just down the hall. A second later, the window slammed shut. Check it out, she murmured, glancing at Kaminari. She silently counted down with her fingers before enlarging her right hand and smashing the door in. Dust billowed, and she swung her other hand to clear the air, hoping to reveal Hagakure. The room was empty, save for a closed window. Itsuka frowned, her massive hands sweeping the space in wide arcs. Still, nothing. Anything? Kaminari asked, his voice tight with nerves. No, she replied, stepping back into the hallway. But with Hagakure, that doesn't mean much. Let's keep moving. The sounds began to toy with them, more windows opening and closing, doors creaking, footsteps echoing just out of sight. Each noise ratcheted up the tension, fraying their focus. A loud door slam echoed from the first floor as they ascended the stairs. Kaminari spun, discharging a quick blast of lightning. The sudden flash lit up the hallway, but there was no sign of their opponents. Stay focused, Itsuka snapped, but she could see the frustration building in his eyes. We're wasting time, he growled, bolting toward the noise. Kaminari, wait. Itsuka hurried after him, her heart sinking as she realized they were losing coordination. They burst into the room from where the noise had come, finding only an open window. Itsuka leaned out the window, spotting another open window directly above with a pink tongue holding what looked like an invisible Hagakure onto the second story. Kaminari, Azui just took Hagakure up a floor. We need to. Kaminari has been captured. All Might's voice rang out in her earpiece. Itsuka turned, stunned, to see Kaminari standing sheepishly with capture tape wrapped around his waist. In their rush to chase Hagakure, they'd overlooked entirely the trap she'd set at the doorway. Her partner was out, and she was now entirely on her own. Kaminari, for his part, could only give her a sheepish shrug. Sorry. Itsuka's mind raced. The villains had manipulated them, using stealth and misdirection to draw them into errors. She just needed time to regroup and think strategically, but being the only remaining hero, the odds were against her. Focus, Itsuka, she muttered, steeling herself for what was to come. If Kaminari had been captured, whatever Azui had done with the invisible Hagakure had been a ruse. This meant that Hagakure was vulnerable right now, separated from Azui. That was if she was still in the room. The door was wide open. She could have run out into the hallway after capturing Kaminari and already be halfway up the stairs without Itsuka being any wiser. What a horrible situation she was in. First, she needed to ensure that Azui couldn't even the odds by coming through the open window. With one hand guarding herself, she quickly closed the window and began to clear the room, starting from the door. Nothing except the bound and sheepish-looking Kaminari in a corner. Well, it's time to brave the hallway then, but first. Itsuka reached to the floor and crushed a handful of the cement flooring into gravel-like dust. This isn't much, but it should help me even with the odds of Azui's range advantage. She gave Kaminari one last apologetic glance before opening the door, remaining wary of the likely ambush. From there, the tension only mounted. Itsuka tried to regroup, knowing she was now on her own. Itsuka carefully swept the hallway, keeping an eye on the windows and doorways. Her massive hands acted like shields, ready to counter any surprise attack. She spotted faint marks on the dusty floor footprints heading toward the staircase that led to the second floor. She and Kaminari had already wasted too much time on the slow approach. Her team would likely lose if she didn't increase the pace. Remaining wary of a possible ambush from behind, Itsuka quickly advanced to the next floor. Itsuka was only halfway up the stairs when the attack came. A long, sticky tendril whipped toward her from the shadows directly above. Itsuka ducked, feeling the air ripple as Azui's tongue narrowly missed her face. Reacting quickly, she swung her enlarged left hand toward the attack, forcing Tsuyu to retreat into the shadows. "So you're done hiding?" Itsuka called out, taking a defensive stance. "Not quite, hero," Azui replied from somewhere above, giving a creepy giggle and croak. Knowing they had the advantage, Itsuka was forced to pursue. She turned on the stairwell, barely catching sight of Azui as she disappeared into the shadows of the second-floor hallway. With a battle cry, Itsuka threw her fist forward, hoping to grab her as she escaped, but she was promptly unbalanced by a trip as she stepped into the hallway. She was forced to make an impromptu roll to avoid a harsh landing, successfully preventing a tongue lash from Azui in the process. While the combat roll helped avoid a bad landing, it forced her to size her fists to a more manageable size to maintain her dexterity. The gravel she had held onto was only clumsy and thrown in retaliation as Tsuyu. "Drat, there goes that plan. I've got to watch out now." Hagakure was somewhere to my left and behind me, and Azui was to my right and above, but she was moving fast. Oh crap. Itsuka only managed to dodge another attempt from Azui as she flung out her tongue to grapple her with. Seeing the chance, she quickly used one of her fists to keep it pinned to the wall. However, Itsuka was unprepared for how slick the tongue was, and Azui quickly yanked it free, using the momentum to gain some distance. Itsuka went to pursue but caught a shift in the dust kicked up from the gravel she'd thrown and switched targets. Without hesitation, she lunged back towards the shifting dust, giant fist expanding and aiming for the spot she was sure Hagakure had to be. Hagakure squeaked and dodged, but not before Itsuka's fingers grazed her arm. Now she knew exactly where one of them was. "Gotcha," Itsuka said with a grin, ready to press her advantage. She was so eager to finally see a chance at a win that she let herself lose sight of Azui. A sudden croak behind her shattered her focus. She turned just in time to see Azui leaping toward her, a set of capture tape held taut between her hands. Before Itsuka could react, Azui landed on her back and looped the tape around her arms, binding them tightly. The weight threw Itsuka off balance, and she fell to one knee, struggling to break free. "Nice teamwork," Hagakure chirped, reappearing as she slipped her gloves back on. Itsuka gritted her teeth, but she couldn't deny it. The villains had played her perfectly, using Azui's agility and Hagakure's stealth to outmaneuver her. "Heroes captured." All Might's voice boomed, signaling the end of the match. Itsuka sighed, leaning back against the wall as Azui removed the tape. "Good match," Itsuka said begrudgingly, extending a hand toward Azui and Hagakure. "You too," Tsuyu said, giving her a hand up. "Your reactions were speedy." "And you nearly caught me," Hagakure added, smiling. That thing with the gravel was clever. Though she had lost, Itsuka couldn't help but smile. Although the result wasn't what she desired, the match had provided a valuable lesson in strategy and teamwork. She noted that she would work on her tactics for the next exercise. Izuku Midoriya had been quietly rooting for his friends to win their matches, but the outcome of Itsuka's team had snuffed out some of his hope. He wouldn't blame her solely after all. Hagakure and Azui had executed an ingenious plan. Still, he couldn't help but analyze the match, replaying it to pinpoint what had gone wrong. Could she have convinced Kaminari to blitz the building instead of cautiously advancing? He wondered. It was a gamble, but it might have thrown the villains off balance. Their psychological strategy had worked too well, disorienting Itsuka and Kaminari with constant misdirection. A faster approach might have initially put the villains off their game. After all, he hadn't noticed any obvious additions to their costumes that could have allowed them to set up some traps. It was impressive how Hagakure and Azui had manipulated the environment to their advantage. Hagakure, he realized, had never even left the first floor as they had been led to believe by Azui's actions. The opening and closing of windows and doors had all been Azui's doing, her tongue granting her the range to create an illusion of movement across multiple floors. It was a bold and risky ploy that had paid off spectacularly. By staying hidden in the room where she ambushed Kaminari, Hagakure had captured him in seconds, effectively tipping the odds in their favor before the match had properly begun. Had the villains not fallen for the ploy, they would have had Hagakure at their backs as they advanced up the building. From there, stealth and mobility carried the villains to victory. The early capture of Kaminari had thrown Itsuka off her game, forcing her to fight a losing battle against a team that was already one step ahead. When Itsuka returned to the observation room, she wore a mix of frustration and reflection. Still, she clapped along with the rest of the class when All Might awarded Hagakure the MVP title. The invisible girl practically glowed with pride, or so Izuku imagined since only her gloves and boots indicated her presence. The victory had been well-deserved, and the lesson was clear: strategy often outweighed brute strength. Izuku turned his attention to the next match, hoping for a different outcome. This time, Shinso and Uraraka faced off against Shoji and Jiro. As the match unfolded, however, it became clear that the villain team had devised a simple yet brutally effective plan. Jiro's amps blasted a constant wall of sound throughout the building, drowning out Shinso's voice and rendering his quirk useless. Without the ability to compel their opponents. Through his questions, Shinso's greatest weapon was neutralized. Meanwhile, Shoji used his strength and close-quarters combat skills to dominate the heroes. Uraraka and Shinso could not coordinate effectively, and Jiro's relentless sound waves drowned out their communication attempts. Shoji's multi-armed prowess was particularly devastating. He blocked Uraraka's attempts to touch him, preventing her from using her zero-gravity quirk while keeping Shinso at bay with sheer physicality. The two heroes tried to regroup, but every move was countered by Shoji's tactical precision and Jiro's sonic interference. The match ended in another victory for the villains. A battered and visibly frustrated Shinso returned to the observation room alongside a crestfallen Uraraka. Shoji was awarded the MVP for his commanding performance, his stoic demeanor betraying only a hint of satisfaction. Izuku sighed as he analyzed their defeat. Their quirks are promising, but they lack close-quarters combat skills. Shoji quickly overwhelmed them, and Jiro's sound-based strategy completely shut down Shinso. A thought began to form in his mind. Maybe they'd benefit from martial arts training. If their bodies could keep up with their quirks, they'd stand a much better chance in such situations. He made a mental note to bring it up with Itsuka later. A training club focused on fitness and hand-to-hand combat might help not just Shinso and Uraraka but the entire class. The next match, however, proved to be over almost as soon as it began. Izuku watched as Todoroki's team, consisting of him and Ijiro, faced off against Siro and Sato. Todoroki wasted no time, raising his hand and encasing the entire building in thick ice. His attack's sheer speed and precision immediately neutralized Siro and Sato, who were frozen in place before they could react. The scene was both awe-inspiring and anticlimactic. Siro's carefully laid traps, which he had painstakingly set up to trip up the villains, were rendered useless, frozen solid along with the rest of the building. Ijiro smashed through the icy remains of the traps as he made his way to the bomb room, his hardened body shrugging off the cold with ease. There was a brief glimmer of resistance as Sato, who had managed to ingest some sugar and break free from the ice, launched a counterattack. His superhuman strength allowed him to shatter the frozen layers around him and charge toward Ijiro. For a moment, there might be a proper showdown. But Ijiro's durability proved too much. He grinned as Sato's punches glanced off his hardened form, ready to retaliate. Before the fight could escalate, Todoroki intervened, encasing Sato in an even thicker layer of ice. With their final opponent immobilized, Todoroki calmly placed his hand on the bomb, ending the match. Heroes win. All Might's voice echoed through the training area. Izuku couldn't help but admire the efficiency of Todoroki's approach. The combination of overwhelming power and precise control had left the hero team with no opportunity to fight back. He was made the obvious MVP for how easily he'd shut down the villain team. However, Izuku wasn't focused on Todoroki but on Eijiro, whose mask of manliness had briefly fallen into an expression of self-doubt. I think this is something to talk about when we get home. Had Izuku been noticing Todoroki, who wouldn't have missed the analyzing gleam in the other boy's eyes as he seemed to assess Izuku. As the day's matches concluded, Izuku reflected on what he had seen. Each match highlighted critical lessons for both the winners and the losers. Yayorozu showed what a versatile plan could provide for those who knew how to set one up. Itsuka's match demonstrated the importance of adaptability in the face of psychological warfare. Shinso and Uraraka's loss emphasized the need for physical training to complement their quirks. Todoroki's overwhelming victory reminded everyone of the value of sheer, unrelenting power. Izuku's thoughts drifted back to the idea of a training club. If we could all work together to strengthen our weaknesses, it would make us a better class overall. Heroes can't rely on quirks alone. He made a mental note to discuss it with Itsuka and maybe All Might. There was potential here, and Izuku was determined to make the most of it. Well done, students. Some of you truly went to plus ultra with your performances today. All Might declared, his booming voice carrying over the training grounds. He struck a heroic pose, grinning from ear to ear. These recordings will be passed to Aizawa-sensei, who will provide your grades tomorrow. And with that, he took off like a bullet, waving cheerfully as he disappeared into the distance. It was such an abrupt departure that Izuku blinked in surprise. He must have someplace important to be, shrugging it off as he turned toward the changing rooms. With the heroics class finished, the students were free to go home. Izuku returned his costume to its designated case, carefully folded and ready for the next training session. After changing his uniform, he stepped outside to meet his friends, who were already animatedly discussing the day's events. Shinso, no longer bearing the bruises from his earlier match, joined them with a tired yawn. The dark bags under his eyes suggested Recovery Girl's treatment had worked its magic, albeit at the cost of his stamina. I don't know about you guys, Shinso said, raising a hand in a half-hearted wave, but I'm heading home to sleep for about a year. Not a bad idea, Kirishima said, clapping him on the back. You earned it, man. Shinso gave a tired smile but didn't stop walking. He lived nearby, opposite the train station, so he waved one last time before heading off. Later, guys. Izuku watched him go, then suddenly remembered an idea brewing in the back of his mind all day. Oh wait. Shinso, Uraraka before you go. Uraraka, who had been chatting with Itsuka, turned toward him with curiosity. Shinso paused mid-step, looking over his shoulder. I was thinking, Izuku began, his tone eager, maybe we could start some kind of fitness club. You know, to help you two build strength and teach self-defense techniques or martial arts. It could help in future training exercises. Shinso groaned but nodded reluctantly. Fine. After today, I guess I can't argue with that. I'll join. Awesome! Kirishima exclaimed, throwing an arm over Shinso's shoulders and giving him a playful shake. Soon, you'll be just as manly as Izaburo and I. Shinso gave a sarcastic thumbs up. Great. Looking forward to it. What about you, Uraraka? Itsuka chimed in, embracing a classic Muibaran stance with practiced ease. Izuku and I usually spar together, so I'm sure we could show you a few moves. Uraraka hesitated, her hands fidgeting. You think martial arts would help me? I've always wanted to focus on being a rescue hero. Itsuka glanced at Izuku, prompting him to answer. She wasn't disappointed. Absolutely, Izuku said, his voice steady and passionate. Even rescue heroes deal with combat situations. Villains don't care about your specialty, they'll attack anyone who gets in their way. Disaster relief can also involve managing distressed civilians who might act unpredictably in high-stress situations. And don't forget you'd need to protect those civilians from rampaging villains. A strong foundation in hand-to-hand combat could make all the difference. Uraraka's expression grew thoughtful, but she still looked unsure. Sensing this, Izuku continued, his tone growing more serious. Do you know about the water hose heroes? Her brow furrowed. Water hose? I've never heard of them. They were a hero duo who specialized in firefighting, Izuku explained. The male hero could output water at high pressure, and the female hero was hydrokinetic. She could manipulate water with amazing precision. They were incredible at handling fires in remote areas. So what happened to them? Uraraka asked, leaning in with curiosity. Izuku's voice darkened. They were sent to a small village to help with an emergency. A villain named Muscular was in the area, threatening to kill everyone. Waterhose tried to stop him. It might have been an easy fight if they'd had more experience in villain takedowns. But they weren't prepared for someone like him. What do you mean? Itsuka asked, crossing her arms. Well, Izuku said, they could have drowned Muscular by trapping his head in a water bubble. It would have been simple with their quirks. But they weren't used to facing strong, ruthless villains. When Muscular killed one of them, Izuku paused, his jaw tightening. The shock left the other hero vulnerable. Muscular nearly killed her too. She only managed to injure him and force him to retreat by slashing one of his eyes with water, but she didn't survive the trip to the hospital. Uraraka's face paled. That's horrible. It is, Izuku said, his voice softening, but it's a lesson. The outcome could have been different if they'd had more experience fighting dangerous villains. However, they were a rural firefighting team. How were they to anticipate running into Muscular in a remote village? That's the thing. It's just like what Aizawa-sensei said, hero work isn't fair. While they were heroes for holding off Muscular, it doesn't stop the fact they lost their lives. Uraraka, your quirk is one of the strongest in close combat. If you learn to fight, you can dominate most opponents. Take their gravity, and you control the fight unless their quirk specifically counters it. Itsuka nodded firmly. Izuku's right. You've got so much potential, Uraraka. You just need the tools to make the most of it. Uraraka's cheeks flushed pink, a mix of embarrassment and determination. I'll think about it. I've never considered using my quirk like that before. That's why you've got Aizawa, Kirishima said, grinning. He's like a quirk encyclopedia. Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. I just want us all to succeed. As the group walked home, the lively conversation gradually faded. Izuku's attention was drawn to a lone figure ahead of them, a familiar blonde with a slouched posture. The messy hair and angry stride could only belong to Katsuki Bakugo. A younger, more naive Izuku might have approached him at another time. He might have tried to offer encouragement to bridge the gap between them. But that time was long past. Bakugo had made his choices, and Izuku no longer had the energy to chase after someone who didn't want to be helped. He stayed with his friends, his steps steady and his resolve unshaken. After exchanging phone numbers, the group parted ways, agreeing to meet at Dagoba Beach for some training on Sunday. The air felt lighter as they walked together, and the excitement of plans buoyed their spirits. Izuku chatted with Ijiro and the girls, the conversation naturally flowing as they escorted Itsuka and Uraraka to the train station. The evening was quiet, the faint hum of city life in the background. Uraraka and Itsuka were animated, comparing notes about their matches from earlier in the day. Izuku mostly listened, chiming in occasionally, his gaze flicking to Ijiro every so often. The slight slump in his friend's shoulders and the forced edge to his laughter didn't go unnoticed. When the girls boarded their train, waving and laughing as the doors slid shut, Izuku turned his full attention to Ijiro. He waited a few moments as they began their walk home, then casually asked, "How are you holding up?" Ijiro blinked, caught off guard by the question. "Huh." Izuku kept his tone light. "You seemed a little quieter than usual today, that's all. You okay?" Ijiro didn't respond for a moment, his expression flickering between surprise and hesitation. Then he let out a soft chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck. "Man, those eyes of yours don't miss a thing, do they?" Izuku smiled, but his silence encouraged Ijiro to keep going. "All right, you got me. Aijiro admitted with a sigh. It's just, during that last match, I felt useless, you know? I mean, what did I even do besides smash some frozen tape traps? Todoroki could have melted them without even trying. And when Sato broke free of the ice, it wasn't me who stopped him, it was Todoroki again. I was just there. He frowned, kicking at a stray pebble on the sidewalk. The guy's a total powerhouse. He doesn't need anyone else. Compared to him, I'm just a guy who can harden his skin and punch stuff. How am I supposed to measure up to someone like that? Izuku stopped walking, his eyes narrowing as he turned to face Aijiro. That's not true, and you know it. Aijiro glanced at him, eyebrows raised. Come a minute. You saw the match. Todoroki wiped the floor with everyone. Izuku shook his head. He's incredible, yeah. But his strength isn't just about his quirk, it's about how he uses it. The control he has over his ice? That's years of training and DSPLN. It doesn't happen overnight. And anyway, you're not trying to be Todoroki. That's more than enough. Aijiro looked away, frustration still written across his face. Listen. Izuku continued, his voice softer now. You're selling yourself short. Your quirk isn't just about breaking stuff, it's about protecting people. That's huge, Aijiro. Remember when Sato broke out of the ice? You stopped his attack cold. You didn't even flinch. Todoroki might have taken him down, but you gave him the chance to do it. You were his shield. That's what heroes do, they make sure their team can succeed. Aijiro stared at him, his usual grin replaced by something quieter, more introspective. You really think so? I don't just think so, I know so, Izuku said firmly. And you're not alone in this. We're all training, all growing. You've got so much potential, Aijiro. Don't let one match make you forget that. For a moment, they stood there in silence. Then Aijiro chuckled softly, a small but genuine smile spreading across his face. Thanks, man. I guess I needed that. Anytime, Izuku replied with a grin. As they started walking again, the tension over them seemed to lift. Aijiro's laughter came easier, and the conversation drifted to lighter topics. They debated the best ways to motivate Shinso to stick with the training club Izuku had proposed, laughing at the idea of bribing him with coffee or extra nap breaks. When they reached their apartment, Aijiro returned to his usual self, cracking jokes and throwing playful jabs at Izuku. Watching him, Izuku felt a quiet satisfaction settle over him. The frustration on Aijiro's shoulders had been replaced by determination, and for now, that was enough. Later that night, Izuku sat at his desk, surrounded by the warm glow of his desk lamp. His notebook lay open, pages filled with diagrams of quirk applications and training regimens. But his mind wasn't entirely on the page. His conversation with Aijiro replayed in his head, alongside memories of his moments of self-doubt. It's easy to feel like you're not enough, he thought, tapping his pencil against the desk. But as long as we keep pushing forward, we'll get stronger. With a deep breath, Izuku put down the pencil and returned his attention to his notes. He had training to prepare for, and his friends were counting on him. The following day was pure chaos. Aijiro had slept in, and by the time Izuku returned from his morning run, his best friend was still sprawled across his futon, groaning at his alarm. What followed was a frantic struggle to get dressed, grab their bags, and bolt out the door, all while Aijiro bemoaned the injustice of mornings. I can't believe I had to skip breakfast, Aijiro grumbled as they hurried toward the train station, his stomach audibly protesting. That's what you get for sleeping in, Izuku teased, adjusting the straps on his backpack. He felt no such hunger pains. His morning had been productive, starting with his run, a solid meal, and even a bit of light stretching before class. If you joined me on my run, you wouldn't have had to choose between food and getting to UA on time. Aijiro shot him a withering look. Man, I respect your dedication, but waking up before the sun just to sprint around the city? Hard pass. Izuku chuckled, his gaze flicking ahead, his brow furrowing slightly. The usual crowd of morning commuters felt denser than expected, a sluggish tide of people clogging the streets the closer they got to UA. Then, as they rounded the last corner, the reason became abundantly clear. Whoa, Izuku murmured. The entrance to UA was packed. A wall of reporters stood clustered around the gates, microphones and cameras poised like drawn weapons, all aimed at a single man who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Aizawa-sensei. The reporters threw out questions like rapid-fire bullets, their voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony. Does this mean All Might is scaling back on his hero duties? How do you feel about the symbol of peace being assigned to first years? Can you confirm whether he's hand-picking potential successors? It's the press, Ijiro deadpanned, his voice flat. Izuku took a steadying breath, already feeling the static of unease creeping along his skin. It was Izuku and Ijiro's first real encounter with the media as hero students, and the crowd was aggressive, shoving closer to the gates like a living, shifting mass. Stay calm and be honest, Izuku murmured to Ijiro, shifting his stance slightly, his Byakugan passively registering the crowd's movement around them. This is part of the job. Might as well get used to it now. Ijiro hummed in agreement, though his grip tightened around the strap of his bag as they wove their way through the throng of bodies. A microphone was suddenly in his face. Excuse me, can you tell us your thoughts on All Might's classes? The reporter, a brunette woman in a sharp blazer, leaned in with the practiced precision of a predator sniffing out a lead. Her expression was pleasant, but there was an urgency to her movements. She wasn't just asking, she was demanding a soundbite. Izuku blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Then he gave a polite nod. Oh, of course. I'll try to be brief since I need to get to class. His left eye remained the usual green, but his pale right eye glistened slightly in the morning light as he gathered his thoughts. All Might is a passionate instructor, Izuku said, keeping his tone level and diplomatic. While his inexperience as a teacher shows at times, I'm confident we, as hero students, will learn a great deal from his years of experience in the field. A safe, non-committal answer, praising without overselling, critiquing without disrespect. The reporter's eyes gleamed, but before she could fire off another question, Izuku dipped his head in a quick nod and moved. Ijiro stepped beside him a moment later, shooting him a look. Man, you handled that like a pro. Izuku exhaled through his nose, resisting the urge to glance back at the still lingering press. Just said what I thought they wanted to hear. As they passed through the gates, Aizawa's tired but vaguely approving gaze met his. Don't be late, was all he said before returning to the sea of reporters, his perpetual exhaustion evident in every fiber of his being. Izuku nodded and hurried inside, Ijiro following behind him. The moment they stepped into the halls, the noise of the crowd was muffled, leaving only the low hum of students filling the corridors. Izuku wasn't surprised to see the entrance of UA swarming with reporters. After the heroics class exercise, UA released an official press statement that aired on the evening news, confirming the school's decision to hire All Might as a full-time instructor. It was a decision that had taken the country by storm. Everyone knew about it. As Izuku and Ijiro hurried to their seats before the final bell rang, a lone figure stood in the shadows just beyond the school gates. Dressed in black, his sharp gaze swept across the throng of reporters, a sneer twisting his face. Good work on yesterday's combat training, Aizawa-sensei began, addressing the class with his usual tired expression. He set a stack of graded rubric results off to the side before his gaze hardened with scrutiny, his tone sharpening as he prepared to deliver critiques. His eyes landed first on Shinso, who had technically placed the lowest in the exercise. Once Jiro's sound waves disrupted his brainwashing attempts, he'd struggled to contribute meaningfully to his team's strategy. Shinso. Aizawa's voice was flat but firm. Your quirk is valuable, but it's your only strength right now. If an opponent avoids answering you, you're done. You need to start working on your physical abilities. Shinso gave a slight nod, shoulders tense. I also suggest visiting the support department, Aizawa continued, to refine your costume. They might be able to equip you with tools to compensate for situations where your quirk won't help you. Shinso exhaled, nodding again, this time with more resolve. Aizawa's gaze shifted to Ida, who stiffened under the attention. Ida. His voice remained monotone but carried weight. Speed is useless without control. You struggle with tight maneuvers, and your ability to stop or change direction is sloppy. If an enemy forces you into a confined space, you'll crash before you can land a hit. Work on it. Ida straightened, clearly feeling the weight of his shortcomings, how he'd overextended, leaving Tokoyami to fight alone. He placed a fist over his chest in a sharp, determined motion. I will endeavor to meet your standards, sensei, he declared, his voice filled with conviction. Aizawa barely reacted, already shifting his focus to the next target. Bakugo! The air in the classroom shifted subtly as the explosive blonde snapped his attention to the front, his scowl deepening. Your arrogance and pride are your biggest weaknesses. Aoyama contributed more toward the objective than your blind fit of rage and violence. The word struck like a hammer. Aoyama? The guy who sparkled and twirled around like a drama queen? Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Fix your attitude problem, or Hound Dog can fix it for you. The room held its breath, waiting for Bakugo to explode, but he didn't. His fists clenched, his jaw tightened, but he didn't fire back. A flicker of something unfamiliar, not Espimson, but maybe restraint, passed over his face. Instead of fighting back like he would have with some loser teacher at Aldra, he looked away, seething in silence. Aizawa moved on. His gaze landed on Shiro, whose match against Todoroki and Kirishima had ended quickly. Shiro, Aizawa said, his voice even. You let fear control your movements after Todoroki's initial attack. Had you maintained your composure, you could have coordinated a surprise attack with Sato. He let the words sink in. Don't take yourself out of the fight before it's over. Shiro leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, a contemplative frown settling on his face. Finally, Aizawa took the graded results, flipping through them one last time before setting them down. Then he straightened slightly, his usual slouch easing just a bit, a rare indicator of seriousness. Now, with that out of the way, let's move on to homeroom business, he said, voice as dry and indifferent as ever. Sorry to spring this on you at such late notice, but today I'll have you. The entire class tensed, a wave of silent panic rippling through the room. Uraraka clutched her desk. Oh God, I barely survived last time. Shinso narrowed his eyes. Did he say, late notice? What if this is a surprise Quirk assessment? I'm dead. Shiro gulped. Please don't be another combat test. I don't want to get flash frozen again. Kaminari paled. This has expulsion written all over it. Aizawa blinked lazily, visibly unimpressed by the collective tension. Pick class representatives. Silence. The beat. Thank God, Kaminari practically collapsed onto his desk, dragging his hands down his face like a man who had just narrowly escaped death. Wait, that's it? Shiro blurted, blinking in disbelief. I'll be the leader. Mina cheered, practically exploding out of her seat, her infectious laughter filling the room. Vote for me, and I promise extra fun during class activities. That, naturally, set off the rest of the class. I'd be the flashiest leader. Aoyama struck a pose, twinkling dramatically. Screw that, I'd be way better at it than any of you extras, Bakugo grumbled, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the chaos unfolding. In any other school, students would see the class representative position as a chore, another stack of responsibilities no one wanted. But this was UA, a hero school. Of course, everyone wanted to prove they could lead. The cacophony of voices was brought to a sudden halt. Silence, please. Ida's voice boomed over the class, cutting through the noise like a sharp command. The class stilled, surprised by his sheer force of presence. For a brief moment, there was actual silence. Ida took the opportunity to step forward, his posture rigid and convictional. His face was serious, and his eyes burned with genuine passion. The role of class representative is not to be taken lightly, he declared, his voice strong and unwavering. It is a job that carries the serious responsibility of leading others. It's not just a title, it's a calling that requires the trust of those around you. The sheer force of his speech hung in the air. Ida looked like a man delivering an oath, his arm raised ramrod straight and trembling slightly from the sheer effort of holding it. It was commendable that he was still calling for an election despite clearly wanting the role himself. He believed in fairness, even when it meant sacrificing his ambitions. The class was momentarily puzzled, some exchanging glances at Ida's level of intensity. Still, he made a good point. If they were going to choose a class representative, shouldn't the one with the most votes also be the person they trusted most? Ida turned sharply, eyes burning with determination. Aizawa-sensei, what do you think? The entire class followed his gaze, only to see their homeroom teacher, wrapped in his sleeping bag, cocooned on the floor, looking entirely prepared to nap. The silence stretched. Sensei? Ida tried again, his confidence wavering slightly. Aizawa half opened one red eye, staring at them with all the energy of a man questioning his life choices. I don't care, he mumbled, voice slow and deadpan. Just decide before homeroom is over. Then he promptly rolled over to face away from his students and sleep facing the wall. For a brief moment, Izuku felt a flicker of concern, but then he remembered how Aizawa crawled around the first day. At this point, he was reasonably sure Aizawa could sleep anywhere, anytime, like a hibernating bear in a sleeping bag. Ida, meanwhile, clenched his fists and bowed stiffly. Thank you very much, he declared with excessive enthusiasm. The class stared. Aizawa was already asleep. The room settled into quiet chatter as students scribbled down their votes. Izuku glanced around before making his decision. He wrote Itsuka's name. Why wouldn't he? She was organized, level-headed, and accustomed to making tactical decisions from years in the ring. Leadership wasn't just about being the loudest, it was about earning trust and keeping a group focused on a goal. As he finished writing, he noticed several classmates glancing his way. Not just Kirishima, who was already grinning at him, but also Itsuka, who shot him a small but confident smile before folding her ballot. Izuku felt a flicker of warmth in his chest. It was good to know that his friends placed so much trust in him. As the ballots were collected, Ida practically vibrated with excitement as he tallied the results at the front of the room. Izuku wasn't expecting much, he hadn't even voted for himself. Then, Ida finished writing the results on the board. Izuku Midoriya, 5 votes. Momoyarozu, 4 votes. Izuku blinked. He perked up in pleasant surprise, scanning the room, curious who had voted for him. Before he could dwell on it too long, Ida turned and gestured for him to come forward. Izuku exhaled, then stood. All right. If this is what they wanted, he'd do his best. He made his way to the front, joining Yaoyorozu beside the board. Surprisingly, Aizawa-sensei had woken up from his quick well. Izuku wouldn't exactly call it a nap. A doze? That seemed more accurate. Although judging by the way Aizawa hadn't fully extricated himself from the sleeping bag, he still wasn't thrilled to be conscious again. Izuku couldn't help but wonder how much of the voting process did he hear? Izuku stood at the front of the classroom, facing his peers. He didn't take the weight of their votes lightly. They had chosen him. They trusted him. So, he ensured his voice was steady and clear when he spoke. First of all, thank you. His green eyes scanned the room, taking in his classmates' faces. I won't waste your time with a long speech, but I do want to say this. I don't take this position lightly. A few heads nodded, Itsuka's smile widening slightly, and Kirishima shot him a subtle thumbs up. He isn't just any school. We're training to be heroes. And that means we need more than strong quirks, DSPLN, strategy, and teamwork. That's what this class rep position means to me. His Byakugan eye gleamed faintly in the classroom light, though his expression remained focused. My job isn't to boss anyone around, to make sure we function as a unit. That means keeping communication clear, ensuring everyone's concerns are heard, and supporting each other both in and out of the classroom. He folded his arms, voice unwavering. I won't claim to be perfect, but I promise I'll do everything possible to represent this class well. He let the words settle, then offered a slight, confident nod. That's all I've got. Mina grinned and clapped loudly the moment he finished, starting an easy round of applause. Kirishima let out a sharp, "That's manly as hell, dude," while Uraraka and a few others smiled in approval. Even Yaoyorozu, who would be working beside him as vice rep, gave a respectful nod, her voice even. That was well said, Midoriya. Izuku exhaled slightly, allowing himself a small smile. It felt right. As his eyes roamed the classroom, he noticed a figure sitting unusually tense at his desk. Ida. Considering how passionately Ida had spoken earlier, it wasn't hard to guess why. Izuku observed as Ida let out a slow, measured breath, clearly regaining composure after what must have been a disappointment. Then abruptly Ida stood. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming as they caught the light, and squared his shoulders like a man accepting a sacred duty. Midoriya. His voice rang dramatically through the classroom. I shall hold you accountable to the highest standards of leadership. Izuku met his gaze evenly. I wouldn't expect anything less. For a moment, the two locked eyes in mutual understanding and respect. Ida nodded firmly, his internal dilemma resolved, and sat back down as if nothing had happened. Shiro leaned toward Kaminari, whispering, Dude, was that an oath or a threat? Kaminari shrugged. With Ida? Could be both. The classroom settled down, and Izuku quickly took charge, ensuring everyone got refocused as homeroom wrapped up. As the class broke for lunch, Izuku quickly nodded to his usual group, signaling he'd catch up with them later before turning toward Yaoyorozu. She had naturally gravitated toward her partner from the previous heroics exercise, Koda, and was now chatting with Azui, Hagakure, and Shoji. Izuku approached the small group, careful not to intrude. Hello, everyone, he greeted, his tone polite but relaxed. I was hoping you'd join my friends and me for lunch? The group paused, momentarily caught off guard by the sudden offer. Hagakure was the first to react. Oh, an invitation from the class rep himself? Fancy. She waved a sleeve dramatically as if she were being invited to a royal banquet. Shoji, ever composed, gave a slight nod. That makes sense. A strong class functions best when it communicates openly. Azui blinked before offering a slow rib bit. Sure, I don't mind. Even Koda, normally hesitant in social situations, gave a shy nod of approval. Yaoyorozu, meanwhile, had already pieced together Izuku's intent. Thank you, Midoriya. I'd like that. Is everyone else fine with it as well? She asked, her gaze sweeping across the group. With no objections, Izuku gestured for them to follow, leading them toward the cafeteria. As they entered the bustling eatery, Izuku's eyes scanned the room, relieved to find that Itsuka and the rest of his usual group had secured a large corner table. Plenty of space. Perfect. As they moved toward their seats, he couldn't help but notice the occasional hushed whispers from students nearby. That's the new class rep, right? Guess one is full of surprises. Rumors sure traveled fast. He shook off the murmurs, focusing instead on lunch. Most of them went to grab their food, though he noticed Yaoyorozu had brought an especially large-looking lunchbox. Izuku opted for the tonkatsu curry and rice, hoping this meal would be as good as the cold soba he'd had the day before. Once everyone settled at the table, Mina shifted her tray aside to make room for Izuku beside Itsuka. He shot her a grateful smile before immediately digging into his meal, his ears tuned to the conversation. Mina stretched her arms overhead, flashing a cheeky grin. Wow, it's only been a few days and already you guys are making things official. Class rep and vice rep, huh? Gotta admit it's kinda weird seeing you two in charge. Is it that strange? Yaoyorozu asked, raising an eyebrow as she neatly placed her utensils beside her tray. Izuku, however, blinked in surprise. He was sure there had been food on that tray a moment before. Wait, when did she even eat? Her tray was spotless, like the food had disappeared when she sat down. Had he been that distracted? Leadership is about responsibility, not popularity, Yaoyorozu added matter-of-factly, using a napkin to dry her lips. Mina laughed. Oh, don't get me wrong. I think you two fit the roles. It's just I dunno, Class 1A feels so competitive that I was expecting a bloodbath for the position. Ijiro chuckled, leaning forward with his arms crossed. Nah, it makes sense. We don't need someone barking orders at us, we need people who care about improving things. He shot Izuku a thumbs up. Man, you're always helping people, so it makes sense. Yaoyorozu, too, she's the smartest person in the class. Yaoyorozu pressed her lips together in a pleased smile. That's kind of you to say. However, Midoriya deserves just as much recognition for his strategic mind. His insights during the last training exercise have been invaluable. Izuku froze mid-bite. Wait, Was I mutter-storming again during the last heroics exercise? His stomach dropped as a horrible realization settled in. Damn it, why didn't anyone tell me? Keeping his face as neutral as possible, he rubbed the back of his neck, laughing awkwardly. Shinso, quietly listening, finally let out a low sigh, setting down his drink before giving Izuku a pointed look. All right, Midoriya. Spill it. What's your game plan? Izuku blinked. Game plan? Shinso gestured vaguely. You didn't run for class rep but still got the votes. Now that you have the job, what's your first move? You don't strike me as the type just to sit back and do nothing with the position. The group quieted slightly, all eyes shifting toward Izuku and Yaoyorozu, awaiting their answer. Izuku took a breath before sitting up straighter, knowing that he had to set expectations early if he wanted to lead well. Well, I don't want this to just be about relaying messages between teachers and students. We should use our positions to set up initiatives that help us improve. Yaoyorozu nodded, intrigued. Do you have something in mind already? Izuku glanced at Itsuka before continuing. Itsuka and I were talking about starting a body improvement club, something open to anyone who wants to develop physical abilities that their quirk doesn't naturally enhance. Many of our classmates are already strong, but heroes don't always win just by quirks alone. Admittedly, we originally considered it an off-campus activity on the weekends, but we'll need to rethink that structure if we extend it to the whole class. Aijiro perked up at that, his expression immediately lighting up. Oh yeah, you mentioned that yesterday. Shinso and I agreed to it, but we didn't set a time besides mentioning Sunday. Mina leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. I dunno, Midori, sounds kinda like extra gym class. I figured I'd left those behind in middle school, she teased. What's the difference? Itsuka grinned, crossing her arms. While it's good that our heroics class keeps us active, some may need time outside the classroom to work on physical improvement. Many people performed well in the quirk apprehension test but didn't have quirks that were directly beneficial for any of the events. They still scored well just by being physically fit. We were also thinking of teaching some basic martial arts and self-defense during the club. She turned toward Izuku and continued, Aizu, I wanted to talk to you about this. You should let me take the lead on organizing the club. Izuku blinked, surprised. You sure? Of course, Itsuka said, smiling. You're already going to have your hands full with class rep duties, plus you're helping out with training on your own time. Let me handle the logistics. You can still help out, but this way, it won't add too much to your plate. Izuku hesitated for only a moment before nodding in appreciation. That would help a lot. Thanks, Itsuka. Yaoyorozu had just finished sipping her tea, a tea that made Izuku do a double take. Considering he hadn't even noticed her pull it out when she set her cup down, her expression composed yet thoughtful. On that note, I'd like to introduce something of my own, she began. The others turned to her, curiosity piqued. While our class is excelling in practical heroics, I've noticed that some of our classmates are struggling in academic subjects, she continued. UA's curriculum is incredibly rigorous, and if we want to be the best heroes, we must be well-rounded. That's why I'd like to start a study group for those who need extra help. There was a brief pause as the idea settled in. Shinso, who had been casually stirring his rice with his chopsticks, snorted. I dunno, Yaoyorozu. You say, study group, but this is starting to sound like extra school. Yaoyorozu gave him a patient smile. If that's how you view it, then think of it as training for your mind. Strategy, battlefield awareness, and crisis management all require sharp thinking. Izuku nodded in agreement. She's got a point. Intelligence is just as important as physical ability in hero work. Itsuka, resting her elbow on the table, smirked. Well, I can't argue against getting better grades, but do you already have a plan for how the group would be structured? Yaoyorozu folded her hands together neatly. Ideally, I'd like to hold study sessions at least twice a week, focusing on subjects students struggle with the most. I'll provide materials, practice exams, and guided explanations for difficult concepts. Mina grimaced slightly. That all sounds incredibly structured. Hagakure laughed. That's just how Yaoyorozu is though. She's organized down to a science. Yaoyorozu took the comment as a compliment, nodding. That's why I'd like some assistance. Midoriya, you seem to be ahead in most of our subjects. Would you be willing to help tutor as well? Izuku nodded without hesitation. Of course. If we coordinate, we could cover more ground and help more people. Math and science are my biggest strengths, but I understand all the other material just fine. The idea was solidifying, with more people starting to nod in approval. The sound of a chair scraping against the floor broke through the conversation. The group turned just in time to see Ida scooting over from a nearby table, tray in hand. His movements were deliberate and purposeful. Mina grinned, leaning toward Itsuka. Oh, here we go. Ida placed his tray down and straightened his glasses, his expression serious and determined. Yaoyorozu Midoriya, I could not help but overhear your discussion. Shinso muttered, Of course you couldn't. Ida ignored him, adjusting his posture like he was about to make a formal speech. I fully support this initiative. Academic excellence is the foundation of any well-rounded hero, and as students of UA, we must strive for nothing less than perfection. He clasped his hands together. This is why I am volunteering to assist in this study group. Yaoyorozu looked genuinely pleased. That would be excellent, Ida. Your knowledge of regulations and hero law would be a valuable resource. Izuku grinned. With the three of us helping, we'll have a good balance of different subjects covered. Ida nodded, clearly energized by the discussion. In that case, I believe it would be beneficial to create a structured schedule. To optimize efficiency, we should establish designated times, locations, and materials. Mina groaned, slumping forward dramatically. Ugh, you guys are making this sound like we're running a business. Yaoyorozu, unfazed, simply smiled. That's because a well-organized system is essential to success. Itsuka grinned, nudging Shinso with her elbow. Bet you're real glad you signed up for 1A? Shinso, without missing a beat, replied, Yeah, this is exactly what I dreamed of. The sarcasm wasn't lost on anyone. Well, if we're being official, we should think about who we should have as a treasurer and secretary. We'll need a treasurer to take care of class finances, organize fundraisers, and determine the viability of any off-campus expenses we incur for class activities. A secretary would help us stay organized during meetings, take minutes, and keep track of students participating in different clubs or groups, Izuku muttered, only managing to be broken out of his train of thought by Ida. Indeed. Ida nodded enthusiastically, clearly pleased. For our class to function efficiently and productively, it is imperative that we have designated individuals to organize finances, schedules, and event planning. And as it happens, I would be honored to offer my services as treasurer. Shinso gave a slow blink. Yeah, we figured. Izuku chuckled, already considering Ida for the role, and the nod of agreement Yaoyorozu gave him only confirmed that he was the correct choice. I was going to suggest you for it, Ida. You're responsible, organized, and meticulous regarding the finest details essential regarding class funds. Ida's expression immediately brightened. Thank you, Midoriya. I shall carry out my duties with the utmost diligence. Yaoyorozu turned her attention to the frog-like girl who had mainly remained quiet up to that point in the conversation. Azui, I was thinking you would be a good choice for secretary, she said, earning a surprised ribbit from Azui, who pointed a finger at herself in confusion. Ribbit me? Azui asked before offhandedly mentioning, also, call me Tsu. That's right. From what I've seen, you're attentive to everyone in the class and have an honest personality that would serve you well as our class secretary. All right then, Tsu replied. I'll try not to let you down, Ribbit. As they returned to their meals, Izuku made a mental note of a random fact Ida had sprung on the group after Uraraka had asked an innocent question. He was related to Ingenium. Izuku had suspected as much. Ida's costume even resembled the Turbo Heroes, and their quirks were practically identical. Before he could think further about the connection, an alarm's sharp, shrill sound pierced the cafeteria. A moment later, the PA system crackled to life. Level 3 security breach detected. The previously relaxed atmosphere vanished in an instant. Izuku's breath caught as his mind immediately flashed to the syllabus he had skimmed with his Sharingan. Level 3 Security Breach. That means someone has trespassed onto school grounds through destructive means. Crap. Some of the older students had reported an intrusion on campus, and the moment the announcement came through the PA, the cafeteria erupted into chaos. Students scrambled for the emergency exits, pushing and shoving as panic set in. Izuku looked forlornly at his half-eaten lunch before standing with a resigned sigh, activating his quirk. Power surged through his body, rushing to his eyes like lightning. His left eye bled red, the emerald green replaced by the spinning tomo of his Sharingan, while his right eye's veins bulged, swelling from the effort of channeling the Byakugan's 360-degree vision. The world sharpened around him, and every movement in his field of vision was mapped in precise detail. He immediately scanned the school, leading his friends out of the thickest part of the crowd and into one of the side hallways. His first discovery? The biggest immediate threat wasn't a villain, just reporters. The same ones from earlier had somehow forced their way inside. They were getting an earful from present Mike-sensei, whose booming voice did not sound amused. Izuku frowned. On the surface, it looked like a media frenzy had gone too far. But something didn't add up. No way would a group of reporters risk their reputations by destroying school property. His eyes flicked toward the remains of the leading security gate, or rather, what little was left of it. The massive armored doors that protected UA from intruders had been reduced to dust. That's not normal. That's not cameras or press badges, that's power. This wasn't the work of impatient reporters. Someone else did this. Izuku immediately expanded his Byakugan's range, searching every school floor. The reporters must be a diversion. The intruder could still be inside. Before he could locate anything, however, something else caught his attention. Someone was missing. His stomach dropped. "Where's Hagakure?" he asked, scanning the group. The others stiffened, quickly looking around. "I thought she was right behind me," Mina said, guilt flashing across her face. Shoji's extra arms twitched, the membranes flexing as he tried to pinpoint her. "You don't think she got caught up in the crowd? She's easy to miss, and some of the students were getting physical trying to get out." "I'll try to find her," Ijiro said, hardening his arms as he pushed into the throng. Izuku immediately switched focus, tracking Hagakure's faint outline with his Byakugan. He spotted her instantly. "Ijiro, forward and to the right." Someone just pushed her to the floor. "Hurry before she gets trampled," Izuku called out. Ijiro acted instinctually, pushing through bodies with reinforced strength until he reached her. Izuku breathed a breath of relief as he saw his friend pull Hagakure upright, shielding her from the chaotic rush of students. Izuku's lips pressed into a thin line as he turned back toward the panicked crowd. "They're acting like wild animals." It was understandable. Panic made people irrational, but it only reinforced his growing suspicion. If this were an actual attack, the intruder would have gone straight to the cafeteria where the students are. But they didn't. That means their target isn't us, it's something else. His gaze snapped to Yaoyorozu. "Make a megaphone, or just a cone, two of them. Have Ida helped you calm the crowd? Looks like the press broke in, but there's something off about this situation. Give me a moment to scout things out." Yaoyorozu, who looked visibly rattled, took a shaky breath before nodding. She steadied herself, then quickly formed two megaphones from her palm and handed one to Ida. Together, the two rushed toward the packed hallways, calling for order. Izuku, meanwhile, turned his focus back to the faculty-only sections of the school. Ectoplasm and Snipe were already moving toward the cafeteria, likely alerted by the panic. Midnight was with Principal Nizu, who was systematically sweeping the school in search of the breach. Recovery Girl was in the medical bay, tending to... Izuku blinked. A sickly, thin man was lying on one of the beds, barely conscious. Who is that? He almost lingered on the sight, but something else pulled his attention, the one thing that didn't belong. His breath caught. A tear in space was open in one of the faculty rooms on the third floor. And inside? A figure dressed in black, a grotesque, decayed hand strapped to his face, was rummaging through confidential school files. Izuku's eyes honed in on his expression, and his lips curled into a grin as he found what he sought. Then without hesitation the figure turned and stepped into the void. The portal closed behind him. Izuku's fists clenched. "I didn't get to see what he took." His Sharingan flickered as he turned back to the group. There was an intruder. He was searching the faculty rooms on the 3rd floor. I didn't see what he took, but he used some warping quirk to escape. His jaw tightened. We need to let Aizawa-sensei know now. As much as Izuku would have liked to inform Aizawa-sensei about the intruder immediately, he'd been forced to wait until the press was finally escorted off campus. By then, the lunch hour was over, and it looked like heroics would be running late to make up for lost time. Rather than returning to class immediately, Izuku volunteered to stay behind and deliver his findings to Aizawa. He had every confidence that Yaoyorozu could keep things under control while he intercepted the pro-heroes and delivered what could very well be crucial information. Aizawa and Principal Nizu were still inspecting the destroyed barrier, so Izuku rushed over to them immediately. Aizawa-sensei. Principal Nizu. Izuku called out. Both pro-heroes turned at his approach. Aizawa's sharp gaze flicked over him, clearly displeased. Midoriya, shouldn't you be in class? Aizawa questioned, his voice carrying that flat, no-nonsense tone that made students instantly straighten up. Before Izuku could explain himself, Nizu chuckled, far too smug for comfort. Now, Aizawa, no need to be so harsh. Haven't you figured it out? Midoriya found our culprit with those eyes of his. Aizawa's posture stiffened slightly. His gaze turned severe as he shifted his full attention onto Izuku. What did you see, Midoriya? There was a change in his tone now. It wasn't the apathetic grumbling of a tired homeroom teacher, it was sharp, commanding, professional. Izuku stood a little straighter. So this is how he is on the job. The contrast from Aizawa's classroom demeanor was stark, but it made sense. The man wasn't just a teacher, he was a pro-hero. He took a steadying breath before speaking. Yes, I activated my quirk when the level 3 security breach was announced, Izuku began, keeping his words clear and precise. At first, I assumed it was just the reporters causing problems, but then I noticed the state of the barrier. It wasn't just broken, it was disintegrated. That didn't align with what the press would be capable of. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. So you started searching? Izuku nodded. Since the students in the cafeteria were fine, I focused on the faculty-only areas. On the 3rd floor, I found a villain, a male dressed entirely in black. He had these decayed hands all over his body, one even covered his face like a mask. He was searching through something faculty files, I think. Nizu's expression hadn't changed, but his beady eyes showed a gleam of interest. What else? Aizawa prompted. Izuku exhaled. He took something, a piece of paper. I couldn't get a good look before he warped away. The quirk he used to escape, it wasn't teleportation. It was some kind of warping portal. That got a reaction. Aizawa's frown deepened. Nizu's claws tapped rhythmically against his paw. Aizawa, Nizu finally spoke, perhaps you should take Midoriya to one of the faculty rooms. Have Midnight assist with a sketch based on his description. I'll wait here until Power Loader arrives to begin repairs. Aizawa gave a short nod before turning back to Izuku. Come with me. Before following, Izuku was surprised to find Nizu smiling up at him. Well done, Midoriya, the principal said lightly. Please continue assisting us while we investigate what happened. Izuku swallowed, nodding quickly before following Aizawa back toward the school. Nizu remained behind, still watching the wreckage of the destroyed barrier. Such a conundrum. He'd never heard of a villain matching Midoriya's description. And that meant, whoever they weren't part of the usual crowd. A new player had stepped onto the board. Nizu's eyes gleamed. He couldn't wait to begin his own detective work. Izuku's conversation with Aizawa and Kiyama-sensei was quicker than he expected. Midnight had managed to sketch an accurate depiction of the intruder in just 10 minutes. Her efficiency was almost unsettling. The ease with which she had translated Izuku's descriptions into a lifelike image made him wonder how often she'd done this before. With his part done, Izuku was sent back to class, walking alongside Aizawa-sensei. The silence between them stretched. Aizawa didn't seem bothered by it, but for Izuku, the quiet was anything but comfortable. His thoughts whirled with everything he'd seen: the disintegrated security gate, the villain in black, the document being taken. There were too many questions and he couldn't just let them sit. Sensei, Izuku started, glancing up at the pro. Does this type of security breach happen often? Aizawa didn't break stride, but he did give Izuku a contemplative look, or at least, Izuku thought it was contemplative. It was hard to tell with the scarf obscuring most of his face. Eventually, Aizawa muttered a response. We haven't had a villain attempt to break into UA in a while. Before my time. He paused, voice lowering slightly. That's what makes this situation concerning. Izuku frowned. He'd figured as much. UA was the alma mater of All Might after all. A villain would have to be exceptionally bold to try and infiltrate the school. Still, something felt off. The press breaking in was one thing, but the villain I saw, they weren't part of the media crowd, Izuku said slowly. They were looking for something. Aizawa's expression remained unreadable. Midoriya, let me give you some advice, he said. There's a difference between observing and overanalyzing. Izuku blinked. What do you mean? Your quirk gives you an advantage, but don't assume you'll always get the full picture, Aizawa continued. You saw part of the truth but not all of it. That's why we investigate before jumping to conclusions. Izuku absorbed the words, nodding slowly. He didn't have enough information to piece everything together, even if he had suspicions. That was frustrating, but it was something he'd have to accept. His mind briefly flashed to the villain with the decayed hands and twisted grin. He had casually rummaged through faculty documents like he knew exactly what he was looking for. He had left so quickly as if he had already won. What if he had? Izuku clenched his fists. This wasn't like a random attack or a publicity stunt. This was deliberate. Someone had planned this, which meant UA might be a target for something bigger. Izuku wanted to ask more, but the weight of Aizawa's presence made him hesitate. He sensed that his teacher had already thought about all of this, and pressing him for more would be pushing past the limits of what Aizawa was willing to share. This was above his pay grade. He had been lucky to stumble upon the villain's trail. But it wasn't his job to figure it out in the grand scheme of things. It was the hero's job. All he could do for now was prepare for whatever was coming next. When Izuku and Aizawa reached the classroom, the atmosphere was lively with chatter. Conversations buzzed across the room, overlapping in excited bursts, each voice trying to outpace the others. The hot topic of discussion? The media break-in. Izuku deliberately kept his classmates in the dark about the true nature of the security breach. He didn't want to cause unnecessary panic. As far as they were concerned, the alarm had been triggered by overzealous reporters pushing past UA's defenses. Even so, nerves still ran high. What kind of school lets the press just waltz in like that? Kaminari muttered, his arms crossed, as he leaned back in his chair. It was pretty intense, Siro agreed, resting his chin in his hand. I mean, did you see how packed the entrance was? Felt like some kind of riot. Well, it's All Might's fault, Jiro pointed out dryly. No offense, but the guy's kind of a walking media frenzy. No offense taken, Mina chimed in playfully, despite not being the one Jiro was addressing. He is the #1 hero, after all. You think anyone's just gonna ignore the fact that he's teaching here? Amidst the discussion, Hagakure sat on the edge of her seat, still rattled from earlier. Mina and Azui flanked her, fussing over her like protective siblings. We should have kept a closer eye on you, Azui said, concern evident in her tone. Yeah, girl. That crowd was brutal. Mina pouted. Next time, we're forming a human shield around you. Hagakure gave a nervous laugh. I appreciate the concern, but it's fine. Just a few bruises. Izuku watched the exchange, feeling a slight pang of guilt. He was glad Hagakure was okay, but the situation had been avoidable. The chaos of the evacuation had left students scattered and vulnerable, and if something like this happened again, they needed a better plan. Before he could dwell on it further, movement at the front of the class caught his attention. Yaoyorozu stood near the podium, raising a hand to get the class's attention. Her voice rang out, calm and confident. Everyone, please settle down. Class is starting. Her firm but polite tone worked almost immediately. The chatter died down, and students turned their attention forward. Izuku caught her gaze and gave her a slight nod of thanks. She returned it with an acknowledging smile before taking her seat. Aizawa took his usual position at the podium, his apathetic gaze sweeping over the room as he ensured everyone was paying attention. "All right, listen up." His tone was as dry as ever, but something made students instinctively straighten. For today's hero training, we'll have 3 instructors instead of the usual one. The class will be led by All Might, myself, and another hero from the faculty. The reaction was instantaneous. A wave of excitement rippled through the class, whispers and murmurs quickly turning into full-blown excitement. 3 instructors? Kaminari echoed, his eyes lighting up. "Wait, does that mean? Do you think it's Endeavor?" Zero cut in. "He's the number 2 hero, right? What if he's the 3rd instructor?" "Wouldn't make sense," Jiro said, arms crossed. "Doubt UA would bring in someone that explosive for a regular class." "I hope it's Hound Dog," Kirishima grinned. "That dude's hardcore." Zero, who had raised his hand earlier, finally got a nod from Aizawa, allowing him to voice what everyone was thinking. "What will we be doing differently this time around, Sensei?" he asked, brow furrowed. Aizawa responded by reaching into the folds of his scarf and pulling out a stack of flashcards. One of them had bold blue lettering. He flipped it around. "Today's heroics class will be focused on rescue. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between." Another wave of chatter erupted. "Rescue, huh? Seems like today will be a breeze, then," Kaminari said casually to Mina. Kirishima immediately scoffed. "Dude, take this seriously. Rescue work is the duty of every hero." His eyes practically burned with enthusiasm. "I'm already feeling so pumped." Izuku couldn't help but smile at his friend's infectious energy. "I'm best in the water," Azui added, her voice calm but eager. "I hope we get to train in a wet environment." Ribbit. Despite the high energy in the room, their chatter was cut short by Aizawa's stern voice. "Hey, I'm not done." His cold tone sliced through the excitement like a blade, and the room immediately hushed. Aizawa's red-rimmed eyes swept across them, ensuring they were listening before continuing. "You can decide whether or not to wear your costume this time. Remember that in some situations, your costume might hinder your performance." The classroom walls shifted mechanically as he spoke, revealing costume briefcases neatly stored in compartments. "The training will take place off-campus, so we'll be taking a bus to the facility. That's all. Start getting ready." With those final words, Aizawa turned on his heel and exited the classroom. The moment he was gone, the room erupted into movement. Students rushed to their assigned costume briefcases, excited whispers filling the air. Izuku quickly joined the flurry of activity, grabbing his case and heading toward the changing rooms. His costume had only required minor repairs after the last heroics class. His armor plating held up well, and most of the damage had been cosmetic. Still, there was a small note attached to the case. "The adhesive grenade attachment you requested is still pending approval. To gain clearance, you must attend an explosives handling seminar after class." That made sense. Yua didn't play around when it came to dangerous equipment. At least the letter from Kamihara-sensei confirmed he was cleared to carry his tanto. Izuku was quicker at getting into his costume this time, managing to exit the locker room alongside Shinso, who had been eyeing his gear quietly. It wasn't hard to tell why their aesthetics were similar, favoring function over flash, and it seemed like Shinso was considering adding similar utility items to his equipment. "Let me know if you want to learn how to use some of these," Izuku said, tapping one of the pouches strapped to his belt. His tone was casual, but the offer was genuine. Shinso glanced at him, his expression thoughtful, before nodding. "I might take you up on that." As they approached the bus, Izuku noticed Ida standing near the entrance, arms crossed, looking deep in thought. The telltale furrow of his brows and the way his fingers twitched made it obvious he was mentally drafting a seating plan. Izuku clapped his hands, cutting in before Ida could begin one of his dramatic declarations. "It's open seating, everyone," he announced, loud enough for the class to hear. "Sit wherever you want." Ida visibly deflated at that, his shoulders slumping slightly. But to his credit, he didn't argue, instead adjusting his glasses with a resigned sigh. With that settled, the students began filing in, chatting amongst themselves as they found seats. Izuku, for his part, ended up sitting between Azui and Sato. He planned to listen amicably to the conversations around him, but that plan was quickly derailed. Midoriya. Ajui's calm voice cut through the noise, making Izuku turn his head toward her. Oh, yes, Ajui, he responded, momentarily grateful for the distraction. Aoyama had been staring at him again, and he wasn't sure how long he could pretend not to notice. Call me Tsu, she corrected before tilting her head slightly. You have an ocular quirk, like Aizawa-sensei, but you're also strong and fast. Ribbit, can you explain how your quirk works? The volume in the bus dipped slightly. Had Izuku been paying closer attention to his surroundings, he might have noticed how Todoroki stiffened ever so slightly at the question. Oh boy, Tsu, Kirishima grinned, giving Izuku a playful nudge. You've really opened the floodgates with that one. Izuku let out an awkward chuckle, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, I tend to go into a lot of detail when I talk about my quirk. Just ask Mina, she got the Cliff Notes version once. Yup. Mina beamed, leaning in. And it was still like a full-on lecture. Yaoyorozu, who had been quietly listening until now, perked up at that. University lectures? She asked, her interest piqued. You've researched that extensively? Izuku nodded. Yeah. I mean, my quirk is complicated. I've had to look up PhD dissertations to try to make sense of some mechanics. Yaoyorozu's eyes practically sparkled with intrigue, and Izuku had the distinct feeling that she would ask for sources later. Still, he might as well explain with the bus now fully locked onto him. To start with, I'm what's considered a late bloomer when it comes to quirk development, Izuku began. Most kids develop their quirks between the ages of 3 and 5. I didn't develop mine until I was almost 7. That made a few students blink in surprise. 7. Kaminari repeated. Dude, that's really late. It is, Izuku agreed. But some people don't develop their quirks until their 30s. No way, Siro said, looking genuinely surprised. That's a thing. Izuku nodded. Yeah. Some studies suggest that late bloomers' quirks develop differently due to mutations in the quirk factor gene. That often results in quirks that are unique or completely unrelated to family lineage. Oh, that's fascinating, Yaoyorozu mused. Then does that mean neither of your parents had an ocular quirk, Midoriya? That's right, Izuku confirmed. My mom has. A minor telekinesis quirk, she can attract small objects toward herself. My dad was a fire breather, and there's no record of anyone in my family having an ocular quirk. That's kind of weird to think about, Tsu admitted. I'd feel strange if I didn't have my family's frog quirk. Ribbit. Izuku hummed thoughtfully. Yeah, I sometimes wonder what it'd be like to have either of my parents' quirks. Then, with a focused breath, he activated his quirk. His emerald left eye seemed to swirl into the pupil, leaving behind a red canvas painted by the swirling spinning of two tomo that emerged from the pupil. Izuku's pale right eye sharpened, and the veins near it subtly bulged as water rushed to deliver the nutrients needed for it to handle its enhanced perception. As you can see, Izuku continued, his voice steady, this is what my quirk looks like when it's active. Each eye has a different function. My right eye, the Byakugan, gives me 360-degree vision, telescopic sight, and X-ray vision. I can see through solid objects, detect heat signatures, and most importantly, observe how quirk energy moves through a person's body. My left eye, the Sharingan, gives me enhanced perception. Everything I see moves so slowly that it's basically precognition. I can predict movements, track objects at insane speeds, and anything I see gets permanently ingrained into my mental and muscle memory. Wait, Jiro cut in, eyes narrowing. Permanently? Izuku nodded. If I see someone practicing a skill, it gets recorded perfectly in my mind. Barring no distinctly different physical changes to myself, I can perform the skill just as perfectly as them. Wait, Kaminari interjected, leaning forward. You're saying that if you watched a dude who's been, I dunno, playing guitar for 50 years, you could just copy his technique? Izuku nodded. Pretty much, although it would only mean I would know how to play that one song, I'd still need to study up on music theory to figure out what he's actually doing. That's still insane though. The murmurs on the bus grew louder, and students digested the information. But that doesn't explain your strength and speed, does it? Kaminari pointed out, frowning. Your eyes don't make you punch harder. Izuku chuckled. Yeah, that's where things get a bit weird. He tapped his temple. According to some quirk therapists, my quirk shares traits with abilities that rely on emotional distress for growth. In particular, they theorize that intense emotional distress actually triggers an awakening. Awakening? Ida echoed. Izuku gestured toward his Sharingan. When I first got my quirk, I only had one tomo. I also couldn't manipulate my quirk energy, which is what I do when I enhance my strength and speed. But after a particularly intense sparring session with my sensei and the stress of Kirishima moving away, my quirk evolved. That's how I gained the second tomo. Ijiro scratched the back of his head, looking a little sheepish. I always figured it was a manly spar that pushed your quirk further, he admitted. Izuku grinned. Well, you moving away was part of it too. How else was I supposed to feel when my brother in all but blood was leaving? That got a few chuckles from their classmates. From there, the conversation branched into other topics. Izuku eventually deactivated his quirk, letting out a slow breath as his vision returned to normal. He leaned back in his seat, allowing the chatter of his classmates to wash over him. The conversation had naturally shifted from analyzing his abilities to a light-hearted debate over which student had the best quirk for pro-hero work. I think Ida's quirk is pretty solid, Ciro argued, leaning forward. Speed's always useful in rescue ops and combat. What about Jiro? Mina chimed in. Her sound attacks could totally work for search and rescue missions sonar style. Izuku listened, adding his thoughts when prompted, though his mind was partially elsewhere. His gaze flicked toward the back of the bus, where Bakugo sat arms crossed, expression brooding. Unlike usual, the blonde hadn't blown up at anyone. Well, mostly. Bakugo had only shouted once or twice, surprisingly, not at Izuku. That in itself was odd. Maybe that humbling I gave him finally decided to stick? Izuku thought before shaking his head with a small, wry smile. That's being way too optimistic. Before he could dwell on it further, Aizawa's curt voice cut through the noise. We're here. Conversation halted instantly, and all eyes turned toward the imposing structure ahead. Looming in front of them was an impressive dome-shaped facility resting on the far edge of UA's sprawling campus grounds. It was massive, easily rivaling some of the largest stadiums in the country, its sleek metallic surface gleaming under the midday sun. The structure's curved architecture, reinforced with thick support beams and layered plating, gave it an almost futuristic feel, a testament to UA's cutting-edge training facilities for its students. The bus rumbled to a slow stop, the engine humming as Izuku's gaze flickered toward the main gateway. A towering set of double doors stood at the entrance, bold letters emblazoned across the top. Unforeseen simulation joint. Some of his classmates chattered excitedly, pointing at the building, but Izuku noticed that a few of them had utterly missed the signage. Flanking the entrance were several large floodlights, likely meant to illuminate the facility for nighttime exercises. A high-security perimeter fence, similar in design to UA's reinforced barriers, surrounded the facility. Surveillance cameras were positioned along the outer walls, their lenses sweeping the area with methodical precision. Despite its immense size and heavy security, the USJ felt isolated. Unlike the bustling energy of the main campus, this area sat farther away, tucked into a quiet, almost eerie section of UA's training grounds. Even before stepping off the bus, Izuku had a feeling that this would be very different from their previous training sessions. The doors hissed open, and the students filed out, stretching their legs as they saw the facility up close. Then, standing near the entrance, a figure in black and white greeted them. Pro Hero 13. Unlike the flashy, combat-heavy pro heroes most students idolized, 13's presence differed. The rescue hero wore a black and white space suit, complete with a reinforced collar and a full helmet. Her costume was modest, practical, and unmistakably functional. The helmet's visor was a deep, opaque black, completely obscuring her face, giving her an air of mystery yet lacking the intimidation factor seen in more battle-focused heroes. And yet, despite their covered appearance, 13 carried an undeniable presence. Where Aizawa exuded stern discipline and All Might radiated booming confidence, 13's energy was different. It was warm, reassuring, and steady, the kind of presence that made people feel safe. Izuku had studied 13's career before. They weren't a hero who fought for glory or recognition. They weren't someone who stood at the front lines to take down villains. They were a hero who saved lives. And yet, beneath that gentle demeanor, Izuku knew the true power 13 possessed. Their quirk, Black Hole, was one of the most devastating abilities in the hero world. With a simple motion, 13 could generate a miniature black hole capable of skiing in and disintegrating anything, matter, debris, even living beings. It was a terrifying ability that could easily be used for destruction. But 13 never did. They wielded their quirk precisely, using it only to clear rubble, create safe escape routes, and prevent further disasters. In a way, they embodied the purest form of heroism. A hero not defined by power but by responsibility. As the students gathered around, excitement and curiosity buzzed through the group. Even Bakugo, who had been relatively quiet, looked at 13 with analyzing eyes. Perhaps the most significant reaction came from Uraraka, who practically had stars in her eyes as she stepped off the bus. Her face lit up with admiration, and her hands clenched into excited fists as she saw their instructor for the day. 13. She murmured, her voice filled with awe. It was clear that 13 was the one who truly inspired her out of all the pro heroes they had met so far. And Izuku couldn't blame her. 13 was purely a rescue hero, unlike many other top-ranking heroes who were known for their combat prowess. Someone who had built her reputation on saving lives instead of taking down villains. Before she could gush any further, a cheerful voice cut through the mild chatter. "Hello, future heroes," 13 called out, her tone animated as she stretched her arms in welcome. "Let's go ahead and get inside. I'm looking forward to working with you all." Uraraka visibly trembled in excitement, barely containing the urge to bounce on her feet. "This is gonna be the best training ever," she whispered, clutching at her cheeks. The students eagerly followed 13 and Aizawa into the facility, a mix of curiosity and anticipation in the air. Even Bakugo, while not openly displaying any excitement, stayed silent, which was about the closest thing to interest he ever showed. But as impressive as the exterior was, it was nothing compared to what awaited them. As soon as they stepped through the entrance, Izuku's breath hitched, his Byakugan activating instinctively as he took in the sheer scale of the facility. The interior of the USJ was massive, stretching far beyond what they had seen from the outside. It wasn't just a single disaster simulation, it was a collection of them carefully designed to replicate real-world emergency scenarios. To the far left, a massive, deep-water lake stretched across one section, its surface shimmering beneath the artificial lighting. A lone, half-sunken ship sat in the middle of the lake. Chlorine scent lingered in the air, suggesting the water was specially treated for prolonged training sessions. Floating platforms and overturned boats bobbed near the edge, indicating that this area was meant for flood rescues or shipwreck scenarios. Next to it, a charred, burning cityscape roared with controlled flames, the fire raging safely within its containment field. The air in that section rippled with heat, and even from this distance, Izuku could see fire-damaged buildings, collapsed structures, and crushed vehicles, simulating the aftermath of a devastating fire or explosion. Further in, a mountainous terrain loomed, filled with jagged cliffs, rocky slopes, and unstable ledges that looked dangerously real. This area would undoubtedly test their ability to navigate treacherous landscapes, likely simulating earthquake aftermaths or landslides. Other sections of the USJ contained additional hazards: tornado wreckage zones, landslide simulations, and blizzard conditions, each meticulously crafted to put them in the shoes of rescue professionals. At the center was a pavilion where all the paths to the different facilities met. This pavilion was a central point around which the disaster training facilities seemed to border. The entrance to the USJ was an observational platform, allowing visitors to get a good view of most of the facilities. Izuku exhaled slowly, a mixture of excitement and apprehension curling in his chest. Based on the gasps of amazement from his classmates, Izuku figured they were just as impressed by the facilities as he was. Even students who typically kept their cool like Todoroki or Shoji were looking around with genuine intrigue. The sheer scale and variety of the training grounds were unlike anything they had ever seen before. Shipwrecks, landslides, fires, windstorms, and more. 13 announced proudly, stretching out her arms in a grand gesture toward the facility. The excitement in her voice was palpable as she motioned toward each simulated disaster. It's a training ground that I designed to cover all kinds of accident and disaster scenarios. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short, not to be mistaken for Universal Studios Japan. A few students chuckled at the joke, while others remained too in awe of the facility to respond. Despite 13's enthusiasm, Aizawa-sensei remained as unimpressed as ever. He strolled forward, hands stuffed in his pockets, and shot the rescue hero a pointed look. 13, he said, his gravelly voice cutting through the air, "Where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here." At that, 13 leaned in, lowering her voice so only Aizawa could hear. Izuku strained his ears, but without his Byakugan active, he couldn't read her lips to make out the words. However, his sharp gaze didn't miss how 13 subtly lifted 3 fingers in response. 3 fingers? Izuku narrowed his eyes slightly. What does that mean? Aizawa sighed heavily, rubbing his head before shrugging in resignation. It can't be helped, he muttered. Let's go ahead and start. Seizing the cue, 13 straightened up her enthusiasm unshaken despite Aizawa's usual sour mood. Before we begin, there's something important I need to talk to you all about, she said, instantly regaining the class's attention. Though her voice remained light, her words had a new weight and underlying seriousness that hadn't been there before. She let the silence settle for a moment before speaking again. Everyone, I'm sure you all know my quirk black hole. At that, Uraraka practically vibrated with excitement, nodding eagerly. Of course. You've saved so many people with it, she chirped, her admiration for the rescue hero shining through. 13 gave a slight nod, but instead of matching Uraraka's energy, her tone darkened. Yes, but you should never forget that my quirk is also a power that can kill very, very easily, 13 replied. Looking across the gathered students, she added, I wager some of you have that capability as well. The air in the room changed instantly. The light atmosphere from before vanished, replaced with a sudden, unsettling tension. Several students shifted uneasily while others outright tensed at the bluntness of her words. Izuku felt his stomach tighten slightly. No kidding. Some? That was putting it lightly. Almost everyone in their class had a quirk that could kill someone either accidentally or intentionally. Even the more benign-sounding ones like Jiro's sound-based quirk or Siro's tape could turn deadly in the wrong circumstances. And judging by the wide-eyed, somewhat aghast expressions on some of his classmates, this was probably the first time many of them had seriously considered that. Privately, Izuku was glad that Kamihara-sensei had drilled the darker aspects of hero work into him from a young age. He wasn't as naive as some of the others. Uraraka, in particular, suddenly seemed to have stopped bouncing around and looked a bit green at the possibility that her favorite hero could kill. 13 let the silence linger for just a moment before continuing. In our society, quirks are regulated, and pro-heroes undergo extensive training to use them safely, she said, her voice steady but firm. But that doesn't change the fact that many quirks, yours included, can take a life with just one wrong step. The gravity of her words sank in. Even students who had been brimming with confidence moments ago now looked thoughtful, even troubled. Izuku's gaze flickered toward Shinso. The usually indifferent teen had his arms crossed, but his fingers clenched slightly against his sleeve. Brainwashing was a powerful tool, but it wasn't hard to imagine how it could be abused. 13 continued, pressing forward. Aizawa's quirk apprehension test showed you the limits of your abilities. All Might's combat training forced you to experience the danger of using your powers against others. But today, we're focusing on something different. She spread her arms as if embracing the entire facility. This training isn't about overcoming opponents, it's about saving lives. I want all of you to leave today with a new understanding. Your powers aren't just for fighting. A moment of silence followed before the entire class erupted into enthusiastic applause. Izuku found himself grinning. 13's words resonated deeply with him. While many dreamed of being heroes who worked for glory, fame, and combat, he had always found something far more inspiring in the ability to help and protect. He wasn't the only one. Yaoyorozu and Ida nodded approvingly while Azui's large eyes blinked with interest. Even Todoroki, usually passive, seemed to be contemplating her words. As the applause died down, Aizawa finally pushed off the wall he'd been leaning against, stepping forward. "All right then," he said, voice as dry as ever. First up. He never got to finish. The lights dimmed. The power flickered. And then, a deep, eerie hum filled the facility as something warped in the air like reality itself was being torn apart. Aizawa's posture shifted immediately, his body language changing from tired teacher to battle-ready pro-hero in an instant. His sharp eyes locked onto the center of the pavilion. 13, he snapped, his voice cutting through the confused murmurs of the students. Something's off. Gather the students and keep them safe. The confusion only grew. What's going on? Kaminari asked, looking around as the room grew darker. Instinct kicked in, and Izuku's Byakugan activated as he turned his gaze to the pavilion. His breath hitched. A swirling, inky black portal opened at the center of the facility. A horde of figures began stepping through, their twisted grins and menacing postures making it clear that these were not pro-heroes. Villains. Dozens of them. And standing at the very back, watching the chaos unfold with an almost lazy amusement, was a familiar figure. Pale skin. Wild, unkempt hair. Black clothes. And those horrifying, decayed hands. Izuku's blood ran cold. "Sensei," he called out, his voice sharper than intended. "That's the intruder." Aizawa didn't even hesitate. He gave a single, sharp nod and unspoken confirmation that this was no longer just a lesson. This was a real battle. And the enemy had already made their move. Izuku tensed, every instinct screaming at him as the void of wrongness coalesced into a humanoid form. Even before his Byakugan fully processed the twisting, warped reality around them, he could feel that something was fundamentally unnatural about these two. The moment his vision adjusted, his stomach clenched. Through his Byakugan, the flow of quirk energy had always followed a natural rhythm, bright, branching pathways coursing through the body, glowing in various shades of blue. Mutant quirks, though more complex, still adhered to this fundamental truth of quirk biology. Their bodies, despite their physical differences, still looked human through his vision. But these two were different. The mist villain was a sickly, pulsating mass of unnatural energy. His pathways weren't blue at all, but a shifting, volatile mess of dark purple. The core of his energy wasn't spread throughout a body like a normal person's, it was coiled around his neck, almost as if that bracer-like armor was the only thing keeping him physically tethered to reality. The longer Izuku stared, the more he felt like he was looking at a fabricated existence, something that shouldn't be. And then there was the brute. Izuku's eyes flicked to the hulking mass of stitched-together flesh, and his breath hitched. His body didn't just contain quirk energy, it overflowed with it. An excess, an overabundance that no normal human should possess. It was like his body wasn't meant to hold so many quirks at once, and yet, somehow, it did. The flow of energy through his body was wrong, forced, like it was being pumped into him artificially. His bones didn't align properly. His muscles were too thick, too disproportionate, as if grafted on from different sources. The gaps in his skin, exposing patches of raw, corded muscle and bone, suggested that this brute was something more assembled than born. Izuku had seen mutants with extreme features before. Hell, Shoji and Tsu were clear examples of the diversity of quirk-based biology. But even the most inhuman of quirks still had a flow. A pattern. This thing had none. It was as if someone had taken pieces of different people, jammed them together, and forced their quirks to work in unison. It was monstrous. And when his gaze flicked back to the grinning, decayed hands of the villains standing between them, a sick realization crawled up his spine. These weren't normal villains. They were experiments, aberrations of nature. Izuku is in a breath, pulse hammering. Desperately, he turned his gaze toward the rest of the enemy forces, half expecting to find another aberrant, another unnatural quirk signature among the villains gathering in the plaza. He scanned them one by one. Normal. They were normal. Not good, obviously, but human at least. The strange dark purple quirk pathways were nowhere to be seen among them. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. But the relief was short-lived. All around him, the class was murmuring, confusion and unease settling into their ranks as 13 stepped forward, beginning to usher them away from the growing confrontation. But Izuku wasn't done. Aizawa-sensei needed to know. Aizawa-sensei, Izuku's voice came out sharper than intended, his urgency overriding his usual instinct to speak carefully. His fists clenched as he forced himself to sound calm even as his brain screamed otherwise. Watch that missed villain and the big brute. Something about the way their quirks work is wrong. Aizawa's sharp eyes flicked toward him, the only visible reaction being a slight narrowing of his gaze. A heartbeat later, he gave a single nod. Then, without hesitation, he launched himself into the fray. Izuku's stomach churned as he watched his teacher disappear into the crowd of villains. He knew Aizawa could handle himself. But even so, something about this was different. Something about this was so much worse. Izuku shifted his attention to the pale-haired villain with the decayed hands, his stomach twisting into knots. He was speaking muttering in a way that reminded Izuku of his own muttering storms, except this was different. Where Izuku's muttering stemmed from a need to analyze, to understand, to solve, this man spoke like he wanted the world to rot. Under normal circumstances, his words would have been muffled, hidden by the grotesque severed hand gripping his face. But Izuku's Byakugan cut through it like glass. He read his lips perfectly. All Might's not here. So we kill the students instead. Izuku's heart stopped. His pulse surged in his ears as the words hit him like a freight train. They weren't just here to cause destruction. They weren't just here for a fight. They were here to kill All Might. And if All Might wasn't here, then they would do the next best thing: slaughter his students to bring him running. Izuku felt his throat dry up as his mind raced through the implications. That must have been what was stolen earlier today, a teacher's schedule. They must have known All Might was going to be here. And now that he isn't, his fingers darted toward his pocket, reaching for his phone, heart hammering against his ribs only to freeze when he saw the screen. No service. Izuku's stomach plummeted. That can't be right. UA's security system should be sending trespasser alerts to the teachers right now. Before he could speak, he caught Yaoyorozu's voice, sharp with urgency as she voiced the very same concern to 13. Why isn't the security system activating? She asked, her normally composed tone laced with unease. That's what I'd like to know, 13 murmured, her gloved hands subtly tightening into fists. A heavy silence settled over the group as realization crept in. It was Todoroki who finally broke it, his voice eerily calm but laced with steel. Whether the villains only showed up here or throughout the whole school, it doesn't matter, he said, folding his arms, his mismatched gaze sweeping over the enemy forces below. With the trespasser sensors down, it means they have someone with a quirk that can mess with them. 13 seemed to stiffen at that. Todoroki continued, his voice low but certain. We're in an isolated part of campus, and they attacked during a scheduled class session. That's not a coincidence. This was planned. His gaze narrowed. They may be fools, but they aren't dumb. Izuku clenched his fists, feeling his breath come in shallow bursts. They don't realize it yet. They haven't put together why the villains are really here. He couldn't keep quiet. His classmates had to know about the type of danger they were dealing with. They're here for All Might, Izuku said, forcing his voice to be steady. His classmates turned to him, some blinking in confusion. He took a deep breath and continued, I read the lips of the villain in black, the one standing at the back. His green eye flicked toward the pale-haired leader as a sick chill crept down his spine. Since All Might isn't here, we're going to be used as bait. A heavy silence. Then grim understanding settled over the group. Uraraka's hands curled into fists. Ida's fingers twitched at his sides. Shinso's usually passive expression hardened into something sharper. They're trying to force All Might to come here, Izuku continued, voice grim but certain. and they'll kill us to do it. Yayarose's face paled, but she squared her shoulders. Then we need to evacuate immediately and find a way to raise the alarm. Izuku nodded. But there was one more thing to check first. His Byakugan scanned the class, flicking from face to face until his gaze settled on Kaminari. Izuku's mind raced. Kaminari had a radio headset. If their phones weren't working, maybe his long-range support gear had a chance. He took a quiet but urgent step toward the blonde. "Kaminari," he whispered, "any way you can contact the school with your headset?" Kaminari blinked at him, startled, then quickly adjusted the earpiece. "Yeah, let me." His eyes suddenly widened. A sharp crackle of static blared into his ears, making him wince. "Sheet," he hissed. He adjusted the dial, pressing the earpiece closer. "I'm getting nothing but DMN. I'll keep trying." Izuku gave him a firm nod. "Good. Keep at it." With that, he turned and fell into step behind 13. As he evacuated with the rest of the class, he kept up with what was happening down in the plaza. His Byakugan was helping him keep up with Eraserhead's battle. His teacher had already engaged the villains. At first, Izuku had worried. The villains had him outnumbered nearly 15 to 1. Against those odds, any hero no matter how skilled would be overwhelmed. But he shouldn't have worried. Eraserhead moved like a wraith, his body flowing through the mass of villains with an almost unnatural efficiency. There was no wasted movement, no unnecessary strikes, only pure combat mastery. The first villain lunged, a lean man with jagged teeth and razor-sharp claws, but Eraserhead's goggles gleamed, and his quirk was gone before he even realized it. The villain's momentum stumbled mid-swing, his claws dulling back into human fingernails. His eyes barely had time to widen before Eraserhead's capture scarf lashed out like a striking viper, wrapping around his wrist. Eraserhead yanked. With a twist of his hips, he redirected the villain's own momentum, sending him flipping violently over Eraserhead's shoulder and crashing headfirst into the pavement. One down. Izuku barely had time to process the smooth brutality of the takedown before 3 more villains charged in unison. A woman with fire trailing from her palms, a hulking brute with stone-like skin, and a wiry man with daggers flashing between his fingers. Izuku's Byakugan locked onto Eraserhead's eyes, as they gleamed to life again. The fire wielder gasped in pure confusion as the flames in her hands flickered out, leaving her completely vulnerable. Eraserhead was already on her. A step in. A precise chop to the throat. She crumpled, coughing violently, already out of the fight. The hulking brute still had his raw physicality, but Eraserhead was 3 steps ahead. The villain swung, a powerful hook that could shatter bones. Eraserhead leaned back, letting it barely graze past his nose. With a flick of his wrist, his capture scarf whipped out, wrapping around the brute's ankle. Eraserhead yanked hard. The brute's own weight worked against him. He toppled backward, his skull cracking against the pavement with a sickening thud. The dagger-wielding villain hesitated. Too late. Eraserhead closed the distance in a heartbeat, slipping past his defenses with effortless ease. A palm strike to the wrist. Daggers clattered to the floor. A knee to the gut. The villain's breath exploded out of him. Then a final, brutal elbow strike to the back of the head sent him crashing into unconsciousness. 3 more down. Izuku gritted his teeth. This isn't even a fight, it's a massacre. More villains poured in, clearly panicking now, rushing Eraserhead all at once. A massive beast-like mutant, a man with whip-like appendages, another with quills bristling from his arms. Eraserhead didn't flinch. He moved through them like water, weaving between attacks with almost inhuman grace. Despite these villains being mutant types, of which Eraserhead countered a race with his quirk, his sensei seemed unbothered by the fact he was at such disadvantage. The mutant's claws tore through the air. Eraserhead ducked, letting the villain swipe past inches above his head. A kick to the knee. The joint bent the wrong way, and the mutant howled in agony, collapsing. The whip user lashed out. Eraserhead sidestepped, grabbed the tendrils mid-strike, and with a savage twist of his body, used the villain's own attack to slam him face-first into the pavement. The quill villain fired off a volley of spikes. Eraserhead snatched his scarf out of midair, the the fabric wrapping around 2 spikes and flinging them back at the attacker. The villain barely had time to yelp before his own quills embedded into his shoulder. Another one down. The remaining villains hesitated. Eraserhead stood in the middle of a growing pile of unconscious enemies, his breath slow and even, as if he hadn't even exerted himself. His goggles reflected their fear back at them. For a split second, none of them dared to move. Izuku could feel the shift. They're starting to realize they're outmatched. But that's when he saw it. The pale-haired villain, the one still standing in the back, untouched. Watching. Waiting. And next to him, that brute. That thing, with its stitched-together flesh and wrongness, still hadn't moved. Izuku's heart clenched. Why hasn't it moved? A sick feeling crept up his spine as he realized. Aizawa was winning too easily. Was this planned? They were letting him fight. They were waiting for something. Before Izuku could ponder on Aizawa's plight any longer, new movement in the plaza caught his attention. The mist villain was swirling, warping, and being SE inwards, and emerging right in front of his escaping classmates. And began to monologue. I thought they only did that in the movies. He was going on about killing All Might, so Izuku took the time to look him over again. It was obvious that bracer on his neck imposed a sort of stability on his form, and seemed like a major weak point to target. Before Izuku could dwell on Aizawa's plight, a new movement in the plaza snagged his attention. The mist villain was shifting. The deep, inky darkness that made up its body began to churn, twisting and swirling in a way that defied physics. The formless mass collapsed inward, folding into itself as if being SE into an unseen void. And then, it reappeared. Izuku barely had time to react before the villain's swirling mist coalesced right in front of the escaping students. Teleporter. Unknown maximum distance. Unknown maximum portal size. Fast with his portals. Originate from his mist. Whole body is mist when teleporting. This was how Izuku's mind was currently handling the new information in front of him. He'd already seen the portal open once before, but, up close, it was impressive just how seamless the transition was between locations. It didn't have the typical constraints a quirk of his would have. Mass limitations? Size limitations? The mist villain could even decide whether or not to pass through his own portals based on Izuku's memory of the break-in. Only the portal had been present at the exit point. The ultimate teleportation quirk? Or perhaps quirks? There's no way single quirk can accomplish all that without limitations. This mist villain seems to be able to set up those portals too quickly, and the only downside I can see is that they need to originate from him. As Izuku worked at getting his mind back on track, he noticed that the mist villain began to speak, despite his body not fully forming on this end of his portal. Seriously? A monologue? I thought they only did that in the movies. The villain's tone was smooth, almost elegant, yet thick with arrogance, the kind that dripped from every syllable like venom from a blade. As he spoke, the dark mist that composed his form churned, expanding outward like ink bleeding into water. The sheer fluidity of his movement was unnerving. He didn't shift or sway like a normal being. He billowed, stretched, twisted in ways that defied logic. The temperature around them seemed to dip ever so slightly, as if the air itself recoiled from his presence. Shadows curled unnaturally at the edges of his mist, distorting under an unseen force, like space itself was bending in reaction to him. My, how disappointing, he purred, his voice saturated with condescension, echoing through the space with an unnatural resonance too deep, too smooth, too precise. A voice that didn't just speak but imposed itself upon the air. To think that All Might entrusted the next generation to such frail hands. The mist thickened, dark tendrils reaching outward, curling as if testing the air. The movement wasn't random, it was deliberate, intelligent, predatory. Then, the fog began to coalesce, shifting into the vague impression of a human form but never quite committing to it. The faint glow of piercing yellow eyes flickered within the haze, gleaming with a chilling amusement. "Allow me to introduce myself," he continued, his smooth, almost theatrical cadence remaining unervingly steady, as if this was nothing more than a casual conversation. "I am Kurojiri, a humble servant of the League of Villains." The name hung in the air, heavy and deliberate, like a promise of violence yet to come. The League of Villains? Izuku's mind raced as even more information being presented. A named organization. That means structure, leadership, planning, and funding. This isn't just some random gang, it's a real group. Kurogyari continued, his form shifting like restless smoke, coils of mist unraveling and reforming with a slow, calculated grace. Our goal is quite simple. We are here to kill All Might. The words hit like a hammer. A suffocating stillness fell over the students. The weight of that statement pressed against their chests, cold and heavy, like an unseen force had suddenly stolen the air from the room. Izuku's hands curled into fists, his nails digging into his palms as his heart slammed against his ribs. He barely registered the stiffened shoulders, the shallow breaths, the sheer disbelief radiating from his classmates beside him. Kurogyari drifted forward. The movement wasn't rushed, wasn't aggressive, it was patient. Like a predator drawing closer to cornered prey. The creeping fog stretched unnervingly close, its tendrils liking at the edges of their group, closing in like an iron noose. But, unfortunately, Kurogyari mused, his voice carrying an unmistakable note of mocking amusement, it appears he isn't here. A pity. His mist swirled, coiling higher, thicker, as if savoring the moment. But no matter, we will simply send him a message. The temperature seemed to plummet. The mist twisted, sharpened, expanded. It lunged. A wave of darkness, swift and suffocating, rushed toward the students. Izuku's breath caught. His Sharingan flared, twisting reality into slow-motion clarity. Izuku saw it all unfold, every detail frozen in time, every movement amplified. 13's palm lifted. His stomach dropped. Black Hole was an incredibly powerful quirk, capable of erasing anything caught in its pull. In almost any other scenario, 13 would have instantly turned the tide. A villain like Kurogyari, however, wasn't just a bad matchup, he was her perfect counter. Izuku could already see the worst-case scenario playing out in his head. If she activated her quirk, Kurogyari could redirect the singularity. A portal. A split-second opening. And then, Izuku didn't let himself finish the thought. Before she could unleash the vortex, he moved, stepping forward with practiced precision, reaching out and gripping 13's outstretched arm. 13-sensei, watch your quirk usage, he urged, his voice low but urgent. With his portals, it could be turned against us. She hesitated. Her fingers twitched. A flicker of understanding flashed behind her visor. The hesitation saved her. But before Izuku could exhale, movement from behind stole his focus. Two figures shot past him. Explosive momentum. A streak of orange. A blur of red. Dimenit. Die, you bastard! Bakugo roared, launching himself straight at the villain. Beside him, Ijiro surged forward, hands clenched into hardened fists. You really think we just roll over for you? That ain't manly at all. Ijiro called, his voice brimming with confidence. Izuku couldn't stop them in time. A blinding explosion detonated against Kurogyari's mist-like form, sending ripples of force outward. The class instinctively shielded their eyes, flinching against the sudden shockwave. For most of them, Kurogyari vanished in the blast. But Izuku saw everything. His Byakugan cut through the smoke, revealing the truth beneath the illusion. That did nothing. Kurogyari hadn't moved, hadn't recoiled, hadn't even reacted. The explosion passed through his mist-like body as though it were nothing more than a passing breeze. Kirishima's punch had been equally useless, hitting nothing but empty air. Izuku's breath hitched. No damage. No effect. Nothing at all. I can't even tell if he opened a portal to absorb the force of the explosion away from his bracer, with how hard it is to tell what I'm seeing from his quirk pathways. The smoke thinned, revealing Kurogyari's untouched form. Not a single wisp of mist was out of place. His yellow eyes gleamed, filled with something disturbingly close to amusement. A predator savoring the moment before the kill. That was quite a dangerous attack from a bunch of students, he mused, his smooth, polished voice dripping with condescension. A soft chuckle curled through the air, light, casual mocking. Then again, Kurojiri continued, as though he were merely indulging in polite conversation. You are the cream of the crop, aren't you? Izuku's stomach twisted. Wasn't a villain reveling in destruction. This was something patient, calculated, unbothered. 13 stepped forward, her usual calm splintering into something sharp. You two need to get back with the group now. Bakugo growled, hands still sparking, his fury rolling off him in waves. Kirishima clenched his jaw, fists tight at his sides. Izuku saw it in their postures. They didn't want to retreat. But before they could argue, Kurojiri moved. Not with the heavy, predictable weight of a physical body. He stretched. Oh, don't worry, 13. His voice remained soft, but the promise it carried was anything but. The mist billowed outward, thickening, crawling like living ink bleeding into reality. I've been instructed not to gut them like rats right away. Izuku's blood turned to ice. The air felt wrong, suffocating. Every hair on his body stood on end. Kurojiri expanded. His mist twisted, unfurled, its tendrils curling at the edges like smoke from an open wound. But instead, the shadows stretched too fast, too deliberate. We'll scatter them. The mist lunged. And torture them slowly. The air shivered, charged with something dark. Twisted. Inescapable. It should be quite the enjoyable experience. Izuku's heart slammed against his ribs. He reacted on instinct, twisting to the side just in time to avoid one of the writhing tendrils. Too close. Too fast. Someone screamed. Through his sharpened vision, he saw bodies vanishing one moment there, the next swallowed whole by the twisting void. He barely had time to register Kirishima's desperate shout, Bakugo's furious explosion of sparks before a second tendril shot toward him. Too many tendrils. Too many portals. Too many chances to be caught. He kicked back, twisting, forcing his body to move faster than instinct allowed. His feet barely touched the ground before a rip in space bloomed beneath him. There was no warning. No moment to adjust. No time to even scream. The air warped. Tilted. Everything inverted. The world snapped out of focus, like gravity had given up on holding him in place. His stomach lurched. His limbs flailed, grasping for anything. But there was nothing. Only the feeling of being flung violently forward. The rush of cold air slamming against his body. The moment of pure, uncontrollable weightlessness. A sudden return of the sensation of warmth as he was removed from the cold place. Izuku braced for impact. The last thing Bakugo remembered was the feeling of the ground vanishing beneath his feet. One moment he was snarling at the talking smoke cloud, ready to blast it into next week, and the next he was falling, tumbling through cold, twisting void. His ears rang, and his skin felt like it was being peeled away layer by the rush of warped air. Colors inverted. Sound stretched. For a single, horrifying second he couldn't even tell up from down. And then the world snapped back into place with force. He hit the ground hard, skidding down a steep incline of loose rock and gravel. Dust clouded his vision as his momentum carried him halfway down a ridge, his palms instinctively lighting up to blast the earth beneath him and slow the slide. Pebbles scattered like shrapnel in his wake. Sheet, he spat, planting his boots against a jutting stone to stop his descent. His hands smoked from the blasts, already tight with tension. Where the hell was he? As the dust settled, Bakugo forced himself to his feet and took in his surroundings. It looked like a collapsed mountain range had been dumped into an oversized sandbox. Jagged stone columns jutted from the earth like broken teeth. Unstable slopes loomed overhead, casting long shadows over the uneven ground. Boulders the size of compact cars teetered precariously on ridges above, just waiting to crash down on anyone dumb enough to breathe too loud. This was the landslide zone. His red eyes scanned the area, sharp and calculating. Freakin' perfect. A soft sound behind him made him turn, palms crackling. A figure scrambled up from a patch of disturbed gravel, slow, cautious, and definitely not a villain. It was Koda. The guy looked rattled but unhurt, his wide eyes scanning the cliffs nervously as if they might collapse again at any moment. He didn't say anything typical, but the way his hands clenched into unsure fists said enough. Of all the people I could have been warped with, Bakugo thought, his expression hardening. I somehow ended up with the guy who talks to animals. Before he could even shout at him to stay out of the way, there was movement above. Voices. Low, sneering ones. Bakugo looked up and spotted a group of villains gathering near the top of a ridge, staring down at them like vultures circling wounded prey. One of them, tall, lanky, covered in mismatched armor, grinned with sick satisfaction. "Hey boys," the villain called, cracking his knuckles. "Looks like we've got ourselves a pair of lost little lambs." Bakugo's lip curled into a feral grin. "Wrong. You've got yourself a ticking bomb, dumbass." His hands ignited with a low, angry hiss. The orange glow in his palms cast jagged shadows across the rocks around him, bathing the slope in an angry light. That grin stayed on his face, all teeth and fury, even as more villains began fanning out behind the first 3, 4, maybe 5 of them in total, each armed with some cobbled-together combination of weapons, tools, or visible mutations. One of them, a hunched woman with limbs too long for her frame, let out a shrill, scraping laugh. Another, short and boxy, had what looked like a car muffler jammed into one shoulder. A puff of dark smoke leaked out of it every few seconds. They didn't look organized, but they looked ready to kill. Beside him, Koda took a careful step back, boots crunching over loose gravel. He didn't speak, but Bakugo noticed him reach into a pouch at his hip and pull out a small, cylindrical device, a whistle. Not the kind for signaling people. The kind that worked for calling something else. Bakugo didn't spare it more than a glance. His focus was locked on the villains, his stance sinking lower, like a coiled spring. "You assholes are too cocky," he muttered. "Thinking a few numbers are enough to deal with me." He shot forward in a burst of smoke and light, kicking off a boulder and launching himself toward the lead villain. The explosion that followed his jump cracked the stone apart, scattering shrapnel in every direction. The armored villain barely raised his arms before Bakugo slammed into him midair, gauntlet first. The explosion lit up the ridge like lightning. The shockwave kicked up a plume of dust and sent chunks of stone tumbling. Bakugo landed in a crouch, smoke trailing from his shoulders. But the BSTRD was still standing. Groaning, the villain stumbled back, his armor charred but intact. Some kind of shock absorption plating, maybe. A nasty burn blistered his jaw where the helmet didn't reach, but he was grinning like he enjoyed it. "Tough guy, huh?" he rasped. "Yeah," Bakugo snapped, flicking his wrist as he launched another explosion. "Tougher than you." Another blast came at the villain's feet, forcing him to leap back and right into a patch of loose rock. His balance failed. He fell, crashing into the gravel with a yell, and slid down toward the lower ledge. "Now," Bakugo snarled, turning back toward the others, "who's next?" But just as the others were preparing to charge, a high-pitched screech rang out across the slope. The villains froze. Bakugo blinked. Koda stood off to the side, hands held firm around the whistle as a swirl of wings descended from the shadows above. "Bats. Dozens of them. The F-dash. There are bats in the USJ." The winged silhouettes tore through the air, diving at the villains with eerie precision. Razor-sharp claws and tiny, stabbing fangs turned the air into a flurry of confusion. One of the villains screamed and clawed at his face as 3 bats latched onto his head. Another flailed wildly as his coat became a nest of wings. Koda raised a hand and suddenly, more shapes slithered from cracks in the rocks below. Snakes. Long, live, and silent. "Snakes too." He grinned. "All right, Rockface, seems you can pull your weight," Bakugo said with a grin, as he focused his attention squarely on the remaining villains. "Just try and keep up now." The mountain zone was nothing like the training fields back at UA. Massive stone ridges curved into the sky, their craggy faces jagged and treacherous. The artificial wind whipped through narrow ravines and chasms like a living thing, howling, angry, unpredictable. Dust clung to the air, and the dry metallic scent of artificial earth hung heavy. Shinso had expected a rescue scenario. Maybe a fake stranded hiker. Instead, his first trip to the USJ had been marred by the presence of villains, and he was fighting for his life. Through some ill-fated luck, He'd been warped here by that mist villain Kurogiri. Shinso only regretted not sniping at him and getting him under the thrall of his quirk. They were under attack. And fighting on a slope this steep was hell. He ducked behind a sharp outcropping of rock just in time to avoid a barrage of jagged debris flung by one of the villains above them. The blast rained pebbles and splinters onto his shoulders, each one a little promise of how easy it'd be to die here if he made one mistake. Across the incline, Jiro was moving fast, too fast for someone in terrain like this. She dug in her heels with every step, letting her sound blasts clear the path. Her earjacks sparked against the rocks as she stabbed them into the wall beside her, releasing controlled shockwaves that made their enemies flinch and stumble. Just above them, Azui leapt from boulder to boulder like gravity was just a polite suggestion. Her tongue lashed out midair, snagging one of the villains who had started circling behind them. She yanked them down hard into a patch of scree, where they vanished behind a plume of dust and impact. They were doing fine. Better than expected. But Shinso couldn't shake the feeling that he didn't belong here. The adrenaline made it easier to think, made the dull throb of his doubts quieter but not silent. He didn't have the brute strength of Kirishima. He didn't have the crowd-stopping presence of Todoroki or the raw power of Midoriya. What he had was a voice. And that wasn't much good in a fight where everyone kept their mouths shut. He gritted his teeth, pushing off the wall. His metal staff swung into a guard position, fingers wrapped tight around the grip. "You need to watch your right," Jiro shouted. He turned just in time. A villain lunged through the thin mist, face half covered in a makeshift mask. Their knuckles crackled with a strange energy that looked close enough to some sort of black electricity that Shinso decided he really didn't want to get hit by it. As they raised a fist, aiming straight for his ribs, Shinso didn't hesitate. He stepped in and brought the end of the staff into their gut with all the force he could muster. It wasn't pretty, but it knocked them back long enough for him to plant his feet and throw out his voice. "That all you've got?" The villain, dazed but still coherent, blinked. "What did you?" Their body froze. Shinso stepped back, breathing hard. He always hated that moment, the flicker of awareness in their eyes just before it went out. There was no satisfaction in it. Just necessity. He'd hated in middle school the distrustful looks his classmates had given him. Hated how he was shunned for having a villainous quirk. Looking towards Azui and Jiro, who were fighting with everything they had, he felt glad that he had left that part of his past behind. Despite Shinso's quirk, his classmates were counting on him to back them up. Now wasn't the time for a pity party. He turned quickly, already searching for the next target. That's when he saw it movement on the upper slope. 3 more closing in. They were sticking to the high ground, trying to box them in. Smart. And dangerous. "We've got incoming," he barked over the wind. Azui landed beside him, crouched low. 3 above. "I'll take the one on the right, ribbit." "Go," he replied. She shot off without hesitation, vanishing into the rocks with a powerful leap. Jiro joined him a second later, panting slightly from exertion. "They're trying to funnel us downhill," she muttered, eyes flicking up to the ledge. "Force us into the kill zone." Shinso nodded. "We don't let them." He wasn't fast like Azui. He didn't have shockwaves like Jiro. But he had something they didn't expect. He raised his voice again, calm and clear, aiming it at the one just starting to climb down after them. "Think you can handle us on your own?" The villain paused. Then snarled. "You cocky little..." The second he answered, he was his. Shinso surged forward. Not to fight but to position. He pointed at the other villain on the ridge and gave the command. "Push him." Under his control, the first villain turned without hesitation and lunged at his comrade. The result was chaos, both tumbled down in a mess of flailing limbs and curses. "Nice, Tro," breathed, tapping her earjack to her wrist. "Buying us time. I'll keep them pinned with echo bursts." Shinso nodded and allowed himself a short breath, turning towards the black lighting fist quirk user he had under thrall. "Join your friends in the ridge, knock them out with your quirk if you can," he ordered, watching as the villain quickly loped away to follow his will. He wasn't a heavy hitter. He wasn't flashy. But here, in this chaos of dust and rock, he wasn't useless either. The windstorm zone of the USJ was a brutal mimicry of a city caught in the heart of a hurricane. Skyscraper facades loomed around the perimeter of the field, many of them battered and splintered, with glassless windows that gaped like open mouths. Some buildings leaned at impossible angles, as though ready to collapse with the next strong gust, their skeletal frameworks exposed beneath torn concrete and twisted steel. Scattered debris blanketed the flooded streets, bent signs, mangled street lamps, shattered cement barriers, giving the entire landscape the look of a war-torn metropolis. A near-constant howl filled the air as artificial winds surged through the zone in shrieking gusts. At times, the gusts were strong enough to fling loose rubble across the field or stagger anyone not properly braced. The wind twisted erratically, slipping between the wreckage of buildings and narrow alleyways, turning corners into wind tunnels that could lift a grown adult off their feet. The rain came down in sheets, nearly horizontal, pelting the zone with a force that stung exposed skin. Puddles turned into shallow rivers, and storm drains overflowed with rushing water. Electrical poles sparked intermittently, wires swinging dangerously overhead, while flashes of simulated lightning lit up the zone in stark white bursts, never enough to give comfort, but always enough to reveal just how treacherous the terrain really was. In short, the windstorm zone was chaos incarnate. A city swallowed by catastrophe, where every step forward was a fight against nature itself and where one wrong move could sweep you away. Momo clutched as the jagged edge of a bent guardrail, gritting her teeth to remain standing in the fierce gusts. She'd crafted a water-repellent cloak to cover herself in, but it had proved fruitless at keeping the chill away and keeping her dry in the torrential downpour. Every step was oppressive in this zone, the very environment doing its best to keep and push her off balance. She turned to look at Todoroki not too far away. He was a few meters ahead and was assessing their surroundings. He stood with his back straight, unbothered by their chaotic environment. His hair was tossing violently in the wind, though he paid it no mind. He stood where the gales were strongest, ice having formed from his feet to keep him anchored. Precise. Unshaken. She hated how composed he looked. No, that wasn't fair. It wasn't hate. It was envy. Thrice they had been ambushed. The wind, rain, and darkness of the cityscape hid their attackers easily enough. The villains that had taken a hold of the USJ had hidden amongst the labyrinthine environment of the dilapidated city. The first ambush had been jarring. She hadn't even caught her bearings after Kurogyari had warped them here when villains were upon them. It was only Todoroki's quick actions that had saved them. The second ambush she'd only had a second to respond to. In her training drills, it was always so easy to just whip out a shield or quarterstaff to defend herself with. However, confronted with her first villain, she'd frozen up, and only a quick wave of ice had saved her from the vicious tiger claws the villain had leapt at her with. The third ambush? Well, it seemed it was just happening. A villain dropped from a nearby ledge with a guttural scream, swinging a club reinforced with steel rebar. Momo gasped and stumbled backward on instinct. Her mind blanked for a half-second. She needed something, anything, but the gale howled louder, screaming into her ears, and her thoughts scattered like loose pages in a storm. A capture net? Too thin in this wind. A stun baton? What if it slips from my hand? The villain was too close. He raised the weapon. I can't. A wall of ice erupted in front of her. The villain slammed into it with a crunch and a startled yelp, his momentum frozen literally by a jagged shield of frost. Momo stood frozen too, panting hard. Not from exertion, but from the sudden spike of fear that still hadn't left her chest. Her fingers trembled slightly as she stared at the ice. Todoroki stepped forward without a word, his steps slow and methodical as he approached the downed enemy. Another sheet of ice spread outward, pinning the villain to the ground before they could recover. That's 3 down, Todoroki muttered, glancing skyward. The wind barely ruffled his hair. Momo swallowed and forced herself to speak. Thank you. I was just... Don't freeze up, he said plainly, not unkindly, but not gently either. You'll get hurt. She flinched harder at that than she had at the villain's club. He turned away, already moving to scan their surroundings for the next threat, but the words clung to her like frostbite. Don't freeze up. I wasn't trying to. She pressed her palm to her chest and focused. Steel cable launcher. She needed something simple, reliable. Something that wouldn't require intricate setup or sustained mental focus in this wind. The metal compartment in her armlet opened, and a small coil began forming rapidly from her skin, piece by piece. It felt sluggish. Her heart still hadn't stopped hammering from before. You're supposed to be a strategist. The one who supports the class with quick thinking, not one who panics when things go loud. The shriek of wind carried a roar from somewhere above. She looked up just in time to see a glider-like villain swooping toward Todoroki from the air, his arms outstretched like a hawk about to dive. "Todoroki!" she shouted. He reacted instantly. His ice bloomed outward like breath in winter, catching the villain mid-dive and sending him spiraling into the side of a broken wind turbine. He didn't even flinch. Momo gritted her teeth and adjusted her stance, forcing her shoulders square. Her cable launcher finished forming, and she immediately fired it at a tall support beam to her left. The hook wrapped tightly, giving her a much-needed anchor. Bracing her feet against a concrete lip, she scanned the area again. A heat vision visor formed out of her chest, and Momo quickly took the opportunity to look around, the high ground of the building they were on providing them ample sightlines from which she could spot out villains. The visor immediately proved useful, 3 villains lighting up easily on the display. They were circling their position like hungry jackals. With the right opening, they could easily blitz in. It seemed these 3 were taking advantage of the shadows, having caught on that Todoroki's vision was limited in the storm. Momo closed her eyes for half a second and breathed. Focus. A searchlight sprouted from her arm, revealing their hiding spots for Todoroki. The sudden flash was enough to draw Todoroki's attention. He followed the light source, catching sight of the now incoming trio. With no hesitation he responded to their advance. A ramp of ice raced from the building, narrowing the paths that attackers could use to advance. Barriers appeared behind them, blocking off their escape. One of them was reckless as tried to fight his way through the ice, but the combination of ice and pounding rain made traversal treacherous at best, and he quickly found himself unable to maintain his purchase. The other 2 tried to regroup. One of them spotted her. He rushed in. Momo gripped her tether and swung under a collapsed awning. She twisted her body and came up hard on the other side, firing a second cable into the villain's legs to bind him mid-run. He stumbled and dropped with a shout, and she used the rest of her momentum to get herself back at her original position. Todoroki's voice echoed through the wind and rain. "Well done." Her breath caught. Not because he complimented her but because it finally felt like she'd contributed. Her body felt heavy, her pulse still off rhythm from earlier, but she'd made it through. Todoroki was walking toward her now, his expression unreadable. "You came through," he said. She offered a shaky smile. "Not as clean as I'd like." "We're not here to look clean," he replied. "We're here to survive." He looked back to the battlefield. "And you're still standing. That's what matters." And for the first time since landing in the windstorm zone, Momo felt like she might actually be useful after all. The air was thick. Choking. Tokoyami landed hard on one knee, the warped aftertaste of Kurogiri's teleportation still lingering in the back of his throat. He didn't rise immediately. He crouched, letting his cloak settle around him, narrowing his eyes as the searing heat bit into his skin beneath his costume. This was not where he was meant to be. Around him, the world burned. It was a hell's cape, nothing more, nothing less. The fire zone was a mockery of civilization, a scorched urban block in perpetual combustion. Flames liked the remains of overturned vehicles and crumbling storefronts. Ash drifted in the air like snowfall from a dying star. Thick plumes of black smoke coiled upward, curling around broken streetlights and fire-charred ruins, casting the entire field in a twilight haze of reds and oranges. The skies above simulated as they were boiled with smoke-stained clouds, and the only illumination came from the fire itself, crackling and writhing as though it hungered for anything still untouched. Sweat already dampened Tokoyami's brow beneath his hood. The air shimmered with rising heat. Every breath he drew in was like inhaling from a furnace. He rose slowly, surveying the scene with calm precision. No sign of his classmates. No immediate movement. But he wasn't alone. Dark Shadow, he murmured, voice steady even as his eyes narrowed. I'm here, the entity whispered in his mind, already forming over his shoulder in a surge of flickering darkness. But even Dark Shadow felt sluggish here, uneasy. The firelight disrupted its strength. Brightness, even flickering as it was not a welcome ally. It's going to be harder for you to fight at full strength, Tokoyami noted aloud, his voice low and calm, even as the flames popped and danced all around them. I can still protect you, Dark Shadow said, though Tokoyami could feel the strain, already a tension running through the dark tendrils that usually flowed like smoke. Here, they jittered and twitched, agitated by the ambient light. That's when the first sound reached him, a boot scraping against melted pavement. Tokoyami turned just as two figures emerged from the fire haze. One was bulky, wrapped in scorched riot gear, a nasty burn running along his cheek and a spiked bat gripped in his gloved hand. The other was thin, twitchy, with a series of jet nozzles fixed to his back, expelling small bursts of flame with every movement. Villains. Fire types, probably. The jetpack user spotted him first and laughed, a high, choked thing. Alone, huh? Bet you're regretting that costume choice now, bird boy. Tokoyami didn't reply. His stance dropped lower, his hand twitching with the command. Dark Shadow cover. The entity surged forward, shielding him in a curtain of flickering black, though its form writhed under the exposure. It's too bright, it hissed, shrinking slightly in the blaze. The villains didn't wait. Jetpack launched first, igniting his boosters and firing toward Tokoyami in a spiraling arc, flame trailing behind him like a comet. The spiked bat thug followed from the side, clearly hoping to flank. Tokoyami's heart thudded, but he was still focused. He sidestepped to the right, just outside the first flame burst as it scorched the street he'd been standing on a moment ago. Dark Shadow pincer. Dark Shadow whipped around, tendrils snapping toward the second villain, slamming him back with a shriek as the creature grappled with him in the narrow alley between buildings. But already Tokoyami could feel the loss in strength. The light was too strong here. Every burst of fire made his quirk recoil, retreating like a shadow at noon. Jetpack arced again, this time sweeping lower. Tokoyami rolled under the flame burst, his cloak smoldering at the hem. He came up with a growl of effort, eyes flashing as he extended one hand. Obscure! Dark Shadow responded, creating a smokescreen of darkness that swallowed the alley behind him in a pulse of black, briefly pushing back the overwhelming light of the fire. It wouldn't last long, but it was enough. The thug who'd been caught screamed as Dark Shadow threw him bodily into a flaming wreck nearby, the explosion lighting up the space like a miniature sun. But it was too bright now. Too hot. Dark Shadow hissed and shuddered, curling protectively around Tokoyami before shrinking, becoming more wisp than creature. I can't stay out, not like this. I understand. Tokoyami said, his tone grave. He backed toward a collapsed wall, keeping himself in the shifting shade of its shadow, even if that shadow was paper-thin. Jetpack was still airborne, scanning for him, fire blaring from his heels. Tokoyami narrowed his eyes. He couldn't rely on brute force. Not here. Not like this. He would have to get creative. Let them come, he muttered, voice quiet and resolute as he melts into the shadows with the quiet confidence of a raven in the night. The storm of battle was finally starting to settle. The shipwreck zone had been a mess to traverse, with multiple shipwrecks scattered throughout an artificial lagoon in various states of disrepair. Most were too far for her to leap to, but there were plenty of floating obstacles and debris with which to make a raft were it not for the multiple water-based villains that had harried them as Midoriya carried them closer to the shoreline before using the shallower water to bring the fight back to the villains. Toru Hagakure blinked invisible sweat out of her eyes as she clung to the jagged edge of an overturned shipwreck, her invisible fingers trembling from exertion. Her heartbeat still thundered in her ears, but her voice caught on a breath of relief as the last of the villains reeled from Kaminari's electrifying finale. That got him, she shouted, pumping her fist in excitement. Below, the villains who'd been lured into the rusted basin of the ship graveyard now twitched in the knee-deep water, paralyzed by Denki's indiscriminate surge. Their bodies spasmed, muscles locking up, groans of pain cut short by unconscious collapse. It hadn't been clean. It hadn't even been the plan originally. But Midoriya had made it work. He'd darted between the listing hulls and half-submerged decks like he could see the whole battlefield at once, probably because he could, she reminded herself. With those strange eyes of his active, he'd called out enemy positions, mapped cover, and baited the villains into a tight cluster. Kaminari, shaking like a spark plug about to blow, had taken the shot the moment Midoriya shouted the cue. And now they were done. It was over. Mostly. Midoriya. We did it. Toru called from her precarious perch, her voice breathless but thrilled. That was seriously awesome. Thanks, he said, turning away from where he'd been scanning the downed villains. His voice was calm, but there was something tight about it, something wired. Kaminari, for his part, had collapsed nearby. He sat on the sloped deck of a rust-eaten freighter, cross-legged and giggling to himself with his thumb held out like a pretend gun. Pew! 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 He mumbled, eyes completely vacant. Yep. Totally fried, Toru muttered, hopping down to Kaminari's side. Midoriya, I think he used way too much juice. She half laughed, half grimaced. Despite the victory, adrenaline was still simmering under her skin. We should get moving, Midoriya said. This section is secure, and we need to regroup. Toru nodded and reached down, carefully slinging one of Kaminari's arms over her shoulder. He leaned heavily on her deadweight, practically, but she managed to prop him up with some effort. Then Midoriya froze. It was only for a second, but Toru saw it, how his body stiffened like someone had just slapped ice water down his spine. His head turned sharply, and both his hands clenched. What is it? She asked, her invisible form tensing beside the limp weight of Kaminari. I see something, Midoriya murmured, his tone darkening. Something bad. He was using his quirk again, his right eye pale and pulsing, the veins around it standing out starkly. He was staring off into the distance, as if looking at something she couldn't see, which with his quirk was entirely possible. Aizawa-sensei's fighting, but... His breath caught. No, something's wrong. That monster, the big one, it's moving. Fast. Toru's breath hitched. She wanted to ask him more, but the expression that came across his face shifted from shock to horror. I have to go help. If I don't, he stopped himself, as if the words were too heavy. Toru stared at him, or tried to, anyway. It was always disorienting, looking at someone when you weren't sure if they were looking at you. But what about? You need to get Kaminari to the entrance, he said, stepping back. 13-sensei and the others might still be there. Get him to safety. You're not serious. I am, Midoriya said, turning toward the path back to the central plaza. I'll be faster on my own, and it'd be reckless to drag Kaminari into that war zone. Get him to the entrance. Toru hesitated, torn between the need to stop him and the gnawing instinct that told her, he's right. Be careful, Midoriya, she finally said, her voice coming out as barely over a whisper. Izuku didn't reply. But she saw the nod before he sprinted away, vanishing into the maze of broken ships and steel, toward whatever nightmare he'd just glimpsed through that pale, glowing eye. And Toru was left with a brain-fried human battery leaning on her invisible shoulder, whispering, zap zap, like it was the funniest joke in the world. You're lucky you're cute when you're stupid, she muttered, adjusting her grip and heading for the exit. Silently she prayed that Midoriya would be okay. Itsuka Kendo had never thought of herself as the kind of girl who rattled easily. Even now, standing at the jagged mouth of the ruined zone, her costume streaked with soot and concrete dust, she felt a strange sense of clarity, calm even. She and Kirishima had handled themselves well in the initial scramble. The ambush, the collapsing debris, the back-to-back skirmishes against two mid-tier villains, it had been frantic and terrifying and oddly exhilarating. She could still feel the strength in her arms from the last punch she'd thrown, adrenaline buzzing in her veins. That mix of fear and focus, danger and drive. This was the real deal, and they hadn't flinched. Kirishima, always smiling even when the world was falling apart, had grinned at her afterward and said, now that was manly. She wasn't about to argue with that. But the feeling didn't last long. As they picked their way through the collapsed buildings and broken structures, heading toward the only visible route out, the central plaza, the energy shifted. She felt it before she saw it. A heaviness in the air, like the air itself was holding its breath. "Hey," Kirishima muttered, his voice unusually tense. "Look." They stopped at the edge of the rubble, peering through a twisted arch of collapsed scaffolding. The plaza below, surrounded on all sides by a mob of villains, stood Aizawa-sensei. Alone. And winning. Itsuka's breath caught as she watched him move fluid, brutal, relentless. His scarf whipped like a live wire, snatching limbs and necks, dragging bodies into the pavement with surgical force. Even outnumbered, he fought with a kind of cold efficiency that was terrifying to witness. Villains lunged, snarled, tried to overwhelm him, and each time, they were taken down in less than 3 moves. "He's incredible," she whispered. Kirishima nodded, eyes wide. "That's a pro." But they weren't the only ones watching. From the far end of the plaza, a villain stepped into view. His pale, disjointed figure moved with a lazy, off-kilter gait. Hands clung to his body like a second skin, and one covered his face, fingers twitching as if impatient for violence. He said something low to the Nomo beside him, a hulking shadow that loomed like a walking nightmare. Then he stepped forward alone. Itsuka's eyes narrowed. What is he doing? The villain's approach was slow, deliberate, like he was bored of watching others fail. A villain like him didn't seem the type to care about honor or revenge. No, this was something else. He was testing something. Playing a game. Aizawa didn't hesitate. He lunged for Shigaraki without fanfare, scarf flashing forward like a strike of lightning. For a moment, it looked like he had him. The villain was craftier than he appeared. As he stepped out of Aizawa's attack and into his guard, a hand reaching forward with malevolent intention, it latched onto Aizawa's elbow at a time when his quirk had been deactivated. The scruffy hero managed to hold back scream, and dislodged the grip a second later to make some distance. His elbow was in a bad state. From Itsuka's perspective, whatever that villain had done was exposing bone. She could already imagine Izuku mumbling up a storm about the capabilities of his quirk, and she was never more grateful for having some nerdy boyfriend. Touch-based, like Uraraka's. From both hands then. Watch those hands. The villain moved in again, coming in low and with a disturbing amount of confidence. However, instead of backing off, Aizawa pressed the attacking. Even with one arm showing that he wasn't a pro hero for nothing. An extension of his capture scarf caused the villain to stumble, and with Aizawa's quirk active, it would be so easy now for her teacher to defeat the villain. Then the Nomu moved. Faster than Itsuka expected for something so massive. The air cracked with a burst of speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was between them. Its black body slammed into Aizawa, pinning him to the ground, one arm crushing down against his ribs while the other twisted toward his head. Aizawa fought to breathe, his scarf flailing, but it was clear he was struggling to escape. Midoriya said something about that thing having multiple quirks. Kendo said, eyes wide with horror. If it's strong and fast. The villain he'd just been fighting moved forward, calm and smiling beneath the hand on his face. Don't move, he told Aizawa in that cracked, childlike voice. Or I'll make sure you die screaming. His gloved hand reached for Aizawa's face, 5 fingers outstretched. Kendo's body moved before she'd even finished thinking. So did Kirishima. Sensei, they shouted together. Kirishima hit first, his hardened body crashing into the Nomu's side like a battering ram. The impact rocked the creature, dragging it off balance and breaking its grip on Aizawa. Had Kendo not been focusing on her own enemy, she might not have missed that the stumble on the Nomu's end stemmed from nothing more than surprise instead of any really damage. Kendo followed up, springing forward and positioning herself between the downed teacher and the advancing Shigaraki. Her hands expanded, growing to the size of car doors, ready to crush, block, whatever it took. Aizawa coughed, gasping for breath as he rolled to the side. What are you two doing? Get out of here. Not a chance, she snapped. We're not just gonna watch you die. Shigaraki tilted his head, looking annoyed. Seems the mini-boss has mobs as well. Tsk. Kendo lunged, throwing a punch that would have shattered a brick wall, but the villain twisted away, nimble and eerily graceful. His fingers grazed the air where her wrist had been a second ago, and she felt her skin crawl. They exchanged blows, hers controlled, calculated, his erratic and lunging. Behind her, Kirishima stood protectively over Aizawa, arms raised. "Nomu," the villain said, dusting off his sleeve. "Stop playing around." The order was casual, but the effect was immediate. The Noma's eyes flashed red. It turned toward Kirishima with sudden, inhuman intent and moved. Its charge was a blur of raw power. Kirishima had just enough time to harden his arms and cross them over his chest. The punch hit like a freight train. The sound of the impact echoed through the plaza metal on stone, a deep boom that rattled her ribs. Kirishima's body was lifted clean off the ground, flung across the plaza like a thrown doll, crashing through a broken concrete wall. "Kirishima!" Kendo's voice cracked with fear, her balance faltering for a split second. She couldn't tell if he was breathing. He wasn't moving. Her hands trembled. The villain giggled. "Well then," he whispered, stepping closer. "Let's see what breaks first, shall we?" And Kendo turned back toward him, raising her hands again, heart pounding, vision swimming, but her stance unshaken. If she had to go down protecting her teacher, so be it. She lunged, looking to crush this villain in one blow of her fist, but he weaved away, and it was all she could do to quickly deactivate her quirk to avoid a brush of his hands on her fists. She quickly took up a defensive position, one hand forward while another reached behind her into the ground, pulling out a clump of dirt the size of a bowling ball to give herself some options. The villain was reckless and wild, however, and it was all she could do to evade his attacks. She let loose the dirt and gravel into the side of his face, hoping for a breather, but he pushed through the dust, a wicked gleam in his eyes, and his hand extended forward. For a brief second his hand touched her outstretched fist. Itsuka prepared herself for the worst, but nothing seemed to happen. "Her head," the villain growled angrily, before turning to the hulking brute. "Nomu, kill him already." Itsuka knew it was reckless, but she leapt towards her teacher anyways. One fist grown out as large as possible to push him away. The kick the Nomu gave Aizawa was brutal, and her teacher was sent flying across the plaza. She was still recovering from the sonic boom that kick had released when she saw she was leaping towards empty space. Her teacher now lay across the plaza, well away from her, laying just as still as her friend. She hit the ground hard and turned to sit up. The villain she had ignored was standing above her, hand reaching down towards her face. Everything lost meaning as the hand slowly encroached. She heard the villain gloating over something. Itsuka couldn't be sure. Unable to move, her ankle sprained from the desperate leap she'd made, she closed her eyes. "Izuku, I'm sorry." Tamura Shigaraki was not a patient man. Waiting made him itch literally. His fingers twitched and scraped at the patchy skin of his neck as irritation clawed its way through his body like an invasive parasite. This whole mission, this so-called assassination raid, was supposed to be a flawless speedrun. Drop in, unleash the Nomu, kill All Might, and leave a message written in blood and rubble. Instead, they hadn't even cleared the first phase of the boss fight. His raid party, the League's freshly recruited cannon fodder, had been completely wiped out by a single hero. A scrappy mini-boss with a capture scarf and sleep-deprived eyes going by the name Eraserhead. Tamura's fingers drummed anxiously against the disembodied hand resting across his face, that familiar phantom itch creeping higher the longer he stared at the ongoing battle. This was supposed to be easy, he muttered to no one in particular, voice thin with disdain. All Might was supposed to be here. Instead, he'd been forced to watch as his carefully stacked dominoes collapsed out of order. The students weren't helpless lambs, they had claws. And teeth. And teamwork. And that Demed Eraserhead had turned out to be more than just an annoyance. He'd torn through the League's frontline villains with surgical efficiency, dismantling them like bugs with their wings pulled off quick, methodical, merciless. It set Tamura off. It wasn't even that the plan had failed. Failure was familiar, even expected. It was that it wasn't fun anymore. The game had changed the rules without warning, and Tamura hated that. He turned toward the central plaza, red eyes narrowing behind the fingers of his mask as he watched Aizawa fight. The man was bleeding but still moving. Still ruining everything. Still breathing. Tamura wanted to scratch the skin off his own arms just thinking about it. At least the NPC villains he'd brought had served their purpose. Dumb grunts, The lot of them, but useful in that they'd kept Eraserhead busy long enough for Tamura to sit back and analyze. Every movement, every twitch of muscle, every weakness. Tamura's fingers twitched at his sides as he stepped closer to the edge of the broken plaza, knuckles popping one by one. He could hear the sound of combat echoing through the artificial disaster zones behind him, students scattered, villains swarming, but none of it mattered right now. The original plan had been to kill All Might. But if the symbol of peace was too cowardly to show his face, then Tamura would settle for something else. A teacher, an icon, a pillar. Break the support structure, and the whole thing comes crashing down. And if we scream loud enough, he muttered, voice low and full of scorn, maybe the hero everyone's so obsessed with will come crawling to watch the end in person. He tilted his head, red eyes fixed on the man in black who stood in the center of the battlefield. Eraserhead's hair still floated with that telltale static quirk active, vision locked in, posture tight and alert. Tamura's grin split wider, stretched under the fingers of the decayed hand that covered his face. Let's see how long that erasing quirk of yours holds out, Mr. Miniboss, he said, stepping forward into the ring of fractured concrete and bloodied bodies. His fingers curled slowly into a claw. Game over. As if on cue, Eraserhead dispatched the last of the remaining league fodder with surgical efficiency, slamming a final villain into the pavement hard enough to crack it. He didn't hesitate. The moment he saw Tamura approaching, he shifted forward into a run. No wasted energy. No opening monologue. Just silent resolve. But Tamura had already seen the fatigue setting and watched the microslips in Aizawa's footwork, the slight delay between eye movement and muscle reaction. Fighting a dozen opponents solo would drain even a pro hero, and Eraserhead's quirk, as powerful as it was, didn't come with a stamina boost. All it took was one mistake. And Eraserhead made it. His capture scarf lashed out like a serpent, aiming to wrap Tamura's limbs and immobilize him, but Tamura was ready. He ducked low, let the scarf whip overhead, and surged forward like a shadow off its leash. Too slow. A blur of movement, a rush of air, and then Tamura was inside his guard, his hands snapping out faster than the eye could track. Eraserhead's arm jerked up instinctively to block, but Tamura's hand landed square on the elbow joint. For a fraction of a second, nothing happened. Then flesh turned to ash. The sleeve of Aizawa's jacket blackened and began to curl. The skin beneath it blistered, cracked, and flaked into nothingness, eaten away at the cellular level as Tamura's quirk activated. Only for a second, but a second was all it took. Aizawa's quirk flared in response, canceling the disintegration effect before it could spread farther, but the damage had already been done. The outer layer of skin was gone. Muscle beneath had begun to break down. Bone, visible for an instant beneath half-charred sinew, gleamed white and wet in the light. A strangled grunt of pain tore from Aizawa's throat as he twisted back, retreating with his injured arm cradled tight against his side. Tamura didn't pursue yet. He tilted his head, watching the hero stagger back, eyes narrowed in barely restrained delight as he took in the weakened hero. His teeth were clenched too tightly for speech. Blood ran freely down his forearm, dripping from ruined muscle onto the cracked tiles below. Tamura took a slow, lazy step forward. "Still think you're the boss of this level?" he asked, before suddenly lurching forward once again. Tamura's voice dripped with derision as he threw himself into a sprint, teeth bared, hand outstretched like a clawed curse. The grin beneath the hand on his face twitched with anticipation. Just one touch. That's all it would take. A single contact. Skin to skin. 5 fingers. Disintegrate. Delete. Erase. Aizawa didn't flinch. The underground hero was already moving, shifting his weight low and tight into a grappler's stance. His capture scarf snapped forward, aiming for Tamura's wrists, but Tamura twisted past it, ducking under the arc of fabric and driving in close. Got him. He swiped at Aizawa's chest with an open hand, grazing the edge of his capture gear, but in the instant before his fingers found flesh, Aizawa rolled into him. They collided in a sudden, violent tangle of limbs and grit. Tamura lost his footing for half a heartbeat as Aizawa redirected his momentum, then twisted. His scarf looped tight around Tamura's ankle mid-motion. The BSTRD planned for this. Tamura crashed to the ground in a half-spin, his shoulder slamming against cracked pavement. Pain lanced up his spine. Dust exploded around him. He barely had time to throw up his hands before he was dragged across the concrete like a sack of meat. The scarf yanked him toward a jut of broken rebar. He growled and lashed out, raking his nails across the scarf. The fabric began to fray just as Aizawa released it and charged. What the hell is this guy made of? Despite the blood matting his face, the tremor in his busted arm, the way his body leaned too heavily on one side, Eraserhead still moved with purpose. No hesitation. No fear. Tamura scrambled up in time to deflect a kick aimed at his ribs. He hissed as the blow clipped his thigh instead. His leg gave for a second, his balance thrown. A blur of motion. A fist came next. He ducked barely and retaliated with a swipe of his own, this time clipping Aizawa's shoulder. The cloth of the hero's costume hissed and blackened instantly. Aizawa fell back. Tamura lunged forward again, hand aimed squarely at his neck. Only to be blinded as Aizawa's capture scarf whipped upward, coiling around Tamura's arm like a snake. Snag. Tamura's momentum turned against him as the scarf pulled. His hand was yanked off target, thrown wide, and Aizawa spun, using the scarf to drag him off balance and send him stumbling into a chunk of shattered wall. His head cracked against stone. His vision dimmed for a heartbeat. God damn it. Tamura spat, tasting blood. He pushed himself up, fury blooming in his chest. Stupid, stupid mini-boss, he howled. You're supposed to be dead already. His lip curled. Rage boiled beneath his skin, his quirk aching to be used, starving for it. His fingers twitched. His shoulders trembled. He raised a shaking hand and screamed, "Nomo!" The name tore through the air like a curse. From the rubble at the edge of the plaza, something massive moved. The air shifted, subtle at first, like the world itself holding its breath. A low, unnatural pressure crept into the atmosphere, as though something massive had entered a space it was never meant to occupy. It was the kind of suffocating stillness that came just before a thunderstorm, when the sky swelled and the air buzzed with electricity. Then the sound. A deep, bone-vibrating thud rolled across the plaza, followed by another and another. The ground trembled beneath each step, tremors spreading through cracked pavement like ripples in glass. Chunks of concrete shifted and clattered in protest. Loose debris scattered from its path, pebbles skittering away, metal beams toppling with sharp, hollow clangs, fleeing before the weight of the monster that approached. And then it came into view. A walking nightmare. Its silhouette was grotesque, an abomination sculpted from nightmares. It loomed unnaturally tall and wide, its body packed with coiled, corded muscle that bulged and pulsed beneath skin stretched taut and glossy like oil-slicked rubber. Deep, jagged seams crisscrossed its flesh where different tissue had been crudely stitched together, like a butcher's patchwork. Each seam looked raw, as if it had only just healed or never quite had. Atop its hulking shoulders sat an exposed brain, grotesquely pulsing with every step, nerves and tissue twitching in erratic spasms, like it was in constant pain. Or still trying to flee its own body. Its face was little more than a blunt snout beneath a beast-like brow, its eyes lost in shadow, sunken and unreadable. But it didn't need to see. The Nomu smelled blood. Its thick nostrils flared. Its head ped once, twice, like a predator locking onto prey. And then it began to move faster. It moved faster than it had any right to. One instant it was walking and the next, it was gone. Eraserhead never even saw it coming. The sound of the impact echoed like a cannon blast. A blur of motion, a rush of displaced wind, and Aizawa's body went flying. The pavement exploded beneath him as he was driven downward, his body slamming into the ground face first. A plume of dust and concrete erupted from the crater as his limbs spasmed beneath the weight. The Nomu stood over him, hunched forward like a predator claiming its kill. One massive foot pressed down between his shoulder blades, pinning him like an insect. Its fingers grotesquely long moved to close around his skull. "No, Nomu," Tamura said, voice casual, almost pleasant. He lifted a hand, still flexing from the quirk he hadn't yet used. "Just lift his face. I want him to see me. I want him to know what's about to happen." The Nomu paused mid-motion. Then, with terrifying gentleness, it obeyed. Its hand cupped the top of Aizawa's head, forcing his bloodied face upward like a broken doll. Tamura stepped forward slowly, savoring each step like a final boss descending into the arena. His boots crunched glass and dust as he moved. He couldn't help but laugh. A sick, childish giggle bubbling up from under the severed hand that clung to his face like a mask. "You're not even the real challenge," he sneered, crouching low so Aizawa could really see him. "But you've been such a pain. Honestly, it's impressive." Aizawa didn't respond. His eyes were half-lidded, barely conscious but still, somehow, glaring. That just made Tamura grin wider. "Don't worry. I'll make it quick," he whispered. "Well, quick enough." His hand hovered just above the broken pro's face, 5 fingers outstretched, trembling with anticipation. One touch. That was all it would take. 5 seconds. No, 3. Maybe less. The thought danced in his mind like static. Erase the threat. Erase the trash. Erase the rulebook. Voices. Yelling. "Sensei!" 2 flashes of movement. Too fast, too loud, too alive. The red one struck first, spiked hair, cocky expression, that dumb, manly attitude. His body smashed into Nomu's side with a crack of impact. It was like watching a toddler try to knock over a refrigerator. But the beast stumbled. Tamura blinked. Why did it stumble? Not because of power. It couldn't be. That freak hadn't done any real damage. Nomu had been surprised. Curious, even. Stupid. "Don't be stupid, Nomu. You're a weapon. Act like it." The orange-haired girl landed in front of him next, sliding between him and his prize like a cut scene interrupting his final attack. Her hands ballooned outward, absurd, oversized things like props from a broken game engine. Tamura's eye twitched at the sight of them. "Get out of the way," he muttered, fingers curling in irritation. "What are you two doing? Get out of here," the pro rasped as he flopped to the side in a hopeless attempt at gathering his strength. The girl snapped back. "Not a chance. We're not just gonna watch you die." Tamura stared. It annoyed him. All of it. The defiance, the noise, the blind devotion to a system that had already failed them. Trash, all of it. He tilted his head. "Seems the mini-boss has mobs as well." Tsk. He sighed, dragging his nails lightly across his neck in irritation. She came at him swinging fist big enough to cave in a skull. He moved, weaving low, slipping past her reach like fog curling around stone. His fingers grazed where her wrist had been. The girl lunged, her oversized fist arcing toward his head. Tamura tilted back, barely moving, letting the strike pass in front of him like a gust of wind. Her movements were discipline-trained. She wasn't like the others who swung wildly. Still, it didn't matter. He reached for her, fingers dancing toward her wrist. She recoiled fast, too fast for him to land a touch, but he saw it, felt it. The way her skin tensed. She'd felt it too. That brief brush of death. They clashed blow for blow. Her fists crashing down like hammers, his own countering with lunges and feints, aiming for exposed skin. She fought like a hero. He fought like a monster in the dark. Behind them, he heard the scrape of boots and labored breath. The redhead was still trying to play bodyguard. Idiot. Tamura didn't even turn. "Nomu," he said, brushing imaginary dust from his sleeve, "stop playing around." The shift was instant. The Nomu's red eyes burned brighter. Its muscles tensed. The mindless calm it had fought with vanished. Now it hunted. It turned toward the hardening brat, each step like a quake through the broken ground. Tamura watched. Interested. The student raised his arms, bracing himself with the confidence of someone who thought effort meant protection. The Nomu moved like a bullet. The blow came down, a brutal, clean punch directly to the boy's guard. The sound it made was glorious. Tamura clearly heard the snap of broken bones, before a crack not dissimilar to thunder filled the plaza as the redhead was lifted off his feet and launched backward, skipping across debris and concrete before slamming into a concrete wall with the sound of a sickening crunch. Beautiful. Tamura let the echo ring in his ears, savoring it like a fine note in a symphony of destruction. The kid wasn't moving. Limbs twisted. Broken. Maybe unconscious. Maybe not. It didn't matter. He wasn't getting back up. The girl screamed his name. Kirishima, right? The hardening brat. Well, not hard enough. Her voice cracked. Delightful. She hesitated just for a second. A stumble in her stance. A flicker of uncertainty in her posture. He drank it in. She didn't know if the red one was still breathing. The panic in her eyes said enough. Her hands trembled. And Tamura giggled. A short, gleeful sound that came from somewhere deep in his hollow chest. Well then, he whispered, taking a lazy step forward, savoring the moment. Let's see what breaks first, shall we? Her spirit? Her body? Her mind? Didn't matter. He'd break them all eventually. But then she raised her fists again. Quirk active. Hands swollen to grotesque size. She wasn't running. Even with her fear practically bleeding into the air, she still chose to fight. So irritatingly heroic. She lunged, trying to end it with one clean hit, like that would ever work. Tamura sidestepped with a grin, limbs twitching with anticipation. Her fist passed inches from his face. He could feel the heat of her swing, the air displaced by her quirk. So close. If she hadn't pulled her power back in time, she would have tagged him. Instead, she deactivated and recoiled, smart enough to know better than to let her overgrown mitts get anywhere near his fingers. Not bad, he thought, amused. But you're still going to die. She shifted defensively, lowering her stance. Clever girl. One hand up, ready to block, while the other dug behind her, grabbing a chunk of dirt like a makeshift grenade. Tamura's fingers twitched. He moved again, faster this time. No rhythm, no technique. Just chaos like a puppet on fraying strings. He lunged for her, erratic and wild, his movements impossible to predict. She was holding her own. Barely. Tamura ducked a swing, feinted left, then charged from the right. Her chest rose and fell too fast. He could feel it, the burn of adrenaline beginning to sour into fatigue. Then came the dirt. She flung it, a sudden splash of earth to his face, bold, desperate. Dust filled his eyes, his mouth clogging the air. He should have been slowed. He should have retreated. Instead, he pressed through it, grinning madly, that itch beneath his skin now clawing to be satisfied. His vision blurred, but his hand shot out through the cloud, fingers extended. Got you. His fingertips brushed her fist. But then, nothing. No disintegration. No skin flaking. No screaming. Just her standing there. Still whole. Tamura blinked. Then he felt it. That buzzing emptiness. That cold disconnect between him and the world. Rage flared in his throat like bile. Erase her head, he snarled. His power had been turned off. That BSTRD was still conscious. Still watching. Still interfering. Tamura's head snapped toward the Nomu, fury bubbling past the point of containment. "Nomo," he shouted, voice cracking with rage. "Kill him already." Tamura watched her lunge, no hesitation, no second thoughts. Just pure desperation wrapped in some inflated sense of nobility. Her fists swelled grotesquely, bloated and unwieldy like a joke weapon in a glitchy mod. And she wasn't aiming for him. No, of course not. She was trying to save the teacher. Always saving someone. Pathetic. The Nomu reacted first. No noise, no showmanship. Just motion violence. A single kick, casual but thunderous, crashed into Eraserhead's ribs. The hero's body bent around it unnaturally before it was flung like dead weight across the plaza. There was a gust of displaced air, a snap of bone, maybe in the leg, maybe in the spine. It was hard to tell. The body just flew. Tamura's grin widened beneath the hand covering his face. He didn't even look to see where the teacher landed. He didn't have to. He'd felt the impact in his bones. The girl, the redhead, the one with the oversized fists, was still in midair. Her whole leap had been based on getting to the teacher. She must have realized just then that he wasn't there anymore. She was flying into nothing. Beautiful. She hit the ground like a sack of rocks, crumpling on impact, limbs sprawled. A roll, a grunt. She tried to push herself up, but it was clumsy, slow. Painful. Tamura stepped forward. Right up to her. Her head turned. Her eyes found his. Terrified. still trying to process the last 5 seconds. He could see it in her face, the realization that she wasn't going to make it out of this. Not without scars. Not alive. His hand reached out, fingers spread. Slowly. Deliberately. No need to rush the moment. So close now. Just 5 fingers. That's all it ever took. And she just lay there. Her ankle was twisted bad landing? Broken? Sprained? Not that it mattered. She couldn't run. She couldn't fight. Tamura tilted his head, savoring her stillness. He thought about saying something, some little quip, some line to twist the knife. But no, he was already grinning under the decay-stained hand. Let the silence drag. Let the fear fill the space. Her eyes squeezed shut. Tamura lowered his head, a strange sensation settling over him like a building migraine. He scratched at his neck in annoyance. Perhaps he should wrap up the raid. Those NPCs he'd brought along could stay behind. None of them were worth keeping anyway. First he'd finish the job. Leave a statement behind. A dead student would have to do. He let his fingers close around the Orangette's face. For a single heartbeat, there was contact, real, tangible. Then came the reaction. The telltale crumble. Dust beginning to bloom across her cheekbone like frost on glass. He watched as it spread, familiar, practiced. From jawline to shoulder, across her torso, dissolving her into fragments too small for the wind to keep. Just like the others. A quiet end. Fitting. He tilted his head slightly, exhaling through his nose. She's gone, he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. And yet, something about the moment didn't land quite right. Not wrong. Just muted. There was no scream. No final twitch. No resistance, not even reflexive flinching. It had been clean. Too clean, maybe. But that was good, wasn't it? Tamura flexed his fingers absently, brushing them together. Dust clung there, dry and chalky. He squinted at the bits caught beneath his glove. For a second, he thought he saw something glimmering, then it was gone, scattered by the breeze. His lip curled. He'd wasted enough time. He let his hand fall to his side slowly, like a curtain dropping after a well-rehearsed performance. A faint plume of dust twisted upward in the still air, coiling like smoke over a fire long since dead. "Did you see that, Nomu?" he asked, not really expecting an answer. "It's not just All Might's time that's over. This whole rotten little stage they built, it's ready to collapse." But even as he spoke, a crawling irritation itched under his skin. No alarms had sounded. No reinforcements had arrived. And most Ming of all, no All Might. His fingers twitched at the thought. This was supposed to be the big moment. The raid. The declaration. The death knell. And yet, the symbol of peace never came. He turned on his heel, a sharp snap of motion. His blood-stained sneaker crunched over gravel. His red, cracked eyes locked onto the hulking form of the Nomu, which stood silent, obedient, dripping with another man's blood. Enough, Tamura muttered. This isn't worth another second. His voice was flat, dismissive, but his posture was strained. Something about the way the wind didn't quite whip his hair right. How the blood on his gloves looked darker than usual. And that shape, off in the corner of his eye, it looked like Eraserhead had moved. But when he blinked, it was gone. Just static. "Let's go," he snapped, waving a hand irritably toward the mist hovering in the air behind him. "When did Kurogiri get back?" Doesn't matter." "Kurogiri. Open a gate." A polite shimmer rolled through the air, and the purple swirl of his comrade's quirk began to bloom open. For a moment, Tamura stared into it, his hand twitching near his neck right where that demon girl had splashed dirt on him. Still gritty. Still there. He scratched at it absently. "I told you this would happen," he said to no one in particular, voice low. "You let All Might walk around unchecked, and now you've got a corpse in your school. Let that fester in your minds." He cast one final look back at the ruins of the plaza. His gaze lingered on a smear of dust that his mind still insisted was all that remained of Itsuka Kendo. The wind tugged at his coat. A few stray drops of blood trailed from the Nomu's claws and vanished in the dirt. He smiled. That should be loud enough. Without another word, he stepped into the mist. Nomu followed. Kurogiri gave a short bow to no one in particular, and then collapsed in on himself like a dying star vanishing. And just like that, the eye of the storm fell silent. The air cleared. The monsters of USJ were gone. For a moment, all that remained was the soft whistle of wind threading through broken concrete and shattered glass. Dust swirled in lazy spirals. Ghosts of the battle just passed before a sudden gust swept it all away. And there, in the center of the devastation, knelt Izuku Midoriya. His chest rose and fell in ragged gasps, his arms locked tightly around Itsuka Kendo, who clung to him with trembling fists, sobbing into the fabric of his costume. Dirt and blood streaked both of them, but they didn't move, didn't speak. They simply held each other, surrounded by the wreckage and silence. Tears ran freely down Izuku's cheeks, tracing the bruises along his face, one eye pale and gleaming, the other a vivid red. In his Sharingan, 3 tomos spun slowly, smooth, deliberate, unblinking. Watching. Remembering. A witness to the storm.